Mr. Luo Feng. Is it Mr. Luo Feng? How can this be? If it's not Mr. Luo Feng, who else could so easily kill Chairman Atke? The plaza was in a mess. Mr. Luo Feng, explain why you killed him. A blonde female reporter didn't seem to believe that the hero she worshipped was capable of such an act. Luo Feng's cold gaze surveyed his surrounding. His formless spirit aura placed pressure on everybody, causing everyone to go silent. Luo Feng gazed down upon Atkin's body, is scum, and deserved to die. Whoosh! He flew into the sky, swiftly vanishing from the broadcast. The group of reporters were left dumbfounded, before jumping to their sense. Viewers and friends in front of your televisions, Mr. Luo Feng suddenly killed the HR Alliance's chairman Atkin, after which, he only said, he is scum, and he deserved to die. There was no detailed explanation. As to the specifics of the situation, this station will investigate and report. A blonde, pretty lady said towards the camera. Oh, my God. It's real, you are not mistaken, Mr. Luo Feng just killed Atkin. He only said scum, he deserved to die. While Mr. Luo Feng's actions were violent, however, I, Black Jack, am an undying loyal supporter of Mr. Luo Feng. I believe, Atkin must have done some very despicable acts. The details are still a big secret, but I, Black Jack, will definitely get it out for everybody. Ever since Luo Feng disappeared from the screen, the various television stations or websites all began to debate about the details of the incident. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle and flew high in the sky. Surveying the endless ocean, a rare smile appeared on his face. You still have the mood to smile? Luo Feng, you just killed Atkin, that has destroyed your perfect image. You must know, as a hero, a man known as an unsurpassed genius, among the humans on Earth, 100% of all the discussions on the internet were all in favor of you, they worshipped you. Your image was of absolute perfection. Right now, that's all gone. What a pity. Babata said. Perfect? I was never perfect, but. Luo Feng gave an indifferent smile, and I'd never thought of being a perfect person. Whoever deserves to die, I'll kill him. Babata couldn't help but think, this Luo Feng repossession has definitely been influenced by the golden horned beast. His brutality and killing intent is much greater than before. However, I like it. The hot blistering sun of June had no effect or way of diminishing man's passion. Yangzhou City, Mingyu District, many citizens had gathered here, their heads all raised as they waiting for Luo Feng's appearance. Even the communities of Mingyu were all excited and awaiting Luo Feng's return. Maybe in other countries, there were people who were suspicious about Luo Feng's murder of Atkin. However, as the pride of China, Luo Feng was undeniably an upright, almost everybody stood on his side. Luo Feng! A youth looking through binoculars shouted out. Immediately, the countless citizens that had clogged up the district, even to the point where some were standing on cars, they all erupted in cheers. A silhouette was swiftly flying over, landing in a grass patch in Mingyu District. Luo Feng glanced over towards the district, smiling, before heading directly to his house. This smile caused countless of worshippers to cheer in complete excitement. At his house door. His father Luo Honghua, mother Gong Xan Lan, wife Su Xan, little brother Luo Hua were all present, including the now able to stand twin children. Luo Feng walked over step by step. His family's eyes were all wet and tearing. Call out to your dad. Su Xian held the hands of the two children who looked extremely alike. The two of them looked over and opened their mouths. Dad, Daddy, Daddy. Luo Feng was so excited and emotional he cried. Since Luo Feng's return in June, the violent undercurrents around the world suddenly halted. The greedy families didn't make any moves. Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits returned to their original activities. The entire world seemed, for an instant, to be extremely united. No one dared to disturb that peace. This was Luo Feng's influence. When Luo Feng returned home, he first went to pay his respects to the 5 good friends that sacrificed themselves. M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jai and Salikov. Then, he went over to the Dojo of Limits headquarters, visiting Han and Thunder God who were still in their comas. After, Luo Feng organized a wedding with Su Xin. All was at peace. Under the influence of Luo Feng, this superpower, peace prevailed over the entire world. Year 2061 winter. Good Ping Ping, come eat another mouthful. Good. Luo Feng carried a small bowl, going to feed his other son. Little Hai, come, good, right, eat another mouthful. Don't be mischievous, your older brother has eaten 3 mouthfuls. You've only eaten 1. Come. Luo Feng looked lovingly at his son, coaxing him, feeding the children. On the sofa beside him, Su Xian was personally knitting a sweater, smiling as she looked over. Luo Feng. Babada's voice resounded in his consciousness. Luo Feng, carrying the bowl in his hand, was startled. What's up? That black dragon ship, except for a few assisting functions aside, everything else is ready. Even though it still cannot travel through universes, but it can at least reach sublight speed, 100,000 km per second. Babada said, in my storage space now, I'm currently fixing the assisting functions systems, but the black dragon ship itself is ready for use. Didn't you say, the metal gathered on Earth was too little, there was no way to engage in the golden horned beast's training? Especially the deity of the world, there was no way to train at all. With the black dragon mountain ship, even though it hasn't exactly reached the speed of light, with 1 hour's time, it can reach Mars. You can totally eat breakfast in the morning, head to Mars, return in the night and have dinner. Babada said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 11, Arrival on Mars. Volume 08, Chapter 11, Arrival on Mars. Translator, Translation Nation. Editor, Translation Nation. With such an explanation, Luo Feng was more than anxious to go. That night, Luo Feng informed his family. Year 2061, December 3rd, morning. After the family had breakfast together, Su Xian drove to her office. Luo Feng informed his family, Dad, Mom, I won't be here until the afternoon, I'll be back at night for dinner. Ping Ping, little Hai, listen to your grandparents at home. He bent down to kiss his 2 sons goodbye, leaving the house. His body became a blur within the yard before vanishing altogether. High in the sky. Luo Feng flew swiftly in the air, past the clouds, continuously heading higher. The sun above the clouds was getting increasingly glaring. Within one breath, he flew to 8,000 m above sea level, floating in mid-air. Babada, get the black dragon ship out. Right, first initiate the cloaking, don't get detected by the satellites. Luo Feng's thoughts spoke. Relax, the #1 ship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, if it was detected by Earth, that's what I'd call a big joke. Babada said. At the same time, beside Luo Feng up high in the sky, a huge black disc-shaped ship appeared. Its diameter was 100 m. On its wing, a huge dragon was imprinted. Luo Feng took a deep breath. While a diameter of 100 m didn't seem too big, up close, it was still shocking. In comparison, it was even bigger than some high school soccer fields. The cabin door automatically opened. Luo Feng flew into the laser pathway, then the inner gate also opened. Within the control room of the Black Dragon ship. Luo Feng, Demon Babada is at your service. A crisp, clear voice sounded, resounding throughout the control room, and on the screen above the control board, an image of Babada's head appeared. Luo Feng let out a laugh. Let's depart. All right. Babada laughed. Hum. A very soft humming sound. Within the ship, even for someone of Luo Feng's level, one could only barely feel a slight vibration. This was definitely much more comfortable than the normal cars of Earth. Do I need to activate the scenic simulator? Babada asked. It can simulate from 10% to 100%, no problem. Scenic simulator? Luo Feng was startled. As the ship's body is entirely made from thick metal, one cannot look out normally with eyes to see the outside. That is why we require the scenic simulator. It's similar to your Earth's 3D projectors, however, it's much more detailed and powerful than that. Babata explained. Activate, 100%. Luo Feng said directly. Shwa. The entire control room's control board, chairs, and floor totally vanished. The surroundings became that of the hazy ozone layer. The Black Dragon ship is currently flying within the ozone layer. It'll quickly, totally leave Earth. It has left. Babata's voice resounded throughout the surroundings. With one glance, Luo Feng could see the endless space, the vast space. Luo Feng turned to look behind him. A large sky-blue planet appeared in his sight. Earth. Luo Feng couldn't help but hold his breath. It was extremely beautiful. Even though the scene could be seen all over the internet or television, when one personally sat on a ship leaving the Earth and saw this scene, the tremendous and moving scene, permeated all the way to one's soul. The sky-blue planet was getting smaller and smaller. The Black Dragon ship and the sky-blue planet were slowly getting further away from each other. Earth, the sun. Luo Feng's gaze drifted behind Earth. Far away, there was a star that seemed to be on fire, the sun. The ship has already reached 100,000 kilometers per second. It's currently stabilizing its speed, heading towards Mars. Babata's voice sounded. Luo Feng turned around again, looking in the other direction. It's just like a dream. Luo Feng couldn't help but to exclaim. Oh, Babata, over there. Luo Feng pointed to the left. Far in the distance, a huge gaseous body covered in ice blocks was floating. The Black Dragon ship easily flew past it. That's what you Earthlings call a comet. Babata said. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings. In the mysterious and endless space, in the distance, once in a while a planet would appear, even several small asteroids, stardust, etc. It's too beautiful. Luo Feng exclaimed. It is indeed very beautiful, however after seeing enough of it, you too would find it dull and uninteresting. Babata said. 10% simulation. Luo Feng said. Shwa. The surrounding stars suddenly became weak and translucent, as though there was a layer covering them. However, one could still see Earth behind, the sun, just that they were much weaker than before. And the floor, chairs, control board, lights etc. that were in the room all reappeared. This 100% simulation is like one is totally in space. If I didn't use my spirit energy to check, didn't use my hands to feel, didn't sit on the chair and floated, it would be just like the control room didn't exist. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment it. 100% simulation was absolutely stunning. Of course it's good, the 100% simulation, this is something only the B-grade ships or higher have. Babata said, if it's a low-level A-grade ship, being able to simulate 50% would be extremely good already. Unless one personally installs a good scenic simulator, but that would be a very extravagant luxury to spend on. Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask, what's with the grading of the ships? Even with the inherited memories, the golden horned beasts' inherited memories didn't have anything to do with the humans and their ship grades. A grade can deal with star travelers. B grade can deal with star levels. C grade can deal with universe levels. E grade can deal with sector lords. F grade can deal with undying beings. A lot of items are sorted this way by their levels. Just like the laser cannon from before, it was a B6 grade laser cannon. Just like the mothership we discovered in number 12 archaeological ruin, it was a B grade mothership. Also, this Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship is a C5 grade ship. Because it's a C5 grade ship, universe-level warriors would have to expend a lot of energy to destroy it. Also, talking about crystals, power crystals are the same, sorted into a grade, B grade, C grade. The higher the grade of power crystal, the rarer and more expensive. Luo Feng nodded. It was a very simple system, one could understand it from one look. It was very clear: the laser cannon, the power crystals, the ships, they all belonged to which level? Babada, what about the list of required metals that I gave you, are those sorted too? Luo Feng said when he realized. Yes. The metal list that Golden Horned Beast requires can be clearly sorted into 5 grades. A grade metal, suitable for the Star Traveler level Golden Horned Beast, B grade, for the Star level, E grade, for the Sector Lord Golden Horned Beast. Babada said. Luo Feng nodded. The Golden Horned Beast's growth was based on the growth of its internal world, and for its internal world to grow, it required swallowing metal. Swallowing metal was sorted into 3 main components. First, swallowing some alloys, ship remains, etc., or even low-level pure metal ores, their efficiency was the lowest. This was also the slowest method of evolution for the Golden Horned Beast. From the star level to the universe level required 100 years. Second, swallowing special pure metal ores. For example, right now Luo Feng was a star level 3 Golden Horned Beast, hence he could go swallow B-grade metals with almost 100% purity. If Luo Feng reached the universe level, he would require swallowing C-grade metals. This method could double his evolution speed. From the star level 1 to the universe level 1, 50 years would be enough. The only price was the large amounts of appropriate metal ores. Third, metal groupings. Just like how humans ate different types of dishes to ingest different vitamins and nutrients, that was the same logic. Swallowing a mixture of different metals may just create miracles for the internal world's growth. The evolution speed could be doubled or even sped up to 10 times or more. For a star-level Golden Horned Beast, the most optimum metal grouping was 325 B-grade 100% purity metal ores. Also, these 325 pure metal ores must be precise in their portions. That way, with just one swallow, the evolution multiplier would be raised to 89 times. Right now on Earth, there was nothing but normal or crude metal. Even what you all call gold is nothing but an A3 grade metal. Even what you all discovered on the moon, that blue gold metal, is but a 6 grade metal. Babada said, there are no B grade metals at all. Luo Feng nodded. This was also the reason for the Golden Horned Beast's swallowing of bases. When it first reached the star level 1, it couldn't find any B grade metals, so it randomly ate some normal metal. Ship remains and metals, these categories of metals had the lowest efficiency. It was no different from eating normal metals, maybe just the volume was a little smaller. The Golden Horned Beast's evolution, relying on the metal groupings, was the fastest way. However, even with normal metals, one could still train. However, the deity of the world. Luo Feng was extremely helpless. Of the 2 secret techniques of the Golden Horned Beast he had picked to train, deity of the world and absolute space, the absolute space relied on large amounts of training and comprehension. But the deity of the world's requirements were much more demanding. Deity of the world allowed the Golden Horned Beast's physical form to enlarge or shrink. That's why its training required the consumption of several metal groupings. After eating them, by relying on the complex groupings, they would be absorbed by the body and therefore change the Golden Horned Beast's body structure and genetics. As a result, it can control its overall body size. It could be said. The main component for the training of deity of the world relied on the consumption of metal groupings, and its direct swallowing straight into the stomach. Not swallowing into the internal world. The many complex groupings for deity of the world was even harder, more complex than the groupings for the evolution of the Golden Horned Beast. Luo Feng, we've almost reached Mars, the ship will begin to decrease its speed. Babada's voice sounded. Luo Feng looked over. The scenic simulation was at 10%, which allowed Luo Feng to see in the distance a red planet. It was red with a sense of tangerine yellow. Appearance-wise, it didn't look better than Earth. Who? The ship swiftly pierced through into Mars' atmosphere. Obviously Mars' ozone was much thinner than Earth's. Babada, get ready to open the cabin door. Luo Feng immediately ran out from the ship's middle-level cabin. While running, the cloud contact vine armor began to extend, quickly covering his entire body, even up to his head, revealing only his eyes. The black disc-shaped ship slowly descended. While descending, the cabin door opened. So, a human silhouette flew out, his entire body covered in a red armor. A pair of cold eyes surveyed below. The gravity on Mars is really low. Luo Feng could feel immediately the difference between Earth's and Mars' gravity pull. He immediately adjusted the magnetic field within his body generated from his miniature planets to suit the gravity pull of Mars. This is. Surveying below him, Luo Feng could immediately see in the vast sand dunes and plains, standing tall far away, what seemed like a degraded enormous building, pyramid. 1 pyramid, 2, 3. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 12, Mineral Resources. Volume 08, Chapter 12, Mineral Resources. Luo Feng was shocked to see the pyramids. While they were degraded on the surface, their overall structures were still almost perfect. There were a total of 9 pyramids. There seemed to be no rule to their arrangement, however their construction was definitely uniform. Together, from a glance, they seemed to form one enormous pyramid. Pyramids, and below them are. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Cities? Below the pyramids was the silhouette of an old city. One could almost see where the transport roads and pathways used to be, along with the construction of several buildings. It was clear, however, it was abandoned many years ago. So, Luo Feng flew directly towards it before swiftly descending, landing in the sand-filled surface of Mars. It's been abandoned for a very long time. Luo Feng looked at the crumbling fences and dilapidated walls, all the more filled with surprise and suspicions. Babata, what's going on here? Why are you surprised? Babata said, it's a normal occurrence. Normal? Of course it's normal. This is a starfield. Before being governed by its owner, it belonged to the Silver Blue Empire's territory. Babata said, and Earth is but one of 2 planets with life within a 1,000 light-year radius. There is another? Luo Feng was curious. The other planet with life is about 100 light-years away from Earth. Even at light speed, it would still require almost 100 years to reach there. Babata said, only by reaching light speed and passing through the universe directly. Can one swiftly reach it? Luo Feng nodded. Earth, as a planet of life, is but a low-level planet in the Silver Blue Empire. Naturally it's filled with many humans. Babata said, its original use was a livestock planet, used to collect and breed powerful different kinds of monsters, selling them out for money after taming them. The population of humans was estimated to be a few million. They were all for raising and taming the livestock. Luo Feng knew too. A planet with life was categorized into one with a large density of humans living, a holiday sightseeing planet, livestock planet, forestry planet, agriculture planet, industrial planet, etc. For example, some large powers in the universe would use a whole planet to build a whole industry on. Earth's breeding had many valuable monsters. It was one of the Silver Blue Empire's more important assets. That's why it arranged for an interstellar fleet to be stationed there. Babata said, of course, they also relied on the interstellar transport ships to transport large amounts of mining apparatus to the nearby mineral planets to dig and mine. Babata said, back then, there were a lot of miners here on Mars working. As a result, they built this mining base. Later, the owner of the interstellar fleet was killed in one blow. No interstellar transport ships could come. The miners on Mars couldn't receive any resources. Even if they created their own resources, they couldn't maintain it for long. That's why, it's all gone now. Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. So that was the story. This was a mining base? These pyramids are energy towers. Babata said, these type of energy towers are based on the automaton race's more low-level models of energy sources. Their quality-price ratio is higher. With the use of these pyramids, the human races will never catch up to the automaton races. The automaton race is very advanced in their technology. Babata couldn't help but say, the human races have no way to compete with them. For example, humans can only rely on evolution to step into the undying level, but the machinery races actually belong to the AI lifeforms. While they don't have souls, they can still possess the battle ability of the undying. Luo Feng was shocked within. AI lifeforms, while they have human emotions etc., they were still AIs, without souls. Just like Babata. The automaton race had no souls, and yet they were capable of producing undying fighters. Scientifically speaking, they were indeed very strong. Hoo. A strong wind blew past, rustling up a large amount of sand. Luo Feng stood on the ground. Babata, scan for minerals. Luo Feng said. Activating mineral scan. The black dragon ship which was floating in mid-air immediately initiated its mineral scan function. A short time passed. Luo Feng, Mars has wealthy deposits of black iron mineral resources. Babata said. Black iron? Right, translated into Chinese, you can call it black iron. Babata said, black iron is an A8 grade metal, it's extremely sturdy, it's won the best sellers in the universe. No B-grade metals? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. His current self was a star-level golden horned beast. Swallowing B-grade metals would have a higher efficiency. No. Babata said excitedly, but the amount of black iron is large. Within them there should be quite a bit of black iron essence. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. The black iron was A8 grade, the black iron spirit would be B8 grade, and the incredibly rare black iron essence would be C8 grade. Just like the UNMO planet ship, almost all of the ship's body was made from the hybrid copper essence. This hybrid copper by itself was a D9 grade metal, the spirit would be AE9 grade and the essence was AF9 grade. A large black iron mineral, having one black iron spirit out of 10,000 normal black iron would be not bad already. A black iron essence, out of 10,000 black iron spirit would be not bad. The examples are extremely exaggerated. The black iron itself is very valuable. The UNMO planet ship which was built mostly from the hybrid copper essence must have been crazily expensive. One hybrid copper essence alone would make a domain lord go crazy for it. However, the materials needed for the ship's repair, even in the vast territory of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, couldn't be found. Luo Feng, these 9 energy towers have a scan blocking function. They envelop a certain area, making it unable to be scanned. However, below the energy towers, there's an iron city. I can barely scan a small portion of the iron city. Babata said. Iron City? Luo Feng was shocked. Underground lay an iron city. However, the few 100M that I've scanned doesn't have any life. Let's go, follow the left 12 kilometers long tunnel to enter, you'll be able to reach the underground iron city. Mars' surface had a particular route, what seemed like a naturally collapsed enormous tunnel with a diameter of a few hundred meters. So, Luo Feng immediately rushed into the tunnel, heading deeper underground. Iron City? Luo Feng expanded his spirit energy as a Star Traveler level 6 spirit reader. Expanding his spirit energy allowed him to cover more than a 6,000 m area. Luo Feng landed on the ground. In front of him was a blurry mess of mud and dust. He could barely make out a black metal. Using his spirit energy, Luo Feng had noticed early on, behind all the mud was an enormous city door. Number 1, push it open. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, while he himself floated up and created a big distance between him and the door. A black metal robot appeared out of thin air. In strength, Luo Feng couldn't match up to this black metal robot. Rumble, the black metal robot's strong arms were fiercely pushing against the enormous metal door. Using its strength, the metal door rumbled and slowly opened. Large amounts of mud falling from it, dust and sand filled the air. Xiao! Xiao! Dazzling beams of white light shot out, almost enveloping the entire metal door's surroundings. 7 to 8 dazzling beams of light shot straight onto the metal robot's body, knocking its entire body and slamming it into the tunnel walls, causing a large amount of mud to crumble. Luo Feng was, however, far away from the collapse. Damn, this Iron City is still operating? Luo Feng was shocked. The scanning from my spiritual force showed that there isn't a single person in there, all that's left is dust. The 9 energy towers are still operating normally, hence the Iron City is still able to operate. Even with the humans all dead, the Iron City's work and power still hasn't vanished. Babata said, Luo Feng, enter. These kinds of urgently built Iron Cities, their defense can't be that strong. Also right now, the Cloud Contact Vine is a Star Traveler level 9, almost breaking into the star level. Back when Luo Feng was battling the Golden Horned Beast, the Cloud Contact Vine was already a Star Traveler level 7. When Luo Feng was nurturing his body for a little more than a year before, the Cloud Contact Vine was deep in the ocean and Babata was constantly feeding it Muya crystals. Before the year was up, it had grown to a Star Traveler level 9. The only thing was that it was trapped at the threshold, not crossing over into the star level yet. This speed, for such a specially cultivated Cloud Contact Vine, was not at all fast. Iron City. Luo Feng moved in front of the metal robot, flying deep underground into the Iron City, resisting a single laser beam and rushing in. The Dark City. With Luo Feng's spirit energy scan, he realized the density of clusters of buildings within the city was extremely high. Luo Feng, almost the entire city is made from black iron. Babata said, quickly, follow what I said, first cut off the power supply, preventing some of this Iron City's important structures from being damaged. Okay. Luo Feng was very clear on the importance of cutting off the power supply. Left side. Make the curve, right side, yes. Babata was directing, very quickly bringing Luo Feng to a place where a large amount of metal pipes were densely gathered. Use the hybrid copper essence, cut them, all of them. Babata said. Clad in the red Cloud Contact Vine armor, Luo Feng looked at the pipes 100m in front of him, his thoughts moved. Xiao, dot. A blood-red shard silhouette brushed past the pipes one after another, with Luo Feng being a level 6 Star Traveler Spirit Reader plus his star level 3 Soul Strength, a total of 32 strong as steel threads of spirit energy surrounded the hybrid copper essence shard. Cha! 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 The ear-piercing sound of the iron being slashed reverberated around. A large amount of sparks flew, rumble, and explosion from the metal beside. There's still 8 more energy towers. Babata said. Babata, lead the way. Luo Feng swiftly flew. This was a mineral base. Since the destruction of the interstellar transport ship and the depletion of resources, along with the environmental impact, the miners were forced underground, relying on the large amounts of machinery to quickly build crude constructs for the Iron City. The most abundant material, the black iron, was used for most of the city. After so many years, the energy towers were still running and the city was still functional. It definitely deserved praise. A few minutes passed. All of the energy supplies to the Iron City were cut by Luo Feng. It's settled. Luo Feng, if my guess isn't wrong, all of the black iron essence dug out by the miners later should have been stored carefully somewhere. Let's begin our excavation. Whatever we deem valuable, we'll take it all. Babata said. Luo Feng immediately flew within the underground Iron City and began his big excavation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 13, Plunder. Volume 08, Chapter 13, Plunder. Mars, Underground Iron City. This underground Iron City is pretty huge. Luo Feng, clad in his blood-red armor, used his spirit energy to sweep his surroundings, beginning his search in the ancient underground city. Luo Feng, head to the warehouse. Babata said, the black iron dug out by the miners back then should all be safely stored in an important warehouse. Okay. Luo Feng's spirit energy expanded to a 6,000 m area, spreading over several pathways, constructs etc. within the underground city. There were words all over these places. The words were in the universe language. With these wordings, within an instant, Luo Feng easily found the most important place in that iron city, the black iron ore and material warehouse. When Luo Feng descended upon the large warehouse, he couldn't help but get shocked and cursed quietly as a result. This was going to be troublesome. The warehouse in front of him had huge amounts of black iron, almost like a little mountain. It wasn't just the internal part of the warehouse that was packed full, even the outside courtyard was littered in black iron. Back when the miners were trapped on Mars, even with large amounts of black iron they had no way to transport them out. The black iron thus became the least valuable of everything. The entire iron city is made from black iron, of course they would just casually dump it here. Babata said, Luo Feng, search carefully, see if you can find any black iron spirits. Luo Feng looked at the little mountain in front of him and felt helpless. Using force to rush in? How would that work? The A8 grade black iron, just its sturdiness was difficult for a Star Traveler level 8 fighter to destroy. Luo Feng, using the soaring shuttle, would still find it difficult to break through. Breaking through earth and mud was extremely easy, but using his body to break through a little mountain of black iron? It was just like an ordinary person trying to break through the earth, extremely difficult. Collect! Luo Feng's thoughts moved. A large amount of black iron vanished, another pile vanished. Using the storage space ring, Luo Feng swiftly collected a large amount of the black iron. Babata, my storage ring isn't big enough, help me collect them, Luo Feng said. His own storage ring was only about 600 m long, 500 m wide, 100 m tall. The space was a little more than 30 million cubic meters. If he cramped everything in, it might still be possible. However, Babata had his own storage space, why not make use of it? Sly Luo Feng. No problem, I'll take care of it. Babata said easily. Shwa. He watched with his naked eyes as the mountain of black iron swiftly vanished pile after pile. Within an instant, the outside of the warehouse, including the huge courtyard, which was littered with a little mountain of black iron, was cleared with everything being stored into Babata's storage space. A total of 1.18 million tons, too little. It can barely build a small interstellar battleship. Babata said. Luo Feng laughed, striding towards the warehouse. With the black iron obstruction out of the way, the appearance of the warehouse was now visible. It was huge and rectangular, its big doors shut tight. Break! Luo Feng stared at the huge thick black iron door. A hybrid copper essence shard became a beam of light and violently slammed into the door, slicing through to the inside. It's really thick. Luo Feng could clearly feel the big usage of spirit energy. The hybrid copper essence could easily slice through the black iron, but because of the thickness, he still needed to expend quite a bit of spirit energy. Using half a minute, he finally managed to cut a hole big enough for a person to go through. Within the warehouse, the same old method was used, letting Babata store the huge amount of black iron into his storage space. Dark red color? Luo Feng's attention was brought to the distant little pile of dark red metal. From his huge amount of inherited memories, scanning through the black iron data, he deducted that the metal in front of him was black iron spirit. Finally found it. Luo Feng was excited. The golden horned beast's internal world currently required swallowing B-grade metals for its growth speed to increase. Babata, check it out, how much black iron spirits are there? Luo Feng walked up to the black iron spirits, Shwa. A liquid silver guard appeared out of thin air. It stared at the black iron spirits, its pupils glowing with light. It was obviously collecting information on the black iron spirits. Its volume is about 35 cubic meters. About a total of 1,200 tons. Babata said. Oh? Luo Feng was about to commend him. 1,200 tons? Right now the swallowing beast can swallow about 100 tons of B8 grade metal every day, which means this is enough for about 10 days? Key information. If the star level 3 golden horned beast were to swallow the grades of metal from Earth, it could swallow up to 100 million tons of metal. For example, the bases, they exceeded 500 m long and wide. These enormous iron bases, each one of them was about 10 million tons of metal. When it was at the star level 1, it required swallowing a few bases for it to be full. Now at the star level 3, its capacity has increased, requiring even more swallowing. At 8 grade metal, it required tens of thousands of tons a day. The B8 grade, however, close to 100 tons was about enough. Too little, too little. Luo Feng shook his head. After collecting all the other black iron from the warehouse, he still didn't find any more black iron spirit. Babada, the black iron spirit here is so little? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. It's not little, it's the golden horned beast that swallows too much. 1,200 tons too little? Babada said, of the elite bloodlines among the space beasts, every one of them is extremely powerful. The flame beast swallows stars. You, as a golden horned beast, may not swallow stars, but your requirements are still extremely steep. When you reach the sector lord level, you'll be swallowing E-grade metals. Swallowing that much, even your teacher, the master of Yun Mo planet, would go broke from feeding you. Luo Feng forced a laugh. That was right. As he grew, he required higher level metals. Unless Luo Feng was willing to grow at the slowest speed, that would save a lot of money. However, to grow fast, just buying the pure metals would require a large amount of money. Let's continue searching. Let's see if there's any more black iron spirits in this iron city. They plundered the huge area. The entire city was made of black iron. However, the living quarters and some other places weren't. Over the long period of time, a lot of them had degraded. Plundering over the huge area, Luo Feng would occasionally find small pieces of black iron spirits within the degraded living quarters. They were obviously kept by the miners. Each time, the portions would be small, but the amount and quantity added up. It actually added up to more than 1,000 tons. 32 minutes later. Rumble. Luo Feng kicked in a basement door of a dirty and degraded mansion. The dust flew off the door, revealing the door's original color, dark red. A black iron spirit door? If even the door is made from black iron spirit, what else would be in this basement? Luo Feng was excited. Collect. Immediately storing the heavy black iron door that was at least a few tons into his storage ring. After, he walked into the basement that had been deserted for more than 100,000 years. The basement was extremely huge. My God, Luo Feng stared. Within the enormous basement, large amounts of degraded weapons were neatly organized. What took up the most space was the pile of densely packed dark red metal. In size alone, it far exceeded what Luo Feng had collected from the warehouse before. Also, in the center of the dark red metals, there was one piece of blood red metal. Black iron spirits, so many black iron spirits. In the center, is that the black iron essence? Luo Feng was stunned. There's actually more stored here than in the warehouse? Babada, hurry and calculate just how much there is. Luo Feng said. Because of the effects from the pyramids, Babada could only use the liquid silver guards, through their eyes, gathering the data and calculating. There's about 12,300 tons of black iron spirits. The C8 grade black iron essence is about 360 kilograms. Babada said. It's much more than the warehouse. Luo Feng was very shocked. The warehouse's black iron spirits was about 1,000 tons in total. There wasn't any black iron essence at all. Luo Feng, I suggest heading over now to the underground Iron City main monitoring office, connecting to the control AI system and checking up on the history of this place. Babada said, I suspect, this underground Iron City, because of the miners being trapped for an extended amount of time, the internal political system may have changed. The black iron spirits and the places they are stored in may have changed too. All right. Luo Feng agreed with what Babata said. 5 minutes later. The black metal robot was working, directly linking into the Iron City's main monitoring system. Because it had the support of the energy towers, its monitoring systems were totally functional until the point Luo Feng cut off the power. Very quickly, they hacked in. I've found the data. Back then, the Master destroyed the interstellar fleet with one move. There were a total of about 3.2 million miners trapped here on Mars. Through the Universe Network, they asked for assistance, even offering a reward for their rescue. However, after retreating underground and not receiving any assistance for a long time, the political system began to change. Among the miners, the ratio of men to women was 20-1. It's just like on Earth when the warlords fought for control. These 2 million people began an internal conflict. After all, resources were limited, women were limited, beautiful women were even more limited. A few valuable black iron spirits, and the even more valuable black iron essence, were thus taken and stored by some powerful people in their own homes. However, the resources on Mars were limited. Collecting resources and creating food became increasingly difficult. This Iron City did not have the data required for building a universe ship. That's why they've always been researching building ships. Over a few thousand years, they finally painstakingly managed to build 3 small ships, sending some of their elites out from the planet to gather some hope for survival. Then, the remaining thousands of different races of people died in their sleep. This Iron City has been maintained for over 3,000 years, before it finally perished. Babata explained. Luo Feng sighed. Over 3 million lives, constantly struggling. Mars had such a deficiency in resources, and with no replenishment, there was no hope at all. Luo Feng, let's go. I have the map to the leaders and those with power. Their houses are all here. Let's go to all their nests and check it out. Babata said. Okay. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. They searched a total of 12 houses. From among them there were 8 nests that were totally empty. They were obviously powers that were attacked and eventually failed. The other 4 places, the rewards were all larger than the warehouse. Henceforth, The entire underground Iron City, Luo Feng totally cleaned out all of the black iron spirits and black iron essences. In particular, the total amount of black iron spirits had reached about 33,600 tons, the black iron essence had reached about 2.34 tons. Over 30,000 tons of black iron spirits, it's just about enough for 1 year of swallowing. Luo Feng stood at the Iron City entrance, looking back on the Black City. His mind was somewhat troubled. To make the golden horned beast grow faster, the price was extremely huge. When it reached the universe level, a universe level golden horned beast, its swallowing power would be even crazier. These black iron essence wouldn't even be enough for 1 day's worth of swallowing by then. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 14, Luo Feng's Assets. Volume 08, Chapter 14, Luo Feng's Assets. After sweeping through the entire underground Iron City, Luo Feng flew out through the entrance. Luo Feng, wait a minute. Babata shouted. Why, Babata? Luo Feng was curious. Does the Iron City still hold more treasures? Stupid. The entire Iron City is valuable, not the black iron essence or even the black iron spirits. But, almost the entire city is made from black iron. Babata couldn't help but say. Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng, haven't you realized that right now you are extremely poor? Babata smiled evilly. Very poor? Do you have any money? I'm talking about the currency that will allow you to function in the universe, not the money of Earth. Do you have any? Babata asked. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. On Earth, money had no meaning for him. However, in the vast universe, he was indeed extremely poor. First, he had 0 money on hand. Second, he had 0 money in his universe bank account. Your teacher has indeed prepared 3 bank accounts for you, but that's for when you actually reach the star level, the universe level, and the sector lord level. Only then can you access these accounts. Babata said. Before his demise, he made these 3 accounts through the universe virtual network. He also requested that you to personally retrieve them with your own power. While your golden horned beast's body has reached the star level, however, would you take your golden horned beast's body to the bank? Babata asked. Only after reaching the star level would he be able to accept the first bank account's treasures. However, he didn't dare show his golden horned beast's body around, and his human body wasn't at a sufficient level yet. That's why, Luo Feng, your current amount of cash is 0, so the bank accounts are as good as nothing. You do have many treasures. The Yun-Mo planet ship alone is a priceless treasure. The Black Dragon ship too is extremely valuable. However, if you take out the Yun-Mo planet ship now, there'd be no question, even the sector lords will come and fight for it, even the undying fighters will come snatch it. It would be suicide. And the Black Dragon ship, you need for yourself. The Cloud Contact Vine already recognized its owner. The Soaring Shuttle or the Arc Cutter Blade, you require for yourself. The only things that you can sell are the liquid silver guards and the Muya crystals, power crystals in my possession. Babata said. And the Muya crystals, the Cloud Contact Vine requires to grow. The power crystals? The Black Dragon ship too requires energy maintenance. In the future, we'll frequently use the Black Dragon ship and my storage of energy may not even be enough. We'd still need to buy more next time. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. He was a disciple of the Yun-Mo planet, and yet, he was completely broke. Treasures? Black Dragon ship, spirit reader weapons, Muya crystals, and energy crystals were all necessities. So right now Luo Feng, before your human body reaches the star level, you are very poor. Babata said helplessly. Don't we have the ship remains? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Those are remains, deemed as rubbish, even smelting them again would be too troublesome. Babata said, how much can they sell for? 1 Muya crystal alone would be able to exchange for countless remains. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. He who gave no thought to far-flung problems soon found suffering nearby. Luo Feng was very clear that he would venture into the universe in the future. However, the metal required for training could only be bought. If he searched for them by himself in the universe, how long would he have to search for? In the vast universe, even the undying beings recognize the worth of money. Of course, it was the universe's currency. Not just like Earth's currency, which was limited to just one planet. How would he function without any money? Without money, he wouldn't even be able to open a universe virtual network account. Luo Feng, I'll strike a deal with you. Babata said, the energy crystals I have in my storage, if you frequently use the Black Dragon ship, they'll be depleted in about 10 years. The Muya crystals are enough to let you reach the star level 1 along with the Cloud Contact Vine reaching star level 5 or 6. Babata said, nothing else. I'll let you decide how to deal with the energy crystals and the Muya crystals. Luo Feng began to consider carefully. His wealth was separated into 3 levels. The highest level, the Yun-Mo planet ship, the undying corpses etc., were sources of extreme wealth. It was pity the moment he took out these treasures, it would be akin to suicide. The second level, the 3 bank accounts left behind by his teacher, he required power to retrieve money from them. The third level, the items he was currently using, the Black Dragon ship, Soaring Shuttle, Arc Cutter Blade, Liquid Silver Guards, and the Muya crystals and energy crystals with Babata. I can't bear to at all. Luo Feng shook his head. That's why, your largest source of money has to be this black iron. Babata shouted excitedly, these are all black iron materials. Not those worthless remains. The ship remains are the most useless in pricing, but these original materials can be used to build tools, weapons, etc., they are still quite valuable. Luo Feng nodded. Just like Earth's iron mining and their worth, in the universe, while the number of places to actually acquire and dig out these metals are plenty, there were still costs for these things. Black iron is an A8 grade metal and priced cheaply. However, with such a quantity, Babata shouted, back then they specially used an interstellar fleet to transport millions of miners here to dig. Looks like this is my first monetary reward. Luo Feng looked at the Iron City, his gaze burning. You are in charge of breaking it down, I'll be in charge of storing. Babata shouted. No problem. Rumble. A rumbling noise rang out from the Iron City. Under the combination of Luo Feng's dismantling and Babata's storing, the efficiency was extremely high. With an area of about 10 kilometers, large chunks of black iron material were being stored in Babata's storage space. Some black iron that were aggregated to pillars were also kept. After roughly 8 hours, the entire Iron City had vanished. All that was left were some degraded remains. Luo Feng, other than those remains, will have collected a total of 92.800 million tons of black iron material. Babata said excitedly, just with these, Luo Feng, you have your first source of capital. Luo Feng flew out from underground. From high above, he surveyed Mars' surface. It's a pity, there are still many veins of ore underground, but extracting them would be too difficult. Babata said helplessly, even with strength, one person cannot possibly extract all of the ores. Unless it's those kinds of pure metal ores. Don't be too greedy. Luo Feng was very clear. This place was the hard work of over 3 million miners along with their machinery. Earth, China, Jiangnan headquarters city Yangzhou City. In the evening, the red burning sun was slowly setting in the west. A huge black disc-shaped ship was in the air thousands of meters above Yangzhou. However, none of the countries in the world had noticed this ship. The cabin door opened, a youth wearing simple casual clothing leapt out. The ship suddenly vanished. The youth rushed downwards. I'm back. How mystical, going to Mars in the morning and returning to Earth in the evening. Luo Feng couldn't help but praise out, also striking quite a sum of money, at over 3 million miners' hard labor of digging. This 92.800 million tons of black iron was even more valuable than the 2 tons of black iron essence. After all, the quantity was much more. Daddy. In the courtyard, 2 running little children, one of them shouting excitedly. The other also raised his head. Indeed, their father Luo Feng was flying down from the sky. Ping ping, little Hai, come, give me a kiss. Luo Feng knelt down and hugged his 2 sons, smiling. Do. A car's horn sounded. Luo Feng turned to see, Su Xian was driving her car into the garage, purposely pressing the horn, causing the 2 children to shout, Mommy. Dinner will be ready soon, little Feng, you and Su Xian have arrived at a good time. What a coincidence. Dong Xian Lan laughed as she said. Luo Feng led a very comfortable life. The golden-horned beast was deep within the internal world, engaged in the training. The internal world was receiving and absorbing close to 100 tons of black iron spirits every day. 2 birds with 1 stone, to Luo Feng, dividing his attention like this was extremely simple. Just like an undying being, a soul's functions and operation speed was no weaker than a living AI. Every second it was capable of operating on billions of things. Luo Feng's soul was already at the star level 3. If he divided his attention and controlled multiple things, he could control up to several hundred or thousand items to orbit individually with ease. Even if he gave every one of them full power, with the consciousness of a star level 3, he could control up to 32 threads of spiritual force. This meant to say, Luo Feng could do up to 32 things at a time. Every one of them with maximum results. Indeed. 32. Back when Luo Feng was at the Star Traveler 3, his consciousness could control up to 19 threads of spiritual force. And right now at the Star Level 3 consciousness, he could do 32 threads of spiritual force. Luo Feng frequently sat on the ship leaving Earth, visiting the other planets in the solar system. No one detected it. After all, Luo Feng returned too quickly. Even the furthest planet in the solar system, using the Black Dragon ship, took a total of the most 2 days to go and return. Earth was in a state of peace. Hongning Headquarters City. Year 2062, Spring, in the Dojo of Limits headquarters, within the enormous ship, in one particular spacious room with 2 separate beds, there were large amounts of apparatus beside them, all used to maintain the lives of 2 powerful warriors. On the left lay Thunder God clad in a white robe, on the right lay Hong clad in black. Head. Outside the room, 2 people were staring in through the glass window, their eyes filled with sadness and pain. Ice Mountain, when will the head awaken? Allure couldn't help but ask softly. No idea. But I'll wait, I'll continue to wait on. The ice-cold man beside said. Okay. Allure gently nodded. Suddenly, an ear-piercing warning sound rang from outside. Rumble. A group of doctors suddenly rushed in from outside. The 2 royal guards Allure and Ice Mountain witnessed this scene with their eyes open wide. The ward door immediately opened, 2 doctors went in, the rest were stuck outside. The mental capacity detector has detected some brainwaves. An old white-haired doctor shouted excitedly. Both heads have brainwaves, also, they are increasing in strength. Another doctor shouted excitedly. The brainwaves displayed on the apparatus. Both heads' brainwaves began to fluctuate, almost as though the 2 were in contest with each other, one stronger than the other. Both were becoming stronger. Suddenly, the black-clothed Hong's eyelids fluttered, and after, he slowly opened his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 15, Earth's 3 Fighters. Volume 08, Chapter 15, Earth's 3 Fighters. Nightfall. Luo Feng was with his wife Su Xian, each hugging a child watching television. Luo Feng picked up the telephone, looking at the number displayed on the phone, shocked. What's wrong? Su Xian asked curiously. It's the head, Hong's number. Luo Feng suspiciously creased his eyebrows. Ever since the swallowing beast incident, Hong and Thunder God have been in a coma. Su Xian too was shocked. Who dares to use Hong's phone? Hello. Luo Feng answered the call. Luo Feng. That resounding energetic voice sounded. Head. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. Even Su Xian, who was beside him, looked on wide-eyed. Hong has awoken? After being in a coma for 2 years, he's awoken? This was definitely earth-shaking news. I'd just awoken, Thunder God has woken up too. I just came to know of the things that have happened since we were comatose. Thanks for saving both of our lives, and also for saving the entire human race. Hong's voice was filled with deep happiness. If you're free, come over here to Hongning Headquarters City for a bit. Alright, I'll head over immediately. Luo Feng nodded. Alright, I'll be here with Thunder God. Hong laughed. Hanging up the phone, Su Xian couldn't help but exclaim, Hong is back up? Thunder God too. Luo Feng laughed, I'm going over now for a bit, I'll probably be back late tonight. Okay. Su Xian nodded. Luo Feng stepped on the soaring shuttle, swiftly leaving the Jiangnan headquarters city, heading to the Dojo of Limits headquarters with his fastest speed. Dojo of Limits headquarters exterior, filled with battleships, was extremely bustling. Investigator Luo. The guard at the headquarters paid their respects. Luo Feng swiftly entered the base. Under the direction of the base's personnel, he headed directly towards a particular room. Within that room were Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng. 2 men, one in black and one in white, stood up and approached as they saw Luo Feng. Ha, Luo Feng, you've really made a name for yourself. Thunder God laughed loudly as he bumped Luo Feng's chest. I'll let this matter go on the account you saved my life, ha. Second brother's skin is really thick, don't lower yourself to his level. Hong said to Luo Feng. Thunder God stared back. You. Yep, I can tolerate this kind of behavior, I won't lower myself that much. Luo Feng said firmly. Damn, you too. Thunder God stared angrily. Hong and Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud as they saw this. Sit. Let's all sit. Under Hong's instructions, the three sat down. These three were the three strongest fighters on Earth. Luo Feng, Thunder God wasn't joking like before, he said seriously, this incident, after knowing about it from Big Brother, we were really afraid of humanity's destruction. Thanks, we shall dispense with the ceremonies, and celebrate with wine. Hong personally poured 3 glasses of wine, come. All three lifted their glasses. Cheers. They downed their drinks. Luo Feng. Hong laughed, your previous actions of dealing with Atkin and those other scum, thank you. If you had left those people to run amok, who knows what else they would have done. Especially my Thunder Dojo. Sego Naru wanted to take the head position? To be shameless enough to lay hands on the families of the heroes who sacrificed themselves for humanity, those kinds of people really deserve death. Thunder God couldn't help but scold. After learning of the news after waking up, he was really enraged. Luo Feng laughed, these are small matters, dealing with those black sheep immediately helped stabilize the countries and bring about peace. Let them be used as examples. Hong nodded. The matters on Earth are but small. After Thunder God and I woke up, we discussed about it and came to a decision. Decision? Luo Feng looked suspiciously at Thunder God and Hong. These two had been in a coma for 2 years. What decision did they make right after waking up? Luo Feng, Thunder God said seriously, Hong and I both acquired information in history from the ancient ruins and can even make translation software. You should be able to see that we both know a lot about the universe. In the vast universe, there exist too many strong planets and systems. Our Milky Way is also a part of the Silver Blue Empire. Also, for planets like ours without a master, the moment we are discovered, that would be a nightmare. Thunder God's expression grew serious. Hong nodded, right, a nightmare. If we are lucky, our Earth may become the territory of a powerful fighter. However, the bigger possibility would be, all of the humans on Earth may become slaves and get sold off, and after, the entire planet may be sold to yet another powerful being. Luo Feng nodded. Regarding this matter, Luo Feng was very clear. Status and position in the universe were differentiated, slavery and other existences, etc. In short, there were countless human races and clans in the universe. Everything was based on competition, based on filtering out the strongest. These strongest could attain high status, high ranks and salaries, while the weak would be subjected to pitiful lives. The swallowing beast may have been powerful, but since it was alone, we could defend against it. Han's expression was extremely serious. However, the great powers from the universe can easily deploy an interstellar fleet. We wouldn't even have the power to resist. Thunder God nodded, the only thing we can do is make ourselves stronger. Only that way can we protect our home. Luo Feng's heart was very heavy. He knew even more than Hong and Thunder God. In the universe, the fates of several aboriginal planets were extremely tragic. These things had become the norm. In the universe, occasionally these aboriginal planets may have a powerful fighter, able to fight for his planet, protecting his planet's races and home. Luo Feng, I'm sure you don't want to see Earth meet such a fate, do you? Hong looked at Luo Feng. Do you even have to ask? Luo Feng replied. That's why, Luo Feng, come and train with us in the future. On Earth, not to brag, only me and Hong are geniuses in terms of fighter capabilities. As for a genius in spirit reader capabilities, that's of course you, Luo Feng. Thunder God looked at Luo Feng, the three of us are the strongest in the world, we must be united. Hong also looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed, nodding. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The three laughed together. The heroes from before all said, the higher one climbed, the lonelier it got. After being invincible, there would be no other comparable warriors, one naturally grew lonely. Just like before when Hong and Thunder God were in their coma, Luo Feng was the invincible being on Earth. Truthfully, during that time, Luo Feng did feel a sense of loneliness. And for both of them to awaken, Luo Feng was sincerely happy. Finally he had some companions for the future. Luo Feng, from today, you'll be the third brother. Hong said happily. Little three. Thunder God laughed weirdly, the emperor is tired, return to the palace we shall, but. Little two, hurry up and pour the wine, your master will spare you some change. Luo Feng joined in on the banter as he looked at Thunder God. The path of training will be very difficult. We will improve much faster when we help and spar with each other. Hong said. Thunder God nodded. Their comprehension levels are very high, but Earth's human genetics are really just average. Babata shouted, also, they have no teacher. They are purely just like the blind leading the blind. Without a teacher, without the proper genetics, all they have is comprehension. I can bet. The two of them will take 10 to 20 years to maybe just reach the Star Traveler level 9. However, for the Star Traveler level 9 to break through to the Star level 1, that's hard, very hard, very very hard. The minimum would be at least 50 to 60 years. Luo Feng, your internal world is already at the Star level 3, that's why, your human body can continuously evolve, even though it is limited to your Earth human body's limitations and slowed down. But it's still much faster than them. Babata said. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Babata, doesn't our Yunemo planet have techniques and skills for fighters? Pass it on to Hong and Thunder God. Without a teacher, even with natural talent and genius, the path would still be extremely difficult. As fellow Earth humans, fellow warriors, the three strongest in the world, Luo Feng hoped for Hong and Thunder God to be able to keep up with his growth. How is that possible? Those are secrets from the Yunemo planet. Babata denied it, divulging the secrets is punishable by death. Our Yunemo planet mostly looks for spirit readers. Luo Feng laughed, even the teacher was a spirit reader, the secret techniques he created, are all for spirit readers. Those fighters' secret techniques are probably just things the teacher collected from others. Well, but they were still painstakingly collected by your teacher. Babata said, no divulging, those who are not disciples of Yunemo are not allowed access to them. Luo Feng's thoughts continued to bounce back and forth with Babata. However, Babata just stubbornly refused. Luo Feng finally realized, the moment a living AI insists on one thing, there was no way to coax it. How about this, accept Hong and Thunder God as Yunemo disciples, how about that? Luo Feng asked. Ha? Babata looked wide-eyed, nodding, that's possible. Luo Feng was stunned, that was too simple. Accept them as disciples. Luo Feng, hurry up and do it. These are definitely the best potential disciples. Star travelers who have their own domains. Back then I even shed a tear for them when I thought they had fallen, luckily they've awoken. This kind of genius, two geniuses, people would fight over them all over the universe. Babata said, even though the master of Yunemo planet was a spirit reader. However, one big power couldn't be totally made of spirit readers. Just the undying beings and underlings of the Yunemo planet master were mostly made of undying fighters. In the room. What has made you so serious? Thunder God looked wide-eyed at Luo Feng. Hong too listened intently. It's this way, I once inherited a set of secret techniques, among them were spirit reader training methods, and also fighter training methods. Luo Feng said seriously. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God immediately burst out in excitement. Luo Feng continued, however, the sect I'm in inhibits external divulging of techniques, and I cannot oppose it. That's why, I would like to ask, if you two would be willing to join my sect and train? What organization is it? Hong asked, what are the conditions, What sect? Thunder God too asked, What kind of rules are there? Right now, there's only me left in the sect. Luo Feng said. Damn. Thunder God looked wide-eyed. Why didn't you say earlier that there's only you left in? I originally thought joining the sect would make us underlings, cannon fodder. A sect with just you in it, we'd definitely join. Right, join. Hong Tu laughed. Right, what sect is it? This sect is called Yun Mo Planet. Luo Feng laughed. In the future when we leave, don't tell others we are from the Yun Mo Planet sect. After all, the entire sect was destroyed by an enemy. That's why, revealing the name would be suicide. Thunder God and Han looked at each other. The entire sect was destroyed? That was a good thing. That's a good thing. Thunder God laughed as he commended, this means we have no restrictions. Hong Tu smiled. Bastards, these two bastards. To not respect the master, they deserve to be punished. Within the virtual space, Babata raged helplessly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 16, Training by Force Feeding. Volume 08, Chapter 16, Training by Force Feeding. Late night, in the living room. Hong and Thunder God seemed to be possessed for a bit. Both were staring at their wrist communicator screen, carefully reading the Yun Mo fighter manuals that Luo Feng had just sent over. My God, so that's how one uses one's energy. Thunder God muttered to himself, it's wrong, my seriously pales in comparison to it. So you can actually do it like this. Han's eyes too had lit up, lost deep in reading the secret manuals. Luo Feng said from the side, training the foundation is the most important, if you want the starting speed to be greatly increased. Without it, you will meet barriers later because your foundations are lacking. The Star Traveler level 9 to the star level to the universe level will become very hard to achieve. Your foundations must be solid. Are you guys even listening? This was something Babata ensured Luo Feng said. Alright, third brother. Even before the Great Nirvana, I was already practicing martial arts. I obviously know the foundations are extremely important. Thunder God waved his hands, the secret manuals are seriously too impressive. Stop distracting me from reading them. This bastard, Luo Feng forced a smile. It's indeed an impressive manual. Hong looked up at Luo Feng. His expression excited. Luo Feng, this is definitely the most in-depth, well-versed and clearly explained, even to the point where several things which have to be naturally realized, unable to be explained things have been written very clearly. It's extremely impressive. Luo Feng laughed. Of course it was impressive, just who did they think it was that provided them these manuals? It was the Yun Mo Planet. Firstly, the Yun Mo Planet Master had 9 undying beings. Just these 9 undying beings alone would have been able to contribute already impressive manuals. Much less the Master who had spent so many years collecting such manuals. Even in the universe, these were top-notch manuals. To the blindly progressing, self-training, and creating Hong and Thunder God, the techniques they had created couldn't hold a candle to the techniques of the Yun Mo Planet. For example, force exertions. Expands energy up to a maximum of 7 times, the defensive capabilities have no way to keep up with the offensive. In comparison, the physical body's limit for expanding energy is 100 times. Only at this level can one be said to be using his maximum body's explosive energy. Which means to say, the brute force of the average fighter on Earth, we're only using about 1% of their physical body's capabilities, even the highest levels of the use is only up to 7%. To unleash a 100%, meaning one had to hit the theoretical limit, expanding energy up to a 100 times. It was hard, very hard. Even the sector lords had difficulty doing it. Just like the one's brain vigor, it's just how much one's mind has been opened. Luo Feng's previous brain vigor was 22, meaning he was using just 22% of his brain. For the average human being, just reaching 1% was already not bad. To expand one's mind to 60%, brain vigor 60, 70%, brain vigor 70, was as hard as reaching the heavens. You both continue reading. But remember, you can't pass these to other people. Luo Feng emphasized. When we swore into the Yun-Mo planet sect, didn't we already take an oath? Relax. Thunder God laughed, Hong nodded too. Within the personal virtual space, a blood-red castle, within the training room. Dressed in a black robe, Babata sat on the desk, one hand holding an apple, shooting Luo Feng a glance. Hey, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God's comprehension are very high, even without the manuals, they have their own domains. Their force exertions have also reached 6 to 7 times, now with the manuals, there's going to be a huge leap in improvement in the near future, but... I know. Luo Feng held onto the book, reading it without even looking up. Damn, don't you feel any pressure? Babata's blood-red eyes were opened wide, he revealed his fangs. Pa! Luo Feng closed the book, looking at Babata, say what you want to say. Not interesting at all. Babata curled his lips, very simple, do you remember, when you first came here, what I told you? I'll give you a hint, it's in regards to the foundations. Of course I remember, you said, I need to use a total of 50 years to train to the star level. Luo Feng laughed, that's just to ensure my foundations are solid, if I really forced it in madly Rosen levels, without care about the foundations, within 3 years I would have reached the star level 1. But the price would be that I'd never be able to ever reach the universe level. Right. Babata raised his head slightly, however, the times have changed. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. From the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level 1, from the Star level 9 to the Universe level 1, from the Universe level 9 to the Domain Lord 1 and finally breaking through to the Sector Lord level. Every phase, every bottleneck, is a life-altering and evolutionary stage. It is extremely difficult. Babata smiled as he looked at Luo Feng, that's why the basics are so crucial, however, things have changed. Changed? Luo Feng suddenly understood. Right now your core is your internal world. Babata said, with the internal world's growth, your physical body's growth has no such bottleneck. I know. Luo Feng nodded, the internal world requires swallowing large amounts of metal to grow. The internal world was currently a star level 3, so, Luo Feng's bodies, the golden horned beast's body and the human body, both bodies and soul, could only reach the star level 3. Oppositely, if the internal world were to grow to the universe level 1, then Luo Feng's soul and 2 bodies will have no such bottleneck, they could grow constantly. When that time came, it boiled down to aptitude, if the golden horned beast's internal world grew, then its physical body too would grow. But Luo Feng's human body, even without the bottleneck, will constantly grow too. Even though the road was straight, it was still much faster than the Earth human's natural evolution speed. Because your core is in the internal world, as long as the internal world grows, your physical body and soul will not be bottlenecked, or stuck. That's why, you can totally do the force-feeding mad evolution way now. Babata said. With the greatest speed, greatest efficiency to increase your body's strength. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. The only thing holding his own power back was his body's limitations. From today, your evolution will not rely on your internal world's metal universe properties. Babata said, while that universe is not bad, it cannot compare to the Muya crystals. The crystals have a large life force, in aiding the evolution of life, its efficiency is extremely high. Luo Feng definitely knew. He personally witnessed a horde leader monster evolving into an emperor-level monster after eating the Muya crystal. Oh, definitely, must still be trained. Babata said, this concerns your battle techniques and control ability. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Even if his power was strong, he still needed to be able to use them. From today, for the battle strategies, we'll increase your controlling ability training by 6 times, force feeding and mad training, jumping 4 times. This way, we can roughly guarantee your battle skills can keep up with your sudden increase in power. Babata made the decision. Okay. Luo Feng too was anticipating. Force feeding to evolve? Since then, Luo Feng had been consciously training in the Yun-Mo planet's secret techniques, battle controlling abilities, also the force feeding techniques, all to make his body evolve. As for his other times, he would spar with Hong and Thunder God occasionally, improving on his battle experiences. Year 2062, Burning Summer. The vast Pacific Ocean, the ocean was sparkling under the rays of light from the sun, it was colorful and gorgeous. Rumble. 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 3 human silhouettes broke out from the ocean into the air, laughter was heard. Luo Feng, you've really stolen my limelight this time. Originally, I was prepared to simply use one slash to kill that Thunder Dragon Emperor. You? I hadn't even flown over when you controlled the soaring shuttle from afar to kill it. The 8 Tentacle Emperor and the Thunder Dragon Emperor were all stolen away by you. Well, who told you to move so slowly? Luo Feng said in jest. Damn, bragging after gaining an advantage. Come, receive my blow. Thunder God shouted. Rumble. The surroundings were filled with roaming electric snakes, and within the domain Thunder God was holding a violet-black battle saber, and wrapped around it were more electric snakes, almost like a spirit weapon. And when Thunder God's body itself moved, a blur of a shadow moved along with it, and the purplish-black blade in hand produced a clap of thunder. You think I'll be afraid of you? Luo Feng laughed. 32 knives immediately flew out. Without any regulations, they flew directly to engulf him. Shang! 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 Blade after blade clashed with the violet-black battle saber, almost as though a highly skilled commander was controlling each and every knife, knocking, slashing, parry, surround, various methods, swiftly reducing the strength of the violet-black battle saber. Luo Feng just waved his hand and the 32 knives moved, as though they were on threads, surrounding his body, before increasing in speed, engulfing Thunder God. Damn! Thunder God felt as though he was fighting 32 highly skilled opponents, facing their perfectly coordinated attacks. Thunder movement! Thunder God raged, his expression somewhat malevolent, his veins protruding. Rumble! The purplish-black blade in his hand exploded loudly and fiercely, becoming an enormous thunder saber, quickly knocking the 32 knives into disarray. The knives were knocked into all directions. We're playing for real? Luo Feng stared, his body's movement became a blur. At the same time he said softly, soaring shuttle swordfish formation. Xiao! Xiao! Xiao, dot. 2 of the 32 knives flew towards Luo Feng's soaring shuttle beneath his feet. The remaining 30 knives distanced themselves from each other. 30 knives floating in mid-air, suddenly took the shape of a swordfish, with a mouth, a fishtail. It looked totally lifelike, very strange. Chi-chi, the 32 knives simultaneously glowed with a golden light. The golden threads linked together, immediately becoming a golden swordfish. Just like a fish, it wiggled its tail, moving strangely. And its mouth was extremely sharp. Stop! Thunder God shouted. Why are we stopping? Luo Feng floated in mid-air, a golden swordfish floating beside him. After getting hit by you the last time, you think I'll let it happen again? Thunder God muttered. It's disgusting, I'm already a Star Traveler level 9 with my own domain, and I can't beat you. Big brother is stronger than me, now even the third brother is stronger than me. It's frustrating, it pisses me off. Luo Feng laughed. Using the secret manuals, Thunder God and Hong have improved by quite a bit. Thunder God was a level 9 Star Traveler fighter with a 1-layer domain. Hong was a level 8 Star Traveler fighter with a 2-layer domain. Relying on the force-feeding mad growth method, Luo Feng, over the course of half a year had his body grow from a level 3 Star Traveler to a level 5. His spirit reading side 2 naturally grew by 2 levels. Luo Feng was a level 8 Star Traveler spirit reader, his brain vigor was at 32, he could already use the technique, the soaring shuttle's swordfish formation. Using this swordfish formation, he was ahead of Thunder God incomparable to Hong. The soaring shuttle had a total of 3 formations. The first, being able to control 12 external items. The second, being able to control 30 external items. The third, the final formation, required reaching the universe level, having one's own domain and being able to control 48 external items. With Luo Feng's brain vigor at 32, through hard work and training, he finally reached the soaring shuttle's second formation and made some progress with the swordfish formation. Be it flexibility, power, etc., the second swordfish formation was much stronger than the first mountain drill. It was extremely powerful. Its training process too was much more difficult. Unlike the first formation which he succeeded after first attempting it, Luo Feng had met the requirements for the second formation much earlier but was only able to execute it a few days ago. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 17, Dragon Star. Volume 08, Chapter 17, Dragon Star. Second brother, now you know the difference? Hong joked, then hurry up and go train. Be it adding a layer to your domain, or breaking through from the Star Traveler level 9 to the Star level 1, whichever. Once accomplished, you will be able to surpass me in Luo Feng. The boundaries were separated into 4 main levels. Foundations, conception, domain, world. Above that is the undying being. Every level was detailed and tedious. The domain alone had 9 layers. Several universe level or sector lord level warriors struggled on the 9 layers of domain. Every layer required a lot more work and had more difficulty. From the Star Traveler level 9 to breakthrough to the Star level, the difficulty wasn't easier than going from level 1 to 9 itself. Not to mention the even more complicated domains. Thunder God rubbed his chin. Brother Hong, you've always suppressed me. Third brother is even more abnormal. At such a young age he's caught up from far behind. This old face of mine is almost totally worthless now. Luo Feng and Han laughed. Han's tactical communications watch suddenly vibrated. He checked it. Something came up at the dojo. Let's disperse for today. The Thunder Dragon Emperor has been killed. Let's go home. Thunder God waved and flew away immediately. Luo Feng and Han too separated, each returning to their homes. Flying above the continent of China, Luo Feng surveyed below. He saw the degraded and destroyed cities, along with the scavenging and surviving monsters, and several fighters carefully training within the city. Seeing these fighters, Luo Feng felt as though he was looking at his old self. Luo Feng, Luo Feng. Babata shouted excitedly. What's the matter, why so happy? Luo Feng's thoughts questioned. I've settled the auxiliary system. From now, the Black Dragon X-81 ship is in perfect condition. I just need one more day to install the auxiliary system in, then, you will be able to take the Black Dragon ship and travel through the universe, roam about in the vast universe and witness the countless races and clans. Babata was extremely excited. It had been too long. It had been trapped underground for too long. He longed to travel and venture in the universe again. We can travel through the universe and roam about in the universe? Luo Feng was shocked, stopping mid-flight, floating in mid-air. Right. Babata said very excitedly. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel hot blood rushing through his veins. A normal earthling would be so excited at just the thought of reaching the moon that he or she would probably lose sleep that night. Much less, Luo Feng now had the hopes of traveling and roaming about in the universe, visiting the countless human races in the universe. This feeling of excitement was something that was hard to suppress. Towards his home planet Earth, he definitely would miss it. But to occasionally visit the other planets in the universe was something that was exhilarating. Luo Feng. The moment your Earth is discovered by the scout ships or other empires, that would mean trouble. That's why, you need to quickly enter the universe. Only that way, will you be able to ensure Earth's future survival? Babata was thinking of ways to coax Luo Feng to quickly enter the universe to venture. Entering the universe, the most important thing is, you need to open an account with the Universe Network. That way you can enter the Universe Virtual Network and communicate with the countless races. Babata said. To a living AI like Babata. The lure of entering the Universe Network couldn't compare to the real feeling of venturing into the universe. As long as you can reach a planet, open an account, you can return home right after that. Babata seemed anxious as he tried to coax him. Relax. Luo Feng grinned, I'm definitely going. I'm so anxious I almost want to leave immediately, however I just thought about it, my internal world probably has about a month or so to transform. When that happens, the power of the golden horned beast would increase greatly. It's better to wait till after the transformation before leaving. 1 month? Oh, okay. Babata was somewhat helpless, but he still agreed. Universe? Luo Feng stood high in the sky above the wilderness, gazing over the vast territory. His mind, however, had long ventured into the mysterious and vast space. Within the space in the universe, the Milky Way's renowned Void District. So, maintaining a shocking speed, flying through the Milky Way, a disc-shaped ship was constantly heading towards Earth and closing in. Within the ship, wearing a silver-gray battle uniform, a middle-aged handsome man stood at the control board. At his side, a fit, tall and sturdy man, with some black facial hair, almost like a black gorilla with a height of about 2.2 m stood worried. Captain, right now the captain's family and fleet have already reached the Void District. When the time comes, won't there be a struggle within the family for the gains? Leaving only a small reward for the captain? Oomph. The handsome middle-aged man snorted, even though my relationship with my grandfather is rather rigid, he isn't that kind of person. But this is a life planet. The black gorilla man said, without seeing this planet, we cannot determine its worth. But it is after all a planet that an invincible fighter used to own, its worth is definitely more than a normal life planet. In front of such big rewards, even the closest blood brothers would begin killing each other. Captain, you need to be careful. The handsome middle-aged man looked at the black gorilla man, turning around to survey his other crew, revealing a smile. Attention all, no matter what, the rewards our squad will gain won't be small. After all, you are all buddies who've been through life and death with me. But the crew all smiled. The moment we reach the life planet, we'll immediately begin sampling, gathering data. Just doing this would probably take a few days. The middle-aged man said, when that time comes, I can immediately enter the Universe Virtual Network and look for a buyer. The family definitely won't be faster than me. Everything is within our hands. The middle-aged man smiled, the more benefits the family gives me, the more I will return the favor. My dear brothers, our earnings will definitely not be small. Immediately, there was cheering and laughter. Atuka, how much further do we have before we arrive at the life planet? The handsome middle-aged man asked. A child's image appeared on the screen, his clear voice sounded, Captain, 91 days before we arrive at. Very good. The handsome middle-aged man smiled. A silver-gray scout ship was heading towards Earth. The end of September, China country, Jiangnan headquarters city, in the air 8,000 m up, a black huge ship floated. The ship, mid-level in the study room. Luo Feng stood quietly in the room, a wave of his hand, a small pile of dark red metal appeared on the floor surface. This was exactly 92 tons of black iron spirit metal. 92 tons. After daily swallowing 92 tons of black iron spirit, the black iron spirits he had obtained in the winter the year before were almost gone. Luo Feng felt stressed. His internal world was just like a bottomless pit. While he didn't eat much every day, but he still required daily swallowing, the millions of tons of black iron spirits were almost gone. A year hadn't gone by and it was almost all gone. Today is the day of the transformation. Luo Feng extended his right hand, the space around warped, engulfing 92 tons of black iron spirit. Shwa! The black iron spirit vanished. In the internal world, the surroundings were filled with gold fog. Even in the air, gold fog was all over. In mid-air, a fierce silhouette stopped suddenly. It was an enormous black-scaled golden-horned beast. The beast looked at the pile of black iron spirit metal that appeared in the internal world. Its huge dark golden pupils had a hint of glee. Hoo-hoo! The pile of black iron spirit seemed like it vaporized into a thick golden fog, its mass shrinking gradually. The surrounding golden fog got thicker and thicker. In about 5 minutes or so, the 92 tons of black iron spirit had completely vanished. Rumble! The internal world had massive tremors. The golden fog which had engulfed both land and air covered everything, shrouding the entire internal world. A large amount of the fog swiftly solidified, becoming another part of the land, making the land grow bigger and bigger. An indefinite amount of time passed. Everything stopped. The golden fog which had covered everything flowed in the wind, floating to outside the internal world, floating to high up in the air above the land. All that was left some of the golden fog which entered the golden horned beast's body. The golden horned beast's body was crackling and growing gradually, until it finally stopped. Its body had reached a total of 420 m. The area of the internal world had reached 40 kilometers. Its height was 40 kilometers, only 40 kilometers and above was their golden fog. The Black Dragon ship, within the study. The golden horned beast has reached the star level 4. Luo Feng opened his eyes. They had a hint of glee. Using the black iron spirits may have been a great expense, but the speed was much faster. But during the growth of his internal world, the first 3 levels are the fastest. The middle 3 levels have a greater difficulty and the last 3 levels are the hardest. Finally, the breakthrough from level 9, and entering the new level altogether, the amount of time needed, is the combination of all the levels before. From star level 1 to 3, normal evolution, 1 year is enough. Level 3 to 6, normal evolution, requires 6 years, every level requires about 2 years. Level 6 to 9, requires 36 years, every level requires about 12 years. And from the star level 9 to the universe level 1, required more than 50 years. It was obvious, the final step was the hardest of all. And this is the golden horned beast. If it was other races, the difficulty was hard to imagine. Night time. Luo Feng sat in the living room, watching television, accompanying his wife and sons. Luo Feng, why aren't you training today? Have you come to accompany me and watch television? Su Xian was hugging the smaller son on her lap, smiling. I'm keeping you company. Tomorrow I'll be getting ready to leave and deal with some business. I'll probably be gone a while this time. Luo Feng said. Deal with business, how long? Su Xian couldn't help but ask. Probably about a month. Luo Feng said. That long? Su Xian was shocked. Right now on Earth, what matter could take up so much of Luo Feng's time? Luo Feng clearly remembered what Babata had said to him before. His destination this time was 320,000 light-years away from Earth. It was a bustling strong planet, the Dragon Star. It was a superplanet that was hundreds and thousands of times more bustling than the Silver Blue Empire. It was a place for warriors to gather. It was also a place within the universe where the upper echelons of people with status liked to visit. That kind of place had a lesser number brutal and uncivilized incidents, a much safer place. Of course, the prerequisite was money and status. Otherwise, one didn't even have the right to even enter. Dragon Star. Luo Feng pondered. Luo Feng, leaving for a month, where are you going? Su Xian couldn't help but ask. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 18, Arrival on Dragonstar. Volume 08, Chapter 18, Arrival on Dragonstar. His sudden departure caused his wife and parents to question him, which gave Luo Feng quite the headache. Since he didn't want his family to worry about him, he told them he was going to a secret place to train. Dawn of the second day. Luo Feng and his family members were eating breakfast. After finishing this meal, Luo Feng had to leave Earth, leave the Milky Way, and head towards a planet far away from the Milky Way, Dragon Star. Bro! Luo Hua walked in from outside. I heard you're leaving for a month? And you didn't even tell me. If it wasn't for Mom and Dad, I wouldn't even know. I was going to tell you before I left, said Luo Feng as he drank his porridge. Nothing he could do. Luo Feng wasn't even planning on directly contacting his brother and his two other brothers Hong and Thunder God, since it would be quite a pain to explain. With Luo Feng's current speed, it wouldn't even take a day to go around the entire world. So what is he doing for an entire month? If he says he's training, he could trick his family, but he can't trick Hong and Thunder God. Xiaohai, Ping Ping. Luo Feng held his two children. Daddy, kissed the elder son. Luo Ping stretched his little face over and kissed Luo Feng. Xiaohai on the side also stretched his face out and kissed. However, his wife Su Xian, his parents, and his brother were filled with worry. Don't worry, as of now, no location on this planet can threaten me. It's just that my training this time is really important, so I can't let anyone distract me. It is also very strict on the type of environment I am in, so I must go out. Luo Feng comforted his family. Xian, when I'm not here, take care of Mom and Dad. If Hong or Thunder God call, just tell them I'm training and cannot be disturbed. Okay, Su Xian nodded. Then I'm off. Luo Feng set his two children on the floor and smiled as he headed out. The whole family, including his two children, walked into the lawn. Bye-bye, Daddy. The two kids yelled crisply. Bye. Luo Feng smiled as he waved his hand and slowly hovered into the air. The family members watched Luo Feng continuously ascend until he disappeared from their field of view. In the sky, a gigantic black disc-shaped plane appeared. The hatch opened and Luo Feng swiftly flew inside, and then the hatch closed. After that, it quickly shot towards outer space. Inside the Black Dragon spaceship control room, Luo Feng, who was in a blood-red battle uniform set, stood in front of the control display. Demon Babata's little face appeared on the display. Babata revealed his little fangs with pride as he grinned. Luo Feng, the spaceship has left Earth. Scenic view, 100% simulation, said Luo Feng. Whoosh! The entire control room disappeared. Thankfully, he was standing on the floor and could still feel the floor's existence. His naked eye couldn't see the floor. Around him was the vast, infinite space. He turned and looked behind him where the huge blue planet was Earth. Babata, leaving Earth for the first time and heading towards another planet with life, I feel like. I can't calm down. Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. Just like when you were taking your high school exams, this is called being nervous. On the display, Babata was chewing on an apple as he snickered. Not weird at all, since you're just like a kid from the countryside about to enter an urban city for the first time. Of course you'll be nervous when going to a powerful, developed planet like Dragon Star from Earth. Luo Feng slightly nodded. However, the important part was, a place like Dragon Star, according to what Babata said, was over 100 times more prosperous than the capital of the low-level civilized nation Silver Blue Empire. Luo Feng hasn't even been to the Silver Blue Empire before, so how could he not be nervous by going to Dragon Star all of a sudden? Thankfully, as a spirit reader, his will was extremely powerful and was able to quickly adjust his emotions. Babata, the spaceship hasn't reached the speed of light yet? Luo Feng couldn't help but to ask. If this was the Yunemo planet ship, then of course we would accelerate to light speed quickly. However, this is just a C5 grade spaceship after all. On the display, Babata shook his head in disdain, and then snickered, but of course, a C5 spaceship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire counts as a high-quality spaceship. Some universe-level fighters can only pilot spaceships like these. The Black Dragon spaceship has decent acceleration. If it was a common spaceship from some Starfleet, then the acceleration would be horrendously slow. And some low-quality trashy ships accelerate too sharply so that the passengers even have to enter the safety room. Otherwise, the passengers would lose their lives, said Babata. Luo Feng suddenly realized. Exactly, acceleration. Accelerating to light speed. Even if the acceleration is 500 kilometers per second, that's still 50,000 the force of Earth's gravity. But he doesn't feel anything at all in the spaceship. This is the good part about high-quality spaceships. The spaceship has an automatically adjusting gravity field system where it can maintain the gravity inside the ship at a certain level. The gravity inside the spaceship right now is 1x Earth's gravity, said Babata. Yeah. Luo Feng came to be. He was walking inside the spaceship just like how he walked on Earth. There was no difference in the gravity. If Babata didn't say anything, he wouldn't have realized it. Now that Babata said it, Luo Feng just realized. In space, the spaceship was maintaining a gravity level equal to Earth's, which was quite important. I've been on Earth for too long, so I've gotten used to this level of gravity. I didn't even realize it, smiled Luo Feng. Still 12 more seconds until we reach the speed of light, yelled Babata. 10. 9. On the display, Babata's little face was extremely serious as he counted down. 8. 7. Luo Feng looked outside. His naked eye could no longer discern the planets in space. The surrounding space was all blurry, and slowly started to become black. How peculiar, Luo Feng held his breath. 3. 2. 1. Yelled Babata. A black spaceship that was already becoming blurry in the vast universe. Suddenly, space itself slightly rippled. The ship disappeared. It's not that it disappeared to the naked eye because it reached the speed of light, but it actually disappeared from the universe. Boom! Luo Feng felt the spaceship shake a bit. It shook for about 10 seconds. The surroundings were completely dark. Slowly, the ship stabilized. Successfully passed through the universe and entered dark space, yelled Babata on the display, turning off scenic simulation. Dark space? Luo Feng was quite curious. Babata, what does dark space look like? We can't capture the view around us because the ship is flying at the speed of light, said Babata. We have to slow down to capture the images. However, decelerating and accelerating uses up a lot of energy. Luo Feng, I'll directly simulate a few scenes from dark space for you. A display appeared in front of Luo Feng's eyes. A brilliant scene appeared on the display. This was a vast area with many bright spots emitting light like fireflies. This was a sea of bright spots. Other than the beautiful spots of light, there was nothing else in this vast space. Oh. There were also spaceships. The coordinates in dark space match the ones in the origin space we live in. However, if you travel for a distance of like 30 light seconds in dark space and then pass through back into origin space, you'll discover that you've moved forward by a distance of 30 light seconds times 10.081 million, said Babata. The ratio between dark space and origin space is 10.081 million. Luo Feng was shocked. If you fly at the speed of light in dark space for just a year, that'll simply be 1 light year. However, if you pass through space and return to origin space, you'll have covered a distance of 10.081 million light years. In origin space, matter cannot pass the speed of light. Once it reaches the speed of light, it'll pass through space and arrive in dark space. In dark space, you can go past the speed of light, said Babata. Right now, the spaceship is slowly accelerating. The maximum speed of this black dragon ship is 1.5x the speed of light, but keeping our energy reserves in mind, 1.2x the speed of light is just right, said Babata. I estimate that it'll take almost 10 days to arrive at Dragon Star. Luo Feng, you can use this time to rest well or to train. The days of flying through dark space were quite boring. 9 days later. Luo Feng, 20 more minutes and we'll pass through space and arrive at Dragonstar, said Babata. Oh yeah, Babata, if you need to reach the speed of light to go from origin space to dark space, how do you return? How do you pass through space from dark space to origin space? Luo Feng was quite curious. This vast universe was too mysterious. How could people on Earth ever guess what would happen after reaching the speed of light? As for the theory where time would reverse after reaching the speed of light, Luo Feng never agreed with that. If people on Earth see a planet that is 1 million light-years away from Earth, then they are seeing the planet in its state from 1 million years ago. According to some people, surpassing the speed of light as you fly towards this planet means you'll be able to see the planet go back in time and see the planet how it was before. But from Luo Feng's point of view, bullshit. The planet going back in time is simply what our naked eye perceives. In reality, that planet is still becoming older and older. Easy, just decelerate until you stop. Then, you'll pass through space and return to origin space, said Babata. In dark space, motionless objects do not exist. Oh? Luo Feng was quite shocked. The spaceship slowly decelerated, from 1.2x the speed of light until it became motionless. Luo Feng felt the floor beneath his feet shake a bit. The shaking lasted for around 10 seconds until everything calmed down. Successfully passed through the universe and returned to origin space, said Babata. Scenic simulation, 100%, said Luo Feng. Whoosh! Luo Feng immediately saw the vast space. The most unique thing was, he saw a planet far away that seemed to be shining. This planet seemed to have 2 natural satellites. That planet is Dragonstar, said Babata. Luo Feng, after we enter Dragonstar, act according to our plan. Babata, you said we need money to enter the planet, but I don't have any, said Luo Feng. No matter how rich he is on Earth, how could the Silver Blue Empire and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire accept the currency used on Earth? Over here, they're just useless paper drawings. You don't, but I do, yelled Babata. However, there's no point in giving you Master's credit card, since it's bound by a spiritual mark. However, Master did leave some coins behind, the coins that the Master brings with him at all times. Sometimes, some physical currency is a bit useful. Coins? Luo Feng froze. Yeah, I looked through the entire storage space and found 932 Ganwu coins, said Babata. 932 coins? Luo Feng blinked twice. So poor. These are Ganwu coins, not Black Dragon coins, and definitely not the cheap silver blue coins, yelled Babata. It's enough for your stay on Dragonstar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 19, My name is Gao Shang. Chapter 19, My name is Gao Shang. In managed areas, Ganwu currency can be changed to Black Dragon currency, and the Black Dragon currency can be changed to Silver Blue currency. Babata explained. However, conversely, the Silver Blue currency, through the government, cannot be changed to Black Dragon currency. The Black Dragon currency too cannot be changed for Ganwu currency. Luo Feng nodded. He understood this logic. If Earth joined the universe's big family, with goods coming in from the universe, some of the upper echelons would definitely be interested in buying them. However, using American dollars, Chinese dollars to exchange for universe goods? Would the universe countries be willing? Of course, the reverse exchange is possible in the black market. Babata said. In conversation. The Black Dragon ship had begun to gain speed, heading towards the distant Dragonstar. Luo Feng stood within the Black Dragon ship's control room. Before him was the external image simulator. He clearly saw that the ship was nearing Dragonstar. They were almost within the atmosphere. The planet's atmosphere was really unique. It was easily visible with the naked eye. The various colors of gases were flowing about, causing the entire planet to look extremely gorgeous from outside. We've received the tractor signal. Babata said, Luo Feng, the ship will follow the tractor signal to the planet's docking bay. Luo Feng nodded. He's also heard from Babata before, reaching a planet, one definitely couldn't fly his ship around randomly. They had to enter the docking bays. Of course, if one was as powerful as the master of Yunmo planet, she could force his way in. For high-level planets like Dragonstar, only domain lords and above could ignore the tractor signals and fly directly in. Of course, sector lords normally still respected Dragonstar's rules. After all, the owner of this planet was a sector lord himself. The Black Dragon ship broke through into the atmosphere. Through the external image simulator, Luo Feng could see a large silver city below him. There was an extremely huge docking bay, and within it he could see blurry images of large numbers of ships docked there. There were big and small ships. The small ones were tens of meters long, even to the point of just 10 meters. The larger ships, normally interstellar transport ships or such, were above tens of thousands of meters. We've received the signal, we are going to the C-grade region. Babata reported from the control board screen. The A-grade region houses mostly normal ships, battleships, etc. The B-grade region houses B-grade ships, battleships. The C-grade region houses the C-grade ships and battleships. Above that is the D-grade region. Babata introduced the large docking bay. It was segregated into several large regions. In the C-grade region, every ship and battleship was incomparably valuable. The Black Dragon ship slowly descended, finally landing. The cabin door opened. This planet's gravity pull is about 3 times that of Earth's. Luo Feng flew out from the cabin door, immediately feeling the difference in the gravity. Luo Feng turned to look. A man dressed in a gray uniform, height about 2.8 m, 2 horns on his head, green skin, flew over, landing in front of Luo Feng. He was humble and respectful, with a smile on his face. Using fluent universe language he spoke, "Respectable sir, welcome to Dragonstar, your Black Dragon X-81 ship. Annual docking fee here is priced at $600 Black Dragon dollars. Less than a year, we'll still collect $600 Black Dragon dollars. This is your docking card." Following that, with both hands, he handed over a silver translucent card to Luo Feng. On it a C logo was imprinted. Luo Feng, remember what I told you before? Babata had carefully explained in detail about the things one would meet and experience in Dragonstar and how one should react. Understood. Luo Feng smiled. With a flip of his hand, 1 coin appeared, and he tossed it over. Ganwu currency. The green-skinned man's eyes lit up. At the Black Dragon Empire government remittance, 1 Ganwu dollar could exchange for 1,000 Black Dragon dollars. However, 1,000 Black Dragon dollars was unable to exchange backwards for Ganwu dollars. If one went through the black market, it was possible. However, normally, it required over 1,000, close to 2,000 Black Dragon dollars to exchange for 1 Ganwu dollar. And ordinary citizens didn't even know where the black market was. Ganwu dollars, that was mark of status. Riding AX-81, such a luxury good, owning Ganwu dollars, his status and background must be huge. The green-skinned man was extremely envious. He, a Star Traveler level 9 fighter. On Dragonstar, even the most ordinary citizens, if they were able to break through to the star level, their status would immediately be raised. However, even a star-level warrior, meeting someone who rode a C5 grade pure metal luxury ship, shelling out Ganwu dollars, would feel dejected. No questions asked. This must be someone from a big family, or has a large background and status. No need for change. Luo Feng said casually. Thank you, sir. The green-skinned man was extremely respectful. This sort of large family descendant could easily command up to tens of thousands of Star Traveler level 9 warriors under him. At this time, a ship completely dyed in black and white with an odd design descended onto the land less than 100 m away from Luo Feng. Similarly, another worker in gray uniform flew over. The cabin door had begun opening from when it was descending. A fat and stout, black-haired youth flew out, his face had 2 purple stripes, and his eyes were squinted, making his overall appearance adorable. His height was similar to Luo Feng's. Wah! The fat youth flew out. Behind him immediately were 4 gorilla-sized strong-looking men. Of the 4 behind, 3 star level 3, 1 star level 8. The fat youth is a star traveler level 3. Babata immediately informed Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked. The fat youth actually had 4 star level bodyguards. It was extremely vexing. Coming to this place, that was even more bustling and powerful than the Silver Blue Empire's galaxy, Luo Feng had finally witnessed a real member of a big family. Damn. The fat youth flew over to Luo Feng's black dragon ship, touching its body, eyes lit, screaming out, "Man, this is an old model from more than 1,000,000 years ago, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81. Those with this ship have all already died. And it's even made from black yttrium, such a luxurious metal. I actually got to see such a ship today. Hi, brother." The fat youth struggled and rushed over to Luo Feng, a face full of smiles. "Your X-81 ship, when you don't want it anymore, how about passing it to me? 10 more years and I'll be able to afford it." "Oh, let me first introduce myself. My name is Gao Shangwei. Just call me Gao Shang." A fluent universe language came out. "Gao Shang, this black dragon ship, I had to make various changes and repairs to get it fully up and running again. I can't bear to sell it now." Luo Feng followed Babata's earlier warnings and said casually. "Oh, an old model from more than 1,000,000 years ago. After more than 1,000,000 years, much of it would have degraded. Repairing it must have been no easier than actually buying a new one. Brother is indeed of the same level as I." Gao Sheng complimented. "This kind of pure metal luxurious goods, riding it out, that's what I call class." Luo Feng smiled. Truth be told, the Black Dragon ship was at the seabed of Earth within that mothership wreckage and had not been used for over 1,000,000 years, hence its degradation was light. "Brother, you still haven't introduced yourself." The fat youth laughed happily. "My name is Luo Feng." Luo Feng smiled. "Brother Luo Feng, you are on your own? No bodyguards?" "From here to Dragon City, there's still a few thousand kilometers of distance. And on Dragon Star, one is only protected within the city. There's no protection outside the city. On the way over, there might even be robbers," the fat youth said. Luo Feng smiled. Schwa. Beside him, 2 liquid silver guards wearing black clothing appeared. "Damn, liquid silver guards?" Gao Shang nodded his head profusely. 2 liquid silver guards, one for protection, another to wrap around the enemy. After they have enlarged themselves, they can easily surround and trap up to 100 enemies easily. Even if the enemies break free, the other liquid silver guard can come and grab onto them. 2 liquid silver guards taking turns, extremely safe. Luo Feng laughed. Back then, the liquid silver guards successfully wrapped themselves around the enormous golden horned beast. As for human races, they would indeed trap up to 100 in the blink of an eye. "If brother Luo Feng doesn't mind, we can go together. With my 4 bodyguards, no one would dare come stir up trouble." Gao Shen laughed happily. "Take his offer, going with him would mean less trouble," Babata said. "Let's go together." Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. So. Luo Feng and Gao Shang floated up, the 4 bodyguards followed behind. While rising, the 4 bodyguards' armors simultaneously appeared on their bodies. The cloud contact armor also appeared on Luo Feng's body. The group of 6 flew in the sky. "Luo Feng, how much did you spend on buying that black dragon ship?" Gao Shang couldn't help but ask. Obviously, as a ship hobbyist, he was obsessed on that ship. "Babata?" Luo Feng shouted within his thoughts. He had no clue how much he should reply. "Tell him, 9 billion black dragon dollars, the repairs and changes cost 2 billion black dragon dollars. Babata said. "That much?" Luo Feng was shocked within. At the government remittance, one black dragon dollar could change for 1,000 silver blue dollars, meaning this ship was priced at 9 trillion silver blue dollars. It's not much at all. This is pure black yttrium. The whole ship's weight is about 2 million tons. Every ton of black yttrium is priced at 3,000 black dragon dollars, about 3 million silver blue dollars. Just the black yttrium metal alone would have cost 6 trillion silver blue dollars. Babata said, Luo Feng, don't use your standards from Earth to view the universe. A ton of black yttrium metal is worth 3,000 black dragon dollars. A ton of B-grade black iron spirit is only worth 9 black dragon dollars. A grade black iron was even more valuable. Luo Feng realized. It was indeed not expensive. A ton of black iron spirit was only $9. 1 ton of the black yttrium metal was worth $3,000. It was not expensive. This is pure metal. If it was alloys, then it'd be cheaper. After all, alloys were sturdier, their efficiency was higher. The same C5 grade ship, using alloys, would only be 10% of the price, maybe even lesser. So, using pure metals to build a ship was classified as a luxurious thing to do. Just like on Earth, you people use gold to build cars and stuff. Luo Feng secretly sighed. No wonder Gao Shang was so shocked. The pure metal was indeed luxurious. One had to be extremely wealthy, not to be messed with. This black dragon ship, back then I spent 9 billion black dragon dollars to buy. The repairs and upgrades took about 2 billion. Luo Feng said. Woo! Gao Shang nodded. Brother, you've earned a little. This kind of old models are extremely hard to get nowadays. In another 10 years, my dad promised to move an entire planet under my name. The planet has 11 billion people, a rough estimate. If every person can earn me 100 KLR dollars a year, which is 0.06 black dragon dollars, then a year's worth of income would be more than 600 million black dragon dollars. $20 billion from a single planet isn't hard to get. Luo Feng smiled, but he was shocked in his heart. My God? A whole planet shifted to under his name? 11 billion people to earn money for him? Luo Feng finally understood the difference between the extremely wealthy people of Earth compared to the extremely wealthy of the universe. Wealth of Earth equated to maybe a few houses and land. The extremely wealthy on Earth talked about buying entire planets. Extremely wealthy. At the same time, Luo Feng understood. The owner of the black dragon ship that was under the sea on Earth was a man of prominence and background. He had no choice when he was swiped down by the master of the Yun-Mo planet, destroying the entire interstellar fleet and killing everyone. Within an area of 1,000 light-years, the star field around Earth was all owned by the master. Even one of such stature as the dead owner of the ship obviously couldn't and wouldn't dare deal with an undying being. That's why he died in silence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 20, Citizens of the Empire. Volume 08, Chapter 20, Citizens of the Empire. It's so beautiful. Luo Feng looked up at the sky. Up above, it seemed as though there was a purple gauze covering the sky. And in the distance, it had become blue. The color of Dragon Star's sky is indeed special. Gao Shang laughed as he complimented. Some of the regions have blue skies, others are purple, or green, or red, etc., and they frequently change too. Especially when the sun shines through that layer of gases and onto the ocean. That's extremely beautiful. Dragon Star, because of its beauty, has enticed many powerful warriors to live here. Gradually, it became increasingly bustling. Gao Shang praised. Among this group of people, the slowest flyer was Gao Shang. However, Gao Shang was riding on a sleek bizarre-looking board. His speed could also reach up to 2,000 m per second. During their conversation, they had easily flown over hundreds of kilometers. Wow! Luo Feng's eyes lit up, looking at the distant city. This was a beautifully built city, similar to one of Earth's. Brother Luo Feng, you seem to envy that place? Ha, that is a living quarters that's considered extravagant even on Dragonstar. It is a castle with an area of 9.8 kilometers. To be able to afford such a place to live, one must be of extreme wealth and status. Gao Sheng's eyes were lit. Damn, I don't know when I'd be able to afford this. Castle? Luo Feng was stunned within. Luo Feng, that's real estate, extravagant real estate. They are similar to Earth's villas. Babata said, the universe is vast, there are countless planets, hence the upper echelons of people in the universe are used to living in extremely huge places. Just like your teacher, an entire planet was what he used to live in. For a bustling city such as Dragonstar, the land is more expensive. That's why an area of 9.8 kilometers for a castle is considered pretty extravagant already. If it were a normal planet, it wouldn't even be considered much. Luo Feng couldn't help but silently curse. This isn't even on the same level anymore. Just a living space, and it's a castle with an area of 9.8 kilometers. While Luo Feng was flying, he spotted another castle in the distance, and another after. With the beautiful weather and the scenic views of Dragonstar, having one's own castle was indeed luxurious. After flying for another 10 minutes, Luo Feng surveyed below. He spotted a more densely built district, with little castles filling up the place. This is Dragonstar's cheapest living quarters district. These have an area of 1 kilometer. If it were our Kalar Empire, even on the main planet, a place like this would go for $1 billion black dragon dollars, and that's pretty impressive. Gao Sheng cursed under his breath, but here on Dragonstar, this cheapest little place, is also worth more than $1 billion black dragon dollars. Luo Feng blinked hard. Over $1 billion black dragon dollars? Luo Feng, do you own any property here? Gao Sheng asked. No, I'm still too young. Luo Feng said. Right, me too. Gao Sheng nodded. My father has been strictly controlling my allowance, even only giving me my own planet only after 10 years, after my coming-of-age ceremony. Gao Sheng seemed dissatisfied. Otherwise I too will be able to buy such a place here on Dragonstar, relaxing and enjoying my stay here. Then, I'll be a resident of Dragonstar. On Dragonstar, that would be living it. Luo Feng nodded. Before arriving here, Babata had told him. The moment one becomes a citizen of Dragonstar, one would get special privileges. However, according to the price of the property here, to be able to just buy the small piece of land or even the more expensive castles, only the royalty of the higher level countries in the universe or some heirs from the big families could afford it. The most basic would be those who owned their own planets, the leaders of these groups. Even if one owned one planet, they may or may not be able to buy a piece of property here. After flying for half an hour, Luo Feng finally spotted an enormous city. The entire city walls were black as ink. They seemed to extend forever out of sight. One glance wasn't enough to their ends. And above the walls, there was a transparent glass sort of decoration. Exquisite and beautiful glass dragons occupied the top. When Luo Feng drew closer, he realized even on the black as ink walls, there were complex engravings. They were carvings of single-horned dragons. What a big city! Luo Feng and Gao Sheng descended, raising their heads to look at the huge wall, hearts racing. Just the black wall's height alone was 120 m, including the huge glass dragon statues above the wall. That alone was a few 100 meters. Also, the entire city stretched far beyond what one could see. This kind of vastness, ancient flavor, shook one to the core. Dragon City has an area of 6,000 kilometers. This city's history is already more than 3 million years old. Gao Sheng commented. It's exactly what Babata told me. Luo Feng realized. Even though Babata had been on Earth for 50,000 years, but, even after all that time, the changes in the universe were very, very small. Be it science, empires, groups, etc., nothing major had changed. Obviously, to existences like empires that have been around for hundreds and millions of years, 50,000 years was no big difference. The enormous city doors were close to 1 kilometer wide. People were weaving in and out. Luo Feng, Gao Shang, and the others stepped into through the doors. We've received the signal, Luo Feng, in the Dragon City. Your communication number is 1928-734-2325. Babata said. The communication number was similar to that of a phone number. No matter how advanced one's communication system was, they couldn't communicate past that of a few light years of distance. Hence, several civilized planets naturally gave every visitor with AI aids and communication numbers. On this planet, one could then use these numbers and devices to communicate. And when on different planets, the only way to communicate was entering the virtual universe network and chatting within there. Luo Feng, what's your communication number? Gao Shang looked towards Luo Feng. Mine is 1928-734-2463. Mine is 1928-734-2325. Luo Feng answered. All right. Gao Shang laughed. The first thing I need to do in this city is to visit a few elders. Let's separate here. When night comes, I'll inform you then. I'll act as a host and we can eat dinner together. Gao Shang was influenced by his father's upbringing. He enjoyed making new friends and treating them well. A new friend meant new possibilities. From his point of view, Luo Feng seemed like one of status and background. All right, then let's separate here. Luo Feng smiled. After Gao Shang and his bodyguards had left, Luo Feng began to walk about in the extremely huge city, basking in its magnificence. The surrounding constructs had their own unique styles. Several constructs were so beautiful they made people's hearts race. It's too interesting. 3 eyes, oh, this person's mouth and teeth are too interesting. Luo Feng was walking along the district, the many people traveling back and forth. At the same time, about 100 meters above in the air, there was a large number of people flying and rushing. Saying people, but each and every one of their appearances were strange. Within a short 5 minutes, Luo Feng had witnessed among the people the tallest going close to 10 m, and the shortest close to that of an infant from Earth. Their skin colors were also strange. Even to the point where there were some with their heads long and weird looking. However, most of them still had 2 eyes, a nose and mouth. Only their faces, be it more facial hair or had strange stripes etc. That man is oddly similar to the ancient stories of Buddha. His entire body is gold, his hair is even more interesting. Luo Feng felt like a grandmother entering a scenic garden. He couldn't get enough of the sights. Star Traveler Level 6, Star Traveler Level 9, Star Level 3, Star Traveler Level 1, Star Level 5, Luo Feng, relying on Babata, realized many of these people had power. On the streets of Dragon Star, blurred images of endless people moving. Almost everyone was at least a Star Traveler. There were even many star levels. Randomly picking any and throwing him onto Earth, he or she would be in existence surpassing the War God level. Just looking around, one could easily spot warriors stronger than Earth's strongest, Hong and Thunder God. Luo Feng, I've already dialed through to the planet's support service and asked. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire administrative office here is about 200 or more kilometers away from where we are now. Babata said, according to our plan, the first thing we should do here is join the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, acquiring the citizenship. Let's go. Luo Feng immediately floated up to about 100 m away from the ground. The flying people were all flying at this height. Star level 7, 8, 9. I've seen a bunch. How come I haven't seen one universe level? Luo Feng asked. Star levels are already considered people with status. On smaller planets, they are hardly seen. However, on Dragonstar, this sort of bustling planet, the star levels are more commonly spotted. As for the universe levels, out of the entire Silver Blue Empire there are only so few. There's definitely a few here on this planet, however spotting them would require quite a bit of luck. During the conversation, Luo Feng spotted an enormous black dragon engraving construct occupying a large mountain. This was the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's station of affairs on Dragonstar. At the entrance of the huge building, there were two bronze-skinned strong sturdy guards with heights up to 6 m. Oh! Liquid silver guards! They're really liquid silver guards. The two huge guards immediately stood at attention, wide smiles on their faces, as Luo Feng walked to the entrance. They even enthusiastically opened the door for him. "Sir, please enter." Babata's words were indeed true. In the universe, power, status and position are very important. Luo Feng smiled as he walked into the large hall. Behind him were the two liquid silver guards dressed in black uniforms. He glanced at the layout of the hall and its several levels, before quickly finding the level that he needed to head to. Level 32? Luo Feng immediately stepped into the round sofa beside. Sitting down, the liquid silver guard stood by his side. At that time, Luo Feng said, 32. D. The tray below the round sofa began to emit a white light. So, it immediately rushed upwards, without a trace of swaying. It came to a stop. It had already reached the 32nd level. "Sir, how do you do?" A lady with rabbit ears, beautiful like the spirits and stories, gently bowed and smiled. "How can I help you today?" "I would like to apply to become a Black Dragon Mountain Empire national." Luo Feng smiled. Having a citizenship was necessary for doing many things in the universe. Luckily he had Babata's directions. Luo Feng could very easily and smoothly accomplish many things. If it were Hong or Thunder God, blindly entering into another planet, he was afraid they wouldn't know anything at all. Nationality? The lady seemed shocked. At this age, who didn't have a nationality? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 21, The 5 Great Leviathans. Chapter 21, The 5 Great Leviathans. "Sir, please head towards your left, the second innermost room," said the receptionist lady. "Thanks." Luo Feng smiled as he turned to walk with the two liquid silver guards following behind him. The eyes of the lady lit up. She thought, he actually said thanks to a receptionist such as myself. Wow, now this is really the upbringing of a big family with proper manners. Even though he has two liquid silver guards, he isn't prideful at all. Luo Feng surveyed the room door. On it were some words. "Knock, knock, knock." Luo Feng knocked on the door. "Please enter." From within, a strong voice resounded. Luo Feng pushed open the door and entered. It was a spacious room within. There were two workers, black-skinned and very thin, their pupils blood-red. One of the two casually lifted his head to take a glance. However, after spotting the two liquid silver guards behind Luo Feng, an enthusiastic smile immediately appeared on his face. "Sir, what can we do to help you?" "I would like to join the Black Dragon Mountain Empire." Luo Feng smiled. The low-leveled civilizations of the universe had the weakest nationality. And the middle-leveled civilizations like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire weren't too bad. At least when he was still weak, Luo Feng had no intentions of leaving the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's starfield boundaries. Once he becomes a universe-level fighter or even greater, it doesn't really matter what his nationality is. "Oh, what nationality did you have before? Is there any reason for dropping the previous one?" One of the black man with red eyes smiled. "I didn't have any," Luo Feng said. "No nationality?" The back man with red pupils seemed slightly shocked, carefully examining Luo Feng with both eyes, looking once again at the two liquid silver guards behind him. Ordinary folk from any planet are unable to acquire a citizenship until they reach the Star Traveler level. To acquire one, the conditions are, one has to reach the Star Traveler level. This was also the reason why during the calamity on Earth, Luo Feng said that even if they left Earth, his wife and children would have to live on the ship for decades, since they had to reach the Star Traveler level to be able to enter other planets. Without a citizenship, the Empire won't protect you when you enter certain planets. For normal people who reach the Star Traveler level, the first thing they do is register for a nationality. However, The man before them has 2 liquid silver guards as bodyguards. Could someone like this be a normal person? He's probably an elite trained by some big organization and just entered the universe. The black man with the red pupils thought. Sir, please stand here and stay still. The black man smiled. All right. Luo Feng was very clear on what they were doing. The black man with red pupils pushed a button on a machine in his hand. Beep, a dreamy light shone on Luo Feng. DD. The machine made several noises. The black man with red pupils lowered his head to look at the screen. On it were universe language words. No prior information. Since you've never actually joined any other nation, we can bypass many steps and directly begin. The black man with the red pupils smiled. Sir, you just need to pay the administrative fees of 50 black dragon dollars, and everything will be settled. On Dragonstar, a lot of places use black dragon dollars, huh? Luo Feng flipped his hand and tossed out 1 Ganwu dollar. Help me convert it. Ganwu dollar. The black man with red pupils was secretly delighted, swiftly retrieving from his pocket thin delicate special currency notes. A small stack of notes passed on to Luo Feng. Sir, this is 950 black dragon dollars. At the same time, he placed the Ganwu dollar into his pocket, retrieving from the same pocket 50 black dragon dollars and placing them into the deposit section of machine beside, allowing it to swallow the money in. Ah, big brother, you are treating tonight. Beside him, the other black man with slightly bigger eyes shouted out. No problem. The black man with red pupils was extremely happy, smiling enthusiastically at Luo Feng. Sir, please follow me, I'll help you settle all the paperwork. It'll be very quick. These type of people working within the government office had many connections. To change a Ganwu dollar to black dragon dollars, the total exchange would be 145k, meaning, just exchanging it would mean he would have made a few hundred black dragon dollars, several hundreds of thousands of silver blue dollars. Even if he had a good job, this was still about 1 or 2 months of extra pay. After about 20 minutes, Luo Feng had acquired his identification card. From then on, Luo Feng was officially a citizen of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, leaving his name and information in their records. This card's material is interesting. Luo Feng complimented. This card material is extremely durable and sturdy. On Earth, the basic level war god has to use his full strength before he can actually tear it. This material usually lasts 2,000 to 3,000 years, only after that will it begin degrading. Babata explained. Oh. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng was in a good mood. With the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's citizenship, he could do a lot more things. As once said, the path is harder for one without an identity. Babata, where do we go to open an account for the Virtual Universe Network? Luo Feng was highly anticipating this. Virtual Universe Network. Just from the name itself, within that Virtual Universe Network, all of the human races from the universe gathered, the Ganwu universe, and other universe countries, their population all frequented the virtual network. If one were to count numbers, indeed, it would be uncountable. It was just too many, too much. It's about 100 kilometers away from here. Babata began to explain the route in detail. Luo Feng floated into the sky. The entire airspace within the Dragon City was vast and spacious, thus traffic wasn't too dense. Luo Feng also managed to maintain a rather fast speed. Babata, just how does the Virtual Universe Network work? It can actually work from wherever in the universe, communicating through the network? Luo Feng was very shocked and curious by it. The universe was vast beyond compare. Even traveling between universes, there were some places that required hundreds to thousands of sub-universe travel. However, this Virtual Universe Network is actually capable of letting people meet and communicate. What technology is it? Just what technology does this network use? This is something even I don't know. Babata said, this type of technology, even the Ganwu Empire has yet to grasp, only the Virtual Universe Network company owns it. Within the big empires within the universe, they all have a department from the Virtual Universe Network Company. This company must be really awesome, Luo Feng exclaimed. His own teacher, the Yunemo planet master Hu Yenbo, may have gotten respects from the Ganwu Empire, but against a universe country, this sort of enormously huge presence of a high-level civilization, even Hu Yenbo couldn't casually go up against them. Rather, the various large universe countries have been unable to grasp the technology that the Virtual Universe Network Company has. It's no wonder the company has survived so well. That's a given. Luo Feng, even though the Ganwu Empire and the other universe countries are all high-level civilizations within the universe, and their powers and presences are extremely huge, in the universe, the biggest and strongest are hardly the countries. Babata said, these are actually the seemingly disordered, but actually much more powerful entities around. What powers? Luo Feng was curious. The Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, the Battleaxe Coliseum, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the Universe Virtual Network Company. These are the universe's 5 great leviathans. Babata said, they have absolute monopoly and position. The 2 big banks do business with only the wealthy, even the undying beings mostly store their money and treasures with them. Babata said, your teacher's treasures are stored in the Universe Galaxy Bank, all 3 accounts are within that bank. Luo Feng nodded. The Big Axe Battleground is the most fair battleground. As for how huge and powerful it is, you'll find out in the future. The Universe Mercenary Alliance is a loose organization. More than 99% of fighters, spirit readers will join the alliance. Your teacher, back then, was also a part of it. This in particular shocked Luo Feng. More than 99% of fighters and spirit readers will join? This, who could fight that? Luckily, it was a loose organization. The Universe Virtual Network Company, the virtual universe, has already been named as man's second world. Owning this company, the various big universe countries are all unable to shake or even touch it. How strong do you think it is? Babata exclaimed. Luo Feng understood. In the universe countries like the Ganwu Empire and some others were already the strongest country-wise. However, those organizations that were deep-rooted into every country, they were the real strongest. Other than the 5 great leviathans, below that are the universe countries. Of course, there are some secret powers that are comparable to them, Babata said. Of course, in the Ganwu Empire range, it is still very powerful. The most they'd have to do is pay some respects to the 5 great leviathans. Luo Feng nodded. In the vast universe, looking at it now, his own teacher was powerful back then. However, it was obvious he couldn't even pick a fight with the Ganwu Empire, much less the 5 great leviathans. Dragon City, Virtual Universe Network Company. Sir, how can I help you today? A beautiful lady with a furry tail, dressed in red, bowed slightly and smiled. Open an account, Luo Feng said directly. Opening an account, how much will you pay up front for the amount of usage? There are 3 categories to choose from, namely 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. Every year, the price for the network usage is 10 Black Dragon dollars or 0.008 Ganwu dollars. The service lady said very fluidly. Luo Feng listened. That's crazy. 10 Black Dragon dollars? That equates to tens of thousands of silver blue dollars. Only the very few elites on the planet could afford it, and those that use it are normally Star Traveler and above. You have the consciousness transmitting helmet here, right? Luo Feng said. On Earth, the humans built their own helmets, but they are unable to enter the Universe Virtual Network. However, for a living AI such as Babata, it was simple for him to enter. The consciousness transmitter helmet, one is 10 Black Dragon dollars. The service lady's eyes seemed a little shocked. Right now, those with status use auxiliary rays, or the even high-level AI rays, who would still use the primitive consciousness transmitter helmets. They don't trace the owner and his account? Luo Feng asked. In the universe, a few planet owners bought several consciousness-transmitting helmets to give to their planet's inhabitants. Most of them do not track the accounts. However, those that do not track usually only work for about 100 years. When the time expires, one would have to buy a new account. This form of untracking made it impossible to determine who the user was. Meaning to say, everybody uses them, for the time limit of 100 years. The untracking account has a limit of a set 100 years. Every account is priced at 2,000 Black Dragon dollars, or 1.6 Ganwu dollars. The service lady smiled. Very well. Luo Feng nodded. I require 10 untracking accounts, and 10 consciousness-transmitting helmets. Open the accounts, the 100 years will suffice. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 22, Virtual Universe. Chapter 22, Virtual Universe. Having a Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizenship made opening the account easy. After paying 17 Ganwu dollars, everything was settled. Sir, 10 untraceable accounts along with 10 consciousness sensor helmets. This is your change, thanks for your purchase. The service lady smiled. Luo Feng casually placed the 10 helmets into his storage ring space, following Babata's instructions from before. It was okay for him to reveal his storage ring on Dragonstar. However, he had to pretend as though his storage space was only 10 m wide and tall. He should absolutely never try storing anything bigger than that in it. After all, storage space equipment was categorized into levels. To be able to ride a Black Dragon ship, with liquid silver guards as bodyguards, having a small storage space was normal. Of course, Luo Feng's storage space, which was more than 600 m long, 500 m wide, and over 100 m tall, that was definitely an extravagant item. If discovered, he could easily lose his life. On Luo Feng, the Yunemo planet ship, the corpses of the undying beings and their weapons were invaluable treasures. A hybrid copper essence shard in the storage ring were extremely expensive. And even the little leg hairs on the master of Yunemo planet were stronger than Dragonstar's domain lord leader, but however, for Luo Feng, the disciple of the Yunemo planet, if he ever dared to reveal his treasures, the consequences would be fatal. Dragon City, within a relaxed restaurant, while the style of the restaurant was unique, there were many things similar to those on Earth. Even on different planets, humans still had many similarities. For example, respect for privacy, gaining respect, etc. The older restaurants on Earth had private rooms, even the newer urban restaurants had private rooms. And this incredibly advanced place on Dragonstar had the similarly high-level private room. Of course, the price was on another level. Alright, you can leave. Luo Feng ordered a glass of special fruit juice, asking the waiter to leave. Sir, if you need anything, just press the button. The waiter smiled as he left, closing the door behind him. Luo Feng immediately closed the door from within the private room, ordering both liquid silver guards to protect him. Babata, enter the virtual universe. Luo Feng ordered. I've long been awaiting this day. Babata was extremely excited, wanting to enter ever since they opened the account. However, once he entered the network, his consciousness would be in the network itself. While he was able to multitask, he didn't have the ability to split his consciousness. Hence he needed to find a safe spot. Virtual universe accessing. A low-pitched loud voice resounded within his consciousness. Luo Feng's consciousness went all black. This was an ancient city. On the streets were huge chunks of carved-up rocks everywhere. The people of the streets looked peculiar, different heights, different races. Most of them, however, were dressed in simple gray clothes, and on all their shoulders was a little spirit. Shwa! A man suddenly appeared amidst everyone on the street. It was Luo Feng. He was wearing simple gray clothes. On his shoulders sat a little spirit the size of a fist, the demon Babata. He too was wearing the same clothing, only green. He looked adorable, like a little spirit. This is the virtual universe network? Luo Feng stood in the streets, looking at the traffic as it passed by, stunned. Of course. Babata's voice resounded in Luo Feng. We are currently in the Ganwu continent of the virtual universe, on the border, a little island of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Island? Luo Feng blinked his eyes. All of those under the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, when entered into the virtual universe network, will appear on Black Dragon Mountain Island. Babata explained, even though in name it's an island, but the star field of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire has over 8,000 galaxies, and countless planets have large numbers of humans online. That's why, the appearance of this island is actually larger than any of the planets in the universe. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Anyone who enters the virtual universe will have an assistant. Babata said, which is the little spirit on everyone's shoulders. The assistant's intellect level is directly linked to the online person's usage of the consciousness sensor helmet, the quantum computer, AI, or the living AI. The little spirit for the helmets cannot think on their own, they can only answer simple questions and orders. Whatever you order, they will react. Babata explained. Luo Feng nodded. In the universe, you can chat with your good friends far away. You can even spend money to convey that you want to meet somewhere in the virtual universe. Babata explained. Also, things such as stocks and bonds, finance, business and such can all be done in the virtual universe. You can settle the bank accounts from here, but you can learn and practice martial arts from here. You can trade or buy and sell stuff here. You can play virtual games. These are 100% simulated virtual games, as lifelike as reality. There are many kinds of games too, you can say, as long as you can think of it, the game companies will definitely be able to make them. Games, delicious food, beautiful women, banking, deals, duels, learning, everything is here. Babata said. The virtual universe is a market that's bigger than any planet. All the universe's elites are gathered here. Whatever is impossible in reality can happen here. There are some who even treat the virtual games as reality, playing for hundreds to thousands of years. Even getting married and having children in the game. The main condition is, you have the money to play. After all, most of those playing are those who pay money. Only an extreme few earn money from the games. Luo Feng was extremely shocked. It was too vast. Compared to the physical universe, the virtual universe was more advanced and alluring. However, the virtual is still the virtual. Babata said seriously, no matter how long you stay in this virtual universe, you cannot train your physical body. To the strong, this network is only a convenient pathway. You can through it meet and communicate with fellow strong fighters. You can buy and sell things that you'd never be able to buy in reality. And if you dive into the virtual universe and spend all your time in the virtual games, unless one is without stress or ambition and owns large amounts of wealth, most usually end in tragedy. Babata emphasized. He was very clear on the allure of the games, hence he needed to remind Luo Feng. Of course, if you play some of the group training games, or single-player training games, they are similar to Earth's training simulators, that's fine. Babata added. Training simulators? Luo Feng was speechless. That's called a game too? It was pure training. Babata, check for me the metal groups that the golden horned beast requires, and the metal groups needed to train. Luo Feng asked. In the virtual universe, it was still safe to communicate with Babata through the exchange of their thoughts. The virtual universe company was guaranteed never to divulge anyone's personal messages or their personal information. The two absolutes, these were the foundation of the virtual universe network company. Luo Feng, the star-level golden horned beast, the optimum metal groupings to swallow would be 325 B-grade pure metal groupings. They can increase the internal world's growth speed by 89 times. I've already collected information on these 325 types of metals. They are available in the universe. Babata had very swiftly scanned through all the news and data online. How about it? How much money do we need? Luo Feng asked. 89 times. From the star level 1 to the universe level, the slowest would be 100 years. The moment he began swallowing the metal groupings, a little more than a year and he could step into the universe level. The universe level, even on a planet like Dragonstar, was someone of status. In the Milky Way, it was even more sacred, almost like an emperor. 1 year's worth requires more than 60 billion black dragon dollars. Babata said. Why so much? A ton of B-grade black iron spirits, wasn't it just 9 black dragon dollars? Even though they are metal groupings, eating them would be even better. But 100,000 tons for 1 year was the max. How was it still over 60 billion? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. 100,000 tons of black iron spirits were only worth a few million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng, your thinking is wrong. Even though A grade and B grade metals are cheaper, the B grades are cheaper than the C grade grades are cheaper than the D grades, these are the normal situations. However, there are still some very special metals. Babata said, for example, the C grade liquid silver, which is used to build the liquid silver guards. One liquid silver guard, approximate, uses about 1 ton of liquid silver. 1 ton of C-grade black yttrium is only about 3,000 black dragon dollars. However, 1 liquid silver guard, do you know how much they cost? Babata questioned. Luo Feng was stunned. Right, even the high-leveled government officials and personnel reacted differently when they saw the liquid silver guards. Obviously the liquid silver guards were extremely expensive. Otherwise, they wouldn't even care. 1 liquid silver guard is priced at 280 million black dragon dollars. 1 ton of liquid silver is priced at 160 million black dragon dollars. Compared to the similar C-grade black yttrium metal, it's much more expensive. Babata said. It's because the liquid silver is a special metal, very rarely seen, hence it's extremely expensive. It's more expensive than many D-grade metals. And your internal world's growth requires 325 types of B-grade metals grouped together. 3 of them are space-type metals, they are the materials used to make the space storage items. Hence they are more pricey, plus you require large amounts. Babata explained. Luo Feng could only helplessly force a smile. Those were materials used to create the space ring and other items, how could they be cheap? And he required swallowing up to 100 tons every day, he was going to continue for a year? 60 billion black dragon dollars, wasn't expensive. But he didn't have any money. 900 Ganwu dollars, only equates to 900,000 black dragon dollars. Facing the $60 billion sum, it was too huge a difference. Of course, there are other metal groupings which are much cheaper. However, you still can't afford them. Babata said. For example, there's a type of metal grouping, you'd spend about 10 billion every year, increasing your training speed by 39 times. And another that uses about 3 billion black dragon dollars every year, the training speed will increase by 20 times. And another that uses 100 million, raising your speed by 5 times. Finding metals for the golden horned beast was troublesome. But as a human, finding these metals were a lot easier. Buying in virtual universe, what couldn't be bought? However, it still required money. The golden horned beast eats too much, eating ton after ton every day. Luo Feng was feeling the pinch. As for the required metal groupings, that was even more expensive, you should just drop that for now. Babata said directly. After Luo Feng shook off these thoughts, he asked the second important question, Babata, if I wanted to place the Earth under my name, I can become the planet's leader. What are the conditions? Stopping other people from other planets from buying the planet and enslaving the people of Earth, the best way was to become the leader himself. Gaining the recognition from the Empire and coming under its rule. there would be no one who would dare to fight against a planet with a leader. Becoming Earth's leader? Let me check. Babata blinked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 23, Spirit Weapon. Chapter 23, Spirit Weapon. I've found it. Babata's search speed was extremely fast. What are the conditions? Luo Feng's eyes were lit. For a scouting unit in the universe to discover a new planet, or discover a planet without a leader in the law books, there are 3 choices. Babata said. The first is to tell the Empire and acquire their reward. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire will, according to the different planets, reward the lowest 10 billion Black Dragon dollars to the highest 100 billion Black Dragon dollars. This way, of course, you won't be able to become Earth's leader. The second choice is to immediately buy the planet. As it was discovered by you, hence the initial price for buying the planet will be low. According to the planet's grade, buying the planet would require the lowest 300 billion Black Dragon dollars and the highest 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng took a deep breath. That was too expensive. However, Luo Feng was clear that a planet's sale, the amount of money required was too extravagant. After all, owning a planet with life was akin to having one's own gold mine. The lifespan of a planet with life was usually very, very long, lasting up to hundreds of millions of years. It could totally be a family heirloom or inheritance. This is because humans have a limited lifespan. Hence, a planet's sale price would normally be in the trillions. The third choice is to jointly govern the planet with the Empire. You just need to pay administrative fees of 100 billion, the highest 1 trillion Black Dragon dollars. Babata said, this joint governance, the Empire will not interfere with any of the planet's actual affairs. All they'll do is monitor and tax the entries and exits from the planet. They won't bother about anything else. The second and the third options both allow you to be the planet's owner. Luo Feng listened and nodded. A planet's main source of income was the entry and exit. For planets within the universe, if one didn't have any interaction with the rest of the universe, how would one earn universe currency? I don't care much about the tariff. I can work with the Black Dragon Mountain. But I don't have any money. Luo Feng was helpless. Not just the money, you don't have the ability to actually request them to let you be Earth's leader. Babata said. Why? Luo Feng was suspicious. How will you declare? Back then your teacher Hu Yanbo used nothing but his flesh body to travel between universes, entering dark space, through special space techniques, enshrouded Earth and the surrounding 1,000 light-years in his cover, making it lost from the universe locators and maps. The other ships had no way to find this marker anymore, hence, they naturally cannot rely on passing through the universe to find Earth. Babata said, normal ships can only rely on flying close within a 1,000 light-years, continuous flying for close to 1,000 years before being able to reach Earth. Don't tell me that when you apply to be Earth's leader, you'll say, you flew almost 1,000 years and discovered Earth? Planets that are discovered after such a long flight, firstly have no value. No one would be willing to spend so much time. Secondly, as long as they are not stupid, they might suspect you are the disciple of Yunmo planet. Unless there is someone who was able to break through your teacher's space technique. Another way would be, a new wormhole was discovered in the star field around, otherwise Earth is currently still very safe. Dragon Star, a restaurant's private room. His consciousness returned to reality. At least right now Earth is still safe. Luo Feng smiled, picking up the glass of fruit juice from the side, sipping on it. Luo Feng squinted, creasing his eyebrows. This taste. It was a peculiar taste. After drinking it down, all his goosebumps stood up. After carefully tasting it, it was indeed a very unique taste, something that was totally new to him. Wow, Earthling's first taste of this drink. Another sip. Luo Feng laughed. Wang Wang. The wrist communicator started to vibrate. On this planet, only Gao Sheng had his number. "Ha, Luo Feng, I've settled my matters. Let's go eat together," Gao Sheng shouted. "Where?" Luo Feng laughed. "Dragon City North District, not far from the slave market, there's a place that's not bad, called 100 Flavors Restaurant," Gao Sheng said. "All right, within a half hour." Luo Feng ended the call, raising his head to finish the fruit juice that he had just tasted for the first time. With 2 large gulps he headed out. The Milky Way, Earth. The sun was resplendent, shining down on the ocean and its waves, and in the air above the ocean, 2 human silhouettes were flying together, heading towards the Sahara Desert. It was Hong and Thunder God. This third brother actually told us nothing and slipped away. Thunder God was frustrated to the point he was gritting his teeth. Third brother has to leave for a month, it probably is something really important. Hong said calmly, "Everyone has their own little secrets, when he returns and is willing, he'll fill us in." I'll definitely lash out at him when that time comes." Thunder God bit down hard. Hong and Thunder God were flying and chatting along the way. The days on Earth were indeed relaxed and carefree. Ever since the swallowing beast incident, Hong, Thunder God and Luo Feng, the 3 warriors had helped strengthen Earth by leaps and bounds. And the sea creatures, the 2 grand emperors were gone too, lowering the threats to the lowest ever. It was peace on Earth. These sort of days had already been maintained for over 2 years. What the Earth people didn't know was that in a star field not too far away from Earth, a universe scout ship was constantly approaching with shocking speed. 320,000 light-years away on Dragon Star. Dragon City North District, 100 Flavors Restaurant 2nd floor. "This way, this way," a voice sounded. Luo Feng turned to look. Gao Sheng was standing and waving his hand. Luo Feng immediately smiled and walked over. "Brother Gao Sheng, you seem to be in a good mood." Luo Feng Saturday. "I have good news, of course my mood will be good." Gao Sheng's eyes were lit, laughing contentedly. "Oh, I'll tell you in a bit, let me first order. This 100 Flavors restaurant has a few very renowned dishes." Following that, Gao Sheng waved his hand. A beautiful alluring lady with jade hair walked over. Luo Feng looked over. Luo Feng was shocked. This jade-haired lady was indeed beautiful. The most shocking thing was, her power wasn't even in the Star Traveler level, but on Dragon Star the norm on the streets was Star Travelers, with small numbers of star levels. The restaurant I visited before for fruit juice, the waiter was an ordinary person. I didn't expect this restaurant to be the same. However, the Virtual Universe Network Company, along with the government personnel, are all Star Traveler level. Luo Feng pondered, understanding immediately, the ordinary people's wages were much cheaper. Maybe they didn't even require a wage. Luo Feng, that lady before looks pretty decent, right? The women from the Dreamshell clan are all beautiful. Gao Sheng winked. "If you like, just take her away, you just have to let the boss know." "Take her away?" Luo Feng was stunned. For a beautiful lady who isn't even a star traveler, her fate is usually tragic. Gao Sheng sighed. "They are not even citizens, they have no protection by the law. Anybody with a little bit of power can kill them if they wanted to, take them away if they wanted to. Just taking them away and they can be sold as slaves. If she were to follow someone like you, it'd be her good luck." Luo Feng was shocked within. Killing them as they pleased, taking them away as they pleased? Slaves? Even though Babata had said before, those who are not at least Star Traveler level in the universe have tragic fates and lives, normal folk mostly live on their home planet, not even having the right to buy a ticket for ships. However, actually hearing it from Gao Sheng and seeing the beautiful lady from the Dreamshell clan, caused his feelings to burn even more after hearing her fate. "Look, she's actually glancing over to look at brother Luo Feng." Gao Sheng mocked. Luo Feng glanced over. Immediately, he saw the lady from the Dreamshell clan in the corner of the restaurant sneakily glancing over. she could obviously hear Gao Shang's voice, hence she looked over. Being discovered by Luo Feng, she blushed and ran into the kitchen. Exquisite dishes began to come out one by one. They were indeed delicious, incomparably delicious. Today, I paid a visit to my elder, he really gave me too much respect. He actually agreed to let me follow him and learn for a few years. Gao Shang was smiling with delight. That elder of mine, he's a big shot in the energy business. Following behind him, 1, I get experience, 2, I can start to build my network. But Luo Feng was shocked. Energy business? In the universe, whenever planets trade among each other, they all rely on the ships, interstellar transport, etc. And the ships, battleships, all require energy to function. Even the undying beings require energy. Be it Earth or the universe, the energy business has always been a very profitable and hard to get in kind of business, much harder than the slave market. Without any connections or friends, even with money, one can't get in. This Gao Shang doesn't have an ordinary background. Luo Feng thought. When the sun matures, he gets a planet. Now Gao Shang is even beginning to step into the energy business world. Luo Feng, when are you leaving? Looks like I'll be here on Dragonstar for a few years. Gao Shang said. I'll be leaving soon. Maybe even later today. Luo Feng said. The purpose of coming to Dragonstar and the tasks have all been almost finished. According to Babata, there was only one thing left, to go to the Ganwu Dojo to sign up. After that, he could leave Dragonstar already. That fast? Gao Shang seemed disappointed. What's your virtual universe number? When you return, we brothers can spend some time together playing some games. All right. Luckily he had just opened the account. Luo Feng passed his virtual universe number to Gao Shang, and vice versa. In the future, even if the two were tens of millions of light years apart, they could still communicate through the virtual universe. In the restaurant, Luo Feng was chatting with Gao Shang. Suddenly, 3 youths walked up from the stairs. All of their heights were close to 2 m, their silver hair swaying, their pupils were a very moving blue color. The 3 were all wearing black special uniforms. The one in the middle even had a colorful medal on the left side of his chest. Luo Feng, look, these 3 are disciples at the Ganwu Dojo. The middle one is even a citizen of Dragonstar. He owns his own place here in this planet. Gao Shang said softly. Oh? Luo Feng looked over. The black special uniform was the standard training uniform for the Ganwu Dojo. That medal was the identification proof of a citizen of Dragonstar. With it, on Dragonstar, that was the safest form of protection. Wei Lin, just lend me your spirit weapon for half a day to play with. The disciple on the left said amongst the 3. I bought it myself. The center disciple with the medal flipped his hand. In it appeared an axe-like metal disc. On the disc itself were some unique engravings. This is a level 2 spirit weapon of the highest quality. I actually begged my family for a long time before getting the bank card. If I'm unable to reach the universe level, this spirit weapon will follow me for life. 6 billion black dragon dollars. I could have easily bought several C-grade ships. A swipe of the card, even I felt the pinch. The disciple deliberately shouted every word, drawing the attention of everybody else. 6 billion black dragon dollars? Level 2 highest quality spirit weapon? High quality spirit weapon. The 2 other disciples at the side were staring with their eyes gleaming. We can't even think about it for the rest of our lives. A spirit reader was only capable of using his maximum battle prowess with a proper spirit weapon. Also, since the construction of a spirit weapon was extremely complex, hence their prices too were very expensive. Much less the level 2 high-quality spirit weapon. He. The disciple called Wei Lin, as if massaging a woman's skin, gently caressing the spirit weapon in his hand, his gaze passionate. A table in the distance, Luo Feng and Gao Shang both looked over. Spirit weapon? Luo Feng stared blankly for a bit, before asking, Babata, my soaring shuttle and arc cutter blade, what level spirit weapons are they? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 24, Wei Di Family. Chapter 24, Wei Di Family. Luo Feng, the spirit weapons are separated into average, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4 and 5. The average ones have almost no amplitude effects, hence their prices are cheap. A level 1 spirit weapon is able to expand a Star Traveler spirit reader's maximum battle potential. The level 2 spirit weapon does that for the star level 5 does that for the sector lord. Babata said, your arc cutter blade and soaring shuttle can both be used till the universe level, hence they are level 3 spirit weapons, but level 3? Luo Feng was surprised but delighted. The youths that appeared on the second floor of the restaurant, his level 2 spirit weapon alone was that expensive. Luo Feng estimated that his own 2 weapons were much more valuable. One weapon, the easier its usage, the higher its price. Babata said, for example, your soaring shuttle second form requires a battle ability amplifier of 30 to be able to use. It's because of your golden horned beast's body, hence your consciousness is so strong. Usually, only a star level 5 or 6 is capable of reaching that level. Especially the third form. It's even more messed up, a battle ability amplifier of 48, universe level, and a domain, the 3 big conditions. Babata said. Luo Feng was shocked. A similar level 2 spirit weapon, if its requirement is a multiplier of 30 to be able to use, one with a requirement of 20 to expand the same amount of power, which do you think would be more expensive? Babata questioned. Oh. Luo Feng nodded. That's why, the weapon of this youth called Wei Lin has been deemed a level 2 high-quality weapon because it is easy to use. Your soaring shuttle's requirements are too high, hence it's only a level 3 low-quality weapon. Your arc cutter knife has slightly lower requirements, belonging to the level 3 medium-quality weapon. If you were to buy the soaring shuttle at a weapon store, it would cost about 5 billion Black Dragon dollars. The arc cutter knife, about $20 billion. Babata explained. Such a big difference? Luo Feng was stunned. From his experience, he felt that the power difference between the two wasn't that different. The price difference, however, was shocking. Of course, the difference is huge. One weapon can be used the moment one reaches the universe level, and yours can only be used after reaching the universe level 7 or 8. How can they be the same? Babata questioned. Luo Feng understood better now. A level 3 higher quality weapon would cost about $100 billion. A level 3 highest quality weapon would be about 500 billion. Babata said casually, for the universe level warriors, spending hundreds of billions on weapons is a very normal thing. To the strong, the most important things are weapons, armor, techniques, and after that a ship. Universe level warriors, joining an empire, can easily acquire tens of planets as their territory. Such levels of warriors would indeed not be bothered by hundreds of billions of dollars. The restaurant's second floor. Many of the customers had focused their attention on the 2 youths due to his earlier bragging, 6 billion. For a star-level warrior, that is a huge sum of money. As long as my multiplier reaches 18, I can release the powers of its second stage. Wei Lin, the youth said proudly as he waved his special golden disc, the golden disc immediately floated up, flying about in the walkways of the restaurant's second floor. He was extremely satisfied. The golden disc brushed past the waitress, shocking her and the others to jump. Don't be afraid, my controlling skills are exceptional. Wei Lin was extremely satisfied and proud. What exceptional control, the 2 other disciples flattered him. Walking out from the kitchen with a dish full of food, a jade-haired waitress was shocked by the golden light sweeping past her. Her hands faltered, causing the dish to spill over. A plate of vegetables and meat with thick sauce spilled over onto the special revolving golden disc, causing it to get dirty and soiled. My spirit weapon. Wei Lin's expression changed drastically, screaming out, "Who?" The golden disc landed beside him as he looked at the black sauce staining it. He was trembling with rage. Just like on Earth, if a newly bought car of a car enthusiast had been stained by food and vegetables, this was a similar situation. This spirit weapon was something that was much more expensive than a car, costing 6 billion black dragon dollars. In Wei Lin's heart, this weapon was even more important than his girlfriend. It actually got dirty on the first day. Bastard! Wei Lin's gaze swept past the pale jade-haired waitress, gritting his teeth. Slut, go to hell! Rumble! The golden disc became a beam of golden light, rushing straight towards the waitress. No! The waitress's expression was stricken with fear. She had no time to evade or dodge at all. Who? A formless powerful thread of spirit energy, almost like a concentrated collection of vines, swiftly wrapped itself around the golden disc, forcing the golden light to swerve and crash into the wall beside. Rumble! An attack with the force of a star-level warrior caused a dent in the wall, but the windows around all shattered immediately, glass flying everywhere. One particular window frame brushed the arm of another waitress, immediately slicing her arm, blood flowing and staining the floor. Sir, stop! A silhouette suddenly appeared on the side. It was the restaurant's manager. Who stands in my way? Wei Lin was roaring with rage, spinning around. Sir! The manager shouted. Who are you? Wei Lin pointed at the restaurant manager. Didn't you see, your worker has soiled my spirit weapon? Do you know what weapon this is, how much it's worth? 6 billion black dragon dollars. Even after selling the entire restaurant, you'd still not be able to afford it. You actually dare to dirty my spirit weapon. The already star-level manager's expression changed after hearing this 6 billion number. My apologies, sir. The manager turned his head, his gaze cold as he swept past the workers, not caring at all about the waitress with the sliced arm, who dirted the customer's weapon. Being stared down by the manager. The jade-haired waitress was extremely terrified. She was very clear on the manager's power. In her hometown, a star-level warrior was already in existence of that of a demon king, invincible and high up in power. And in such a place where there were powerful warriors all about on Dragonstar, her restaurant manager was a star-level fighter. It's her. Wei Lin pointed at the jade-hair waitress. Sir, now she's yours. You can handle this situation however you want. The restaurant manager smiled, looking at Wei Lin. All the costs from today will be complimentary. Who interfered just now? Wei Lin's gaze swept past every customer around. Which spirit reader? What's wrong? You have the guts to save a beauty and now you're too scared to admit it? Scum, come out. Come out now. As a resident of Dragonstar, he had the safest form of protection. Even universe-level warriors wouldn't dare offend or kill a resident of Dragonstar. This was the special privilege of a resident of Dragonstar. That's why Wei Lin could act so unscrupulously. Who? Too scared to admit it? Wei Lin looked at everyone. Scum, what are you shouting about? An indifferent voice sounded. Wei Lin turned fiercely to look. The one who spoke was none other than the calm and collected young man with black hair with two liquid silver guards behind him. The entire restaurant was silent. One look and one could tell it was two big family heirs fighting. Normal people maintained their silence. Oh, who are you? Wei Lin carefully examined Luo Feng. Luo Feng couldn't be bothered about Wei Lin's background. What's the use of having such a big background? I'll be leaving here and returning back to Earth soon. Earth's dark space marker is covered in his teacher's secret technique. Even undying beings will have a hard time breaking through. Once I return to Earth, even if you were the prince of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, you couldn't do anything to me. Brother, I did say you fancied that lady before, no? Beside him, Gao Shang laughed. No, I just couldn't watch blood get spilled here. Luo Feng laughed too. Wei Lin grew more enraged as the two engaged in their own conversation. not even looking over to him. Beside him, the star-level restaurant manager was in a difficult position. On normal planets, a star level was already an invincible warrior. Over here, however, where fish and dragons are mixed together, he had to be extremely cautious. Didn't he see that this side uses a $6 billion spirit weapon? Didn't he see that on the other side, there were 4-star level bodyguards along with 2 liquid silver guards? Both sides were not to be trifled with. I say, brother. Gao Shang gave Wei Lin a look. Is there a need to bother with a poor lady who isn't even a star traveler? What a disgrace. And who are you? Wei Lin said to Gao Shang. Gao Shang Wei Di. Gao Shang said casually. Wei Di? Wei Lin's eyebrows creased, turning to look at Luo Feng. You still haven't told me who you are. Just a spirit reader, that's all. Luo Feng waved. Who? Who? 2 golden lights revolved around the surroundings. This scene led to the manager to break out in cold sweat. Damn, 2 spirit weapons? Some of the restaurant's second-level guests' eyes lit up. To them, Dragonstar was a place that was more refined and bustling than any other planet. They were here to holiday and enjoy the scenes. Coming to Dragonstar, it was indeed an eye-opener. Wei Lin's pupils shrank. His gaze could easily easy. These 2 spirit weapons were no weaker than his. Wei Di, Wei Di? Don't tell me, it is the legendary Wei Di family? Wei Lin clenched his teeth. Without muttering a sound and not even leaving a remark, he just turned and left. The other 2 disciples too followed him and left. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Gao Shang laughed. I never thought I'd encounter such matters on my first time to Dragonstar, hee. Did my actions bring brother Gao Shang any troubles? Luo Feng felt apologetic. He could easily just return to Earth, but Gao Shang had mentioned he intended to stay here for a few years. No problem, just a tiny brat. Gao Shang laughed. On Dragonstar, there isn't anyone that I cannot mess with. Damn. Luo Feng laughed involuntarily. This level of speech was absolutely daring, but Luo Feng didn't know, an heir of a big family, to receive a planet at his coming-of-age ceremony. This sort of treatment was shocking itself. If he truly realized, he would have understood the magnitude of Gao Shang's family and background. Manager. Gao Shang shouted. Sir. The restaurant manager ran over. He actually heard the words from before. There was no one of Dragonstar he couldn't mess with, who would dare say such words. Even the Emperor of the Silver Blue Empire wouldn't dare to say such words. Unless it was the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's emperor that came over, or an even bigger presence. I'll be taking that waitress with me. Gao Shang said. Yes, sir. The manager smiled. It's her honor. Gao Shang nodded. The restaurant manager left to go downstairs. Luo Feng smiled as he looked at Gao Shang. You fancy her now? No, Gao Shang's fat little face was all smiles. After this matter, this restaurant would definitely not dare to keep her. She would be sent to the slave market. When that happens, her fate would be extremely tragic. I am the type of person who cannot bear to see a beautiful lady suffer. After all, I need some helpers on Dragonstar, so I just conveniently took her. Right, if you like her, you can take her. Luo Feng smiled. I tend to travel and wander a lot. She'd be better off with you, but... Travel and wander? Are you training or what? Isham, take it that I never asked. Right, we've finished eating. Let's go talk a walk at the slave market. How about it? Getting a few slaves as helpers or bodyguards is not bad. Gao Shang suggested. Slave market? Luo Feng nodded. All right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 25, Slave Market. Chapter 25, Slave Market. 2 star traveler youths, 4 star-level bodyguards, 2 liquid silver guards, and finally a Dreamshell clan female servant. This was the group Luo Feng was currently in. Even though star levels are considered powerful already, the universe levels are the true emperors, the rulers of an entire galaxy. Luo Feng thought as he walked, only when my golden horned beast reaches the universe level would that be considered having enough power. However, the amount of metals needed for the golden horned beast to swallow requires so much money to buy. Money, money, money. How about, I sell off the arc cutter blade? Luo Feng considered. Having both the soaring shuttle and the arc cutter blade, usually in battle, all he needed and used was one of them. What's more, he had his trump card, the hybrid copper essence shard. To sell or not to sell the arc cutter blade? Luo Feng was struggling with the decision. Luo Feng, there's a treasure shop right in front. There are various kinds of treasures within, whatever scraps and weird things are all sold there. The one common thing is that, they are all treasures. That's why they are all expensive. Let's go take a look, after all we are not far from the slave market here. Gao Sheng smiled as he shouted out. Treasure shop? Luo Feng was curious as he followed Gao Sheng into the treasure shop. This treasure shop's interior was vast, comparable to the huge plazas on Earth. Within, according to the categories and districts, there were armors, tamed beasts, spirit weapons, special fruits, robots, etc. It was a big collection of almost everything. All of them had image simulators and pictures, their prices incomparably expensive. This treasure shop cannot compare to several specialist spirit weapon shops or robot shops, etc. But its specialty lies in its complexity. Gao Sheng complimented, take a look around brother, I too will go have a look. Luo Feng looked at the various images on the screens, before looking at their prices. Expensive. Too expensive. They even have cloud contact seeds? Amethyst fruits, that's sick. Luo Feng was calm on the outside, but his emotions were raging within. Even selling the earth wouldn't give him enough money to buy several items in the shop. This is... Luo Feng suddenly saw a small piece of metal. From his inherited memories regarding the training, it was an extremely crucial piece of metal that he required. This is it. First level, this was the most crucial metal. The price, converted to Earth measures, 1G was 200 Black Dragon dollars? Luo Feng stared hard. Grams as the measurement? With the golden horned beast's body, it eats the metals in tons. Luo Feng felt a sense of helplessness. In the universe, this sort of metal was sold in grams. Just like on Earth, gold is sold in grams. Suddenly a beast that eats gold in tons comes along, even the wealthy on Earth would be stunned. The same idea. 1 gram for 200 Black Dragon dollars. 1 ton, that would be 200 million Black Dragon dollars? Luo Feng blinked hard. The golden horned beast's training requires about a ton every day, so in a year, the numbers were astronomical. A large amount of numbers appeared in his head. It was hard to blame him. It was no wonder that even after generations of golden horned beasts, was usually only trained up to the first level. Brother Luo Feng, what are you looking at? Gao Sheng walked over and looked. Memory-type metals? These sort of metals are good stuff. Infusing them into your weapons and swords would allow them to regenerate and recover automatically. There were many types of memory-type metals. They were all sold in grams. They were extremely expensive. I'm going out to get some air. Luo Feng grew angrier and more helpless the more he looked. There were many treasures in the vast universe. Things to increase one's power, one's soul. There were many items. There was no lack of treasures, just the lack of money. With enough wealth, buying a planet was incredibly easy, making hundreds of millions of people as your slaves too was easy. I won't look anymore either, I have no money. Let's go, let's head to the slave market. Gao Sheng said helplessly. The slave market had an area of over 300 kilometers. If it were put on Earth, it would an enormous city. But here on Dragon Star, it was only a small portion of the Dragon City. The slave market was packed full of people. It was the biggest slave market in the closest 100 galaxies. These Tai Luo people are all very strong, even though they are rather stupid and can't be trained that well, but each of them is comparable to a student level 9 fighter. Each only costs 20 Black Dragon dollars, buying in bulk even adds a discount. Outside each of the huge slave stores, there were people outside attracting customers and enthusiastically introducing their goods. Luo Feng was speechless. Student level 9? Isn't that the equivalent of Earth's advanced level war gods? Only 20 Black Dragon dollars? Spending just 100 million, wouldn't one be able to buy 50 million advanced level war gods? People below the Star Traveler level cannot become citizens, hence their prices are very low. Gao Sheng said as he walked, under the Star Traveler level, unless they are absolute beauties, or have special properties, most of them are normally about 10 Black Dragon dollars. Look, over there, they are all beautiful women. In the distance, a group of absolute flawless beauties of different races and clans. Some had white pale skins while some had bushy tails, some had cat ears while some were very similar to Earth's humans. Any one of them would be capable of devastating an entire country on Earth. They cost 5,000 Black Dragon dollars each. They are all first-class women. Buying in bulk even gets you a discount. A beautiful lady was shouting out from the side. Luo Feng looked at another huge space. It had a huge aura from fighters expanding their energies. Star Traveler level 6, 7, even 8 and 9 fighters, spirit readers all stood there. There were barely any Star Traveler levels 3 and 4. Amongst them, many of them had auras and energies that were no weaker than Hong's or Thunder Gods. 5,000? 8,000? That Star Traveler level 8 is worth 20,000? A Star Traveler level 9 Spirit Reader is worth 100,000? Luo Feng was looking at their individual prices. 100,000 Black Dragon dollars and one could buy a Star Traveler level 9 Spirit Reader. Place him on Earth, and he'd be an invincible being. Beside Luo Feng, Gao Sheng said casually, Star Travelers can at the most be hired thugs, servants. They don't have much use. In the universe, only star levels can be considered bodyguards, high-class servants. However, below Star Traveler level, the cost is about 10 Black Dragon dollars. The Star Travelers about 10,000, the star levels however are 100 million. Under Gao Sheng's leadership, they quickly arrived in emptier but bigger and more vast plaza. In it stood a total of 18 warriors, all fighters and spirit readers. They were star levels 1, 2, 3, 9, fighters and spirit readers. All of them had their own prices. 18 star level slaves, all automatically expanded their energies, displaying their strengths. Especially the star levels 8 and 9, those were even stronger than the golden horned beast back then. The aura gathered together from these warriors caused Luo Feng to tremble involuntarily. So powerful. Gao Sheng muttered beside, it's making my legs shiver involuntarily. Indeed, very powerful. Luo Feng held his breath. The breakthrough from the different levels was a leap of evolution of life every time. The further one grew, the bigger the jump. If one could say that the jump from a student level 9 to the Star Traveler level 1 was a few times stronger, then the Star Traveler level 9 to a Star level 1 was definitely more than 10 times, and the Star level 9 to the Universe level 1 was even more so. The further one grew, the bigger the distance between the levels. This was also why, back then, the level 7 and 8 Hong and Thunder God, with their own domains and soul immolation, couldn't even break through the golden horned beast's scales initially. It was Hong's final expansion of power that broke through. 1. The golden horned beast was too strong. 2. The distance between a Star Traveler and star level was too huge, too far away. These 18 slaves, all of their auras were much stronger than Luo Feng's. Take a Star Traveler level 7 or 8. One could definitely dominate the entire Earth. One finger would be enough to crush Luo Feng. A Star level 1 fighter is really cheap, only 1 million. A Star level 4 fighter is 20 million? A Star level 7 fighter is expensive, actually 500 million. Star level 8 fighter is 2 billion and a star level 9 fighter is 5 billion. Luo Feng was looking at the prices. As for spirit readers, the same level was actually 3 times more than the fighters. The prices are reasonable. Gao Sheng evaluated. Sir, do you have any interest in these star-level slaves? Suddenly, the person in charge of this plaza ran over, obviously spotting Luo Feng and Gao Sheng's slaves, guessing they were big clients with spending power. I've already got the star levels. Gao Sheng looked at the person in charge, smiling. I heard before on Dragon Star that there are universe-level slaves? Luo Feng was shocked. Universe-level slaves? A normal galaxy's evolution usually only produces one universe-level warrior. A universe level, that was the true tyrant and emperor. Universe-level slaves? However, with regards to information on slaves, Luo Feng had learnt from Babata, their brains were implanted with microchips, which fuse with their brains, unable to ever be separated. With these, they were 100% loyal to their masters. To destroy the chips, their brains had to be destroyed. And human warriors' souls were within their consciousness, where their brains were. That's why, destroying their brains meant death. Unless, one became a domain lord. Domain lords' souls could leave their brains. So they are able to destroy the chips in their brains. That's why. Theoretically speaking, with the implant of the living microchip, the strongest a slave could ever grow to was the universe level 9. Of course, if it was the Unimo planet's secret technique, that was something that could control even an undying being. However, those techniques, in the vast universe, were techniques that were never shared outside their own circles. Universe slaves? If you wish to purchase one, that's possible, our boss above can arrange it. The person in charge smiled as he said. I'm just asking, I can't afford it. Gao Sheng laughed. Universe slaves are expensive. No way around it, to capture a universe-level warrior alive is hard enough, plus having to implant the microchip is even harder. A universe level is priced in the billions. They are more expensive than a planet. The person in charge shook his head. From my point of view, with that money, why don't you buy 10 to 20 star level 9s instead? If you were lucky, one of the slaves may break through to the universe level. When that happens, you can sell him. Wouldn't that be a fortune made? Are you trying to swindle me? Gao Sheng stared. Star level 9 breaking through to the universe level? Are the chances even 1 out of 100,000? I'm just saying. The person in charge laughed. Luo Feng looked at the slaves with envy. Star level 8 and 9, they were thousands of times stronger than the fighters on Earth. Even if the star level 4 golden horned beast risked it all, it still wasn't a match. Without needing a universe level, this level of slaves would enable one to walk parallel with the universe. And the slaves with microchips implanted were the most loyal and obedient. Countless years, there haven't been an example or case of a slave betraying a master. It's just too expensive. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. To strengthen the golden horned beast required money. Training required money. To become the leader of a planet also required money. Getting some powerful underlings also required money. It's useless. Luo Feng bit down. I'm not using the arc cutter blade much, and I still have my trump card, the hybrid copper essence shard, so I'll just sell the arc cutter blade. Then I'd have the money for training and even buying some slaves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 26, Coldness in the Heart. Chapter 26, Coldness in the Heart. His mind was currently in a state of indecisiveness. The arc cutter blade didn't add much to his current powers, but the moment it sold, it would be of great benefit. Look, there's more Dream Shell clan people there. Gao Sheng's eyes lit up, pointing in the distance shouting, Shusha, they're the same type of people as you, right? Luo Feng too followed the direction of where Gao Sheng was pointing. Beautiful jade-haired young women were lined up, some were alluring while others seemed innocent and young, all of them were extremely beautiful. At the side were several jade-haired handsome men, all made up to look dashing and heroic. XXXX, the group of Dream Shell Clan slaves saw Sasha. One of them shouted out in a language that was foreign to the ears. XXX, the servant young lady behind Gao Sheng shouted back in the same language, her eyes red with tears flowing down. Why, you recognize them? Gao Sheng said shocked. The Dream Shell Clan slaves were pretty renowned in the slave market. Their prices were all in the hundreds of millions. Who would have thought that the female servant from the restaurant would recognize this group of slaves? Yes, I recognize them. Sasha said, Master, they all came here with me from the same hometown. We were all captured by the leader of the planet at the same time and sold to the slave trafficker. Captured by the leader? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased beside. Not only did the planet's leader not protect his own citizens, he captured and sold them? Yes. Sasha bit down and said hatefully, our hometown is an extremely beautiful planet. Our leader is the strongest warrior there, he dominates the entire planet. Under him are 2 other demon kings, all star-level warriors. Star level, in our hometown, that's already invincible. Our ordinary folk have at most a few star traveler levels, no match for even the demon kings. The 2 demon kings command an army, taking away a large number of matured young ladies and men, selling them directly to the slave traffickers. Sasha continued to tear as she spoke, our race of people from the planet continue to reproduce and get sold, this is our fate. Something we can never change. The story chilled Luo Feng's heart. My God. There are actually warriors who specially own a planet to cultivate slaves? It was just like cultivating vegetables, selling one crop and cultivating another. To peddle slaves is an extremely lucrative industry. Gao Sheng said as he shook his head, a planet with a population of hundreds of millions can reproduce that amount in a few decades. Selling a few hundreds of millions would mean enormous wealth. However, these sorts of things are extremely disgusting. The moment that race produces any powerful warriors, that planet's leader would be done for, hence these people usually only do such things to the weaker races. And the ones that dare to do so are leaders with extremely big backgrounds, but there are countless human races, some weaker races, that are still weak even after maturing. To even produce a star traveler level is extremely difficult. These races, for them to be sold as slaves, is a very common thing. Gao Sheng said. Ice cold. Coldness that pierced to the bones. The universe was too raw and brutal. If Earth were to ever be discovered, Luo Feng trembled within. Earth's humans were far too weak. Even reaching the Star Traveler level 1 was extremely difficult. This sort of race, if it were to be discovered by some big power in the universe, would immediately be deemed a slave race, reproducing generation after generation and being sold as slaves. Generations would pass, the people would get poorer and poorer, it was a bottomless pit, but like the Dream Shell Clan. No. Luo Feng felt a sense of rage within. Rage. He couldn't resign himself to that. He could never allow it. Coming to Dragon Star and seeing the star-level warriors that could squash him with a finger, even just the restaurant manager, the more important slaves, the bodyguards, Luo Feng understood. This was why Babata wanted him to act as a big family's heir. Act as someone who had a huge background. As it turns out, the universe was this level of raw and brutal. If one was weak, he would be stepped on. No one would care about it. If your race was weak, then, the entire race would be stepped on, even enslaved. No one would help you. One had to rely totally on himself. Big family's heir? Liquid silver guards? Black dragon ship? I'm definitely not some big family's heir. The disciple of Yun Mo planet? It has already been destroyed. I'm just an earthling, a weak human from Earth. I can only rely on acting and appearances to gather some form of respect here on Dragonstar. Otherwise, who would actually respect a Star Traveler level little man from an aboriginal planet? Luo Feng was looking at the slave Sha. Looking at the group of Dream Shell clan slaves. The female slaves were weak, while some of the male slaves had already reached the Star Traveler level. Obviously, when it came to power, the Dream Shell clan was even stronger than people from Earth. Dream Shell clan people, humans from Earth, Luo Feng muttered to himself. I definitely won't allow it. I won't allow Earth to follow in the Dream Shell clan's footsteps. Never. Luo Feng muttered to himself. A raging fire was burning within him. Seeing the Dream Shell clan, Luo Feng's mind was totally clear now. In the vast universe, there were millions and billions of human races. The stronger race bloodlines, like the Manka, reach the Domain Lord level when they mature. And the weakest are even weaker than Earth. The weaker ones compared to those on Earth, the matured people's powers can't even reach the student level 1, they were simply too weak. Why were the Manka so strong? It was due to the hard work from their ancestors, that they managed to evolve the genetics of their descendants. For any race to want to rise up, a hero is required to hack open a road for the others. Since we do not have any powerful ancestors, then, let me be the one to open a path. I cannot rely on anybody else, only on myself. Walking through the slave market with Gao Shang and looking at the groups of slaves, many of the slaves were grouped according to their race and sold, even orders up to the thousands and tens of thousands were easily handled. This chilled Luo Feng's heart even more. If there was ever a day where Earth humans were sold in the thousands and tens of thousands, amongst them were his fellow men, family, and descendants. That would be a nightmare. Brother Gao Shang, I still have some matters to attend to, let's separate here, but... At the exit of the slave market, Luo Feng said goodbye to Gao Shang. No problem. Luo Feng, if any matters pop up, you can contact me through the virtual universe network. I'll be here on Dragonstar for the next few years. Gao Shang said enthusiastically. Definitely. At that time, the two split up. Watching as Luo Feng left with the two liquid silver guards, Gao Shang muttered softly to himself, training for a sect? Or a test from a big family? He shook his head, leaving with his bodyguards. He could never have imagined, this youth who seemed to have such a big background, was actually the strongest warrior from an aboriginal planet, and even though he was the strongest, he was still only a Star Traveler level. I have to increase my strength as fast as possible now, increasing Earth's power. Luo Feng walked along the streets of Dragonstar. There were two routes to increasing his strength. One was to increase his human body's strength. Two was to increase the Golden Horned Beast's strength. The Golden Horned Beast has the strongest battle power. Luo Feng thought, however, to enable the Golden Horned Beast to reach the universe level within a couple of years, even after selling the Arc Cutter Blade, the money would still be insufficient. There's only one way to do this. Increasing my human body's power, swiftly reaching the star level. After that, heading to the Universe Galaxy Bank, acquiring the first account my teacher left for me. Relying on this account's money, to make the Golden Horned Beast's body swiftly reaching the universe level. Luo Feng easily formulated a plan for himself. With the power of the Yunmo planet's master, even a random leg hair would have been stronger than the Dragonstar leader's domain lord. He believed the amount of money in the first account would not disappoint him. Babada, I want to sell the Arc Cutter Blade, where would be the best place to do it? Luo Feng asked. You really want to sell it? Babada couldn't help but ask. Yes. Luo Feng was firm on his decision. Having the Undying Corpses, hybrid copper essence weapon, and the even more expensive Eternal Love, etc., taking them out would mean suicide. With these, why did he still have to work so hard? The hybrid copper essence shard and Eternal Love would all drive the domain lords mad. And the Yunmo planet ship made even the Undying beings crazy. Luo Feng didn't dare to take them out. If you want to sell, go to that treasure shop from before, Babata said. Treasure shop? Luo Feng was shocked. Yup, the treasure shop's goods cannot compare to the spirit weapon specialist shops, they will give you a better price, Babata explained. Luo Feng rushed over to the treasure shop. A while later. Oh, it's the customer from before. You've actually returned, you must have decided to buy something. The helper within the store recognized Luo Feng, inviting him enthusiastically. Respected sir, what can I help you with? The helper smiled. I want to sell a spirit weapon. Luo Feng looked at him, this made the helper very shocked. Luo Feng continued, a level 3-1. Please wait a moment. The helper seemed like he was trembling. The spirit weapon was originally a luxury good. Every rise in level had price leaps that were extremely shocking. A level 3 spirit weapon's lowest price was still in the billions, and the highest quality ones could reach even trillions. Sir, please come inside to discuss. Very quickly, the helper ran back out, respectfully leading Luo Feng to a guest room within. Within the guest room, the originally sitting old man with 2 red and blue stripes across his face, a height of about 2.6 m, smiled and stood up, slightly bowing. Respected customer, I heard you want to sell a level 3 spirit weapon? This was a star level 6 warrior. On ordinary planets, he was an invincible being. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. May I know what spirit weapon it is? The old man asked. Luo Feng flipped his hand, brandishing the arc cutter blade. The old man's eyes lit up. This is the arc cutter blade, a weapon sold in spirit weapon shops in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The arc cutter blade's quoted price is 21 billion Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng said. With careful study of spirit weapons, one could easily create imitations of them. Of course, regular level 3 spirit weapons, only sector lords could maybe try and imitate them. They went as far as requiring undying beings to make them. Peddling weapons has always been a very lucrative industry. Things like the soaring shuttle was made by Huyen Bo, but the arc cutter blade wasn't. Hence the number of soaring shuttles in the universe was much lower. The arc cutter blade actually belongs to the more commonly seen level 3 spirit weapons. This treasure shop was bound to have information on its usage and methods. D. A green light covered the arc cutter blade. Oh, it's an authentic arc cutter blade. Its materials are not bad, it's also in perfect condition. The old man smiled and looked at Luo Feng. I can give you 16 billion Black Dragon dollars, closing price. 18 billion, I won't go any lower. Luo Feng shook his head. This 18 billion was what Babata had instructed him to say. 18 billion? The old man looked at Luo Feng. This youth before him seemed to understand well about their business and profits. For them to actually carry such weapons, the first step alone was hard. It required time to wait for the goods. Spirit weapons were after all things that only sector lords could build and create. With all these, it would take more than 18 billion just to acquire one arc cutter knife. Deal. The old man looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng finally revealed a smile. Let's draw up the contract. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 27, The Purchase Before Departure. Chapter 27, The Purchase Before Departure. Both parties agreed on the contract and deal. As Luo Feng didn't have a bank card, hence, he made special request. He had to get a new bank card from the Universe Galaxy Bank. Thereafter, the two completed their deal. The arc cutter blade now belonged to the treasure shop. And the huge sum of 18 billion Black Dragon dollars now belonged to Luo Feng. This credit card is truly special. It's actually fused with one's consciousness. Only the original owner can use the card. Even if it was stolen, it couldn't be used. Luo Feng was singing its praises. This was definitely an absolute safe method, safer than any password. after all, everyone's spiritual mark was different. Universe Galaxy Bank, it was one of the super banks of the universe. In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it only dealt with clients and deals exceeding 100 million Black Dragon dollars. It wouldn't even bother handling anything lower. 18 billion, this is also considered a pretty big amount. For people like Gao Shang and the Wei Lin from the restaurant, they too wouldn't be able to produce such cash instantly. Luo Feng's spiritual force felt the 18 billion within his storage space ring, feeling extremely excited. What are you excited about? One hybrid copper essence shard alone is much more valuable, and the Yunmo planet ship, which is made from countless hybrid copper essence, would make the undying beings even more green with envy. That's the true wealth. Babata couldn't help but say, he obviously couldn't stand Luo Feng's current expression. No matter how valuable, I can't even take it out, where's the use in that? Luo Feng retorted. Babata was speechless. The Yunmo planet ship would probably entice the entire Black Dragon Mountain Empire to risk it all in battle for it. How could Luo Feng dare to bring it out? Even after reaching the universe level, domain lord level, he still wouldn't dare to bring it out, but... Along with the old man, the two walked out from the Universe Galaxy Bank and returned to the treasure shop. Since I currently do not have enough money to make the golden horned beast quickly reach the universe level, I just have to swiftly increase my human body's power. Luo Feng was very clear, in the vast universe, huge amounts of wealth represented a great power. He needed to as quickly as possible gain access to the first bank account his teacher left behind for him. Hence, he needed to quickly raise his human body's power. Only that way would his spirit swiftly increase in power too. After all, the golden horned beast's soul was a star level 4, his human body didn't have any restrictions to break through. Luo Feng, the Muya crystals have life force in them, to the human soul and body, they have a positive effect on its evolution. They don't have any side effects too. So, the crystals can make a higher war god breakthrough to the Star Traveler level 1, it can also help the monsters evolve. Babata said, of course right now you don't need your physical body or soul to strengthen, just your body. Luo Feng's body was the main reason for his power currently. Strengthening your body, with your current wealth, the best would be the Jade Marrow. Babata explained, the Jade Marrow is a treasure that's best for the Star Traveler level. At different levels, different treasures had different effects. Just like America's Elixir of Life, it allowed normal people to regrow lost limbs. The spirits of nature allowed war gods' powers to increase quickly. A few special spirits of nature could even help treat and heal star travelers. However, they had no ability to increase or strengthen a star traveler warrior. At that time, they required even better treasures. Mr. Luo Feng, the old man from the treasure shop smiled, this is a member card for our treasure shop, you enjoy a 9.8% discount. We don't normally hand out member cards this easily. I understand. Luo Feng smiled. This old man obviously knew Luo Feng had 18 billion Black Dragon dollars, of course he'd hoped for Luo Feng to make a few more purchases. Do you have jade marrows here? Luo Feng asked, he couldn't care less to look at the other treasures, this 18 billion, he needed to use it to the best of his ability, raising his body's power. He definitely couldn't waste it some useless items. We do. This star level 6 old man personally serviced Luo Feng, smiling as he brought Luo Feng to a corner of the treasure shop. There, several floating virtual images of jade marrows were on display. The jade marrows were a special and unique green color with hints of shiny mercury liquid around. Beside it, its price was displayed. Jade marrow, 1 gram for $9,000? Luo Feng nodded, I need 30 kilograms. 30 kilograms? The old man nodded and smiled. This caused the recently entered customers to turn and stare at Luo Feng. The jade marrow, an expensive plaything? Buying 30 kilograms in one go? After adding the discount, that would be 264.6 million Black Dragon dollars. The old man smiled, does Mr. Luo Feng require anything else? Not at the moment. Thanks. Luo Feng didn't even look at any other treasures. The old man was a little disappointed, but he still swiftly finished cashing the goods out, retrieving from a secret warehouse behind 30 kilograms of jade marrow. It was only on Dragonstar, a shop in the core of hundreds of galaxies, would one be able to retrieve instantly such huge amount of goods. The lesser planets definitely couldn't produce such amounts. This is the jade marrow, please keep it well, sir. The old man handed over a translucent glass bottle. In it was a shiny green with bright sparkling silver of sorts liquid. Just this bottle of liquid. Who knew how many people died to collect this amount of this liquid? If converted to advanced level war god fighters, it could buy over 10 million of them. Okay. Luo Feng received the large translucent bottle. Shua, it vanished. This caused several other customers to be shocked into discussion after they witnessed the exchange. Obviously. This youth had a space storage ring. With the 30 kilograms of jade marrow, I can help my human body quickly reach the Star Traveler level 7, the Spirit Reader's side to reach Star level 1. Then, I'd be able to access the first bank account my teacher left for me. Luo Feng was high in anticipation. The remaining jade marrow I can use to help Hong and Thunder God. 30 kilograms of jade marrow, Luo Feng definitely bought an adequate amount. Please take your time, sir, we welcome you to shop here anytime. The old man smiled, watching Luo Feng leave. Luo Feng once again reached the slave market that wasn't far from the treasure shop. Within the slave market, it was still as crowded as ever. The extremely beautiful female slaves capable of disrupting entire kingdoms only costed a total of several thousand black dragon dollars. A student level 9, advanced level war god fighter was worth only about 20 black dragon dollars. Luo Feng could see tourists and travelers easily buying a few slaves all over the market. I need time to increase my own power, and in the future, I would need more helping hands. I'll be frequently leaving Earth too. There needs to be some servants in the house. Luo Feng quickly made up his mind to buy a few slaves to bring back. Very quickly, Luo Feng came to a rather powerful slave owner's shopping center within the district. Within the shopping center. Respectable sir, what slaves do you require? Be it beautiful or powerful, we have everything you would ever need. A man as skinny as a monkey, with a pointy and huge nose, came up and easily recognized that Luo Feng was a client with buying power. Oh, I require some star-level slaves. Luo Feng said. The man in charge became happy, smiling. Please come over here, we have a large number of virtual images of slaves for you to slowly pick from. The prices are definitely reasonable, and if you buy in bulk, we can even give you a better discount. The star-level slave prices are more expensive, hence his happiness. In the spacious guest room, a large virtual image appeared in front of Luo Feng. Large numbers of physical appearances, body measurements and data, power and strength details, races and information all appeared, including price. A star-level 5 fighter is worth 80 million, a star-level 7 fighter is worth 500 million, level 8 is 2 billion, 9 is 5 billion. The spirit readers of the same level are 3 times that of the fighters. These are the standard pricings. Unless one has a special ability, their price would thus be higher naturally. For example, a star level 9 spirit reader who is also a level 9 fighter. I want 3 of the star level 5 spirit readers. Luo Feng pointed at the screen, the Black Meng race. All right. The man in charge happily recorded. Each of them were worth 240 million black dragon dollars. The total was 720 million black dragon dollars. It was big business. His eye for customers wasn't wrong. This youth was indeed a big client. The Black Meng star level 7 spirit readers, 3 of them. Luo Feng continued. The Black Meng race, their bodies were strong and sturdy, and they usually had more spirit readers. According to Babata, the Black Meng slaves' quality were not bad. Star level 7 spirit readers? The man in charge was shocked, looking at Luo Feng. 3? Every one of them was worth 1.5 billion black dragon dollars. 3 of them would mean 4.5 billion black dragon dollars. Even the big families of the Dragon Star, it'd be some kind of very important or big figure to be able to take out so much cash instantly. And heirs of big families hardly ever had so much cash on hand. Have you recorded it down? Luo Feng looked over. Yes, I've recorded. The man in charge was extremely excited. If he managed to close this deal, his reward would be plenty. Luo Feng nodded his head. Can you give me a big discount? 9.5%. It's definitely the biggest discount. The man in charge's sharp nose was shining. Alright, I would like a complimentary gift of 10 level 1 star levels, 5 fighters and 5 spirit readers, along with another 1000 star traveler level 9 spirit readers. Luo Feng said. Sir. The man in charge made a face as if his parents just died. He immediately widened his eyes. I can't give you that much. You are simply asking for my life. 10-star level 1/2 fighters and spirit readers would cost a total of 20 million black dragon dollars. 1000-star traveler level 9 spirit readers too would be worth 100 million. One price. Luo Feng looked at the man, 5 billion black dragon dollars, plus the little extras I mentioned earlier. The man in charge was perspiring profusely, water beaded down from his pointy nose. Calculations were going through his mind like crazy as if he was a calculator. Deal. The man in charge gritted his teeth. This deal still allotted a hefty amount of earnings for himself. The rest of the earnings would be split by the upper levels themselves. That's good. Luo Feng nodded. Black Meng star level 5, star level 7 spirit readers, 3 of each, along with 5 star level 1 fighters, 5 star level 1 spirit readers. Along with 1000 star traveler level 9 spirit readers. From the races, you can pick from the 13 different races I've allotted. No problem. The man in charge nodded. I'll place a deposit of 100 million black dragon dollars first. Later on, I'll inform you to transport all the slaves to the planet's docking bay. When that time comes, we'll finish the deal there. Luo Feng said. But of course. The man in charge was all smiles. Over 1,000 slaves, most of them would be delivered at the docking bay. Luo Feng nodded. There were a total of more than 1,000 slaves. Earth's aircraft carriers would easily hold up to 1,000. The Black Dragon ship had a total of 3 levels, a ship with a diameter of 100 m. If they squeezed in, just one level could hold up to 1,000. After signing up at the Ganwu Dojo, I'll leave Dragon Star with the slaves. Luo Feng suddenly thought of the scene of him bringing such a big group of people back to Earth and couldn't help but to reveal a weird smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 28, Ganwu Dojo. Chapter 28, Ganwu Dojo. Leaving the slave market, Luo Feng swiftly headed towards his final destination on Dragon Star, the Ganwu Dojo. Babata insists that I sign up at the Ganwu Dojo. Luo Feng stood in front of a huge door over a city lake. Yes. This was a city within the city. The Ganwu Dojo on Dragon Star was the largest one within the surrounding 100 galaxies. Its level was also the highest. Many students gathered here. The entire territory of the dojo was an area of 280 squared km. One could only imagine its size. A golden leaf? Luo Feng raised his head to look at the door of the dojo. On the door, a flamboyant cursive writing of the words Ganwu Dojo was written with universe common language. Also surrounding these words, there were golden leaf engravings. At the door, students of the dojo were entering and leaving. There was no guard at all. Luo Feng followed a few others and entered the dojo. So many. So huge. With a look, one could see the expanse of the huge plaza, blurred images, or at least tens of thousands of students were sparring, engaging in group training. It was like a sea of people, giving off a strong visual sight to anyone looking, and there wasn't one student who was below the Star Traveler level. It's indeed the best Ganwu dojo within 100 galaxies, Luo Feng complimented. Within the Ganwu dojo, before arriving, Babata had told Luo Feng in detail. This was a school for fighters and spirit readers from the Ganwu Empire. It attracts a large number of fighters and spirit readers. Also, the Ganwu Empire had, within its vast starfield and hundreds of millions of galaxies, restricted any other dojo from teaching. The Ganwu Empire had only one Ganwu dojo. Of course, if any domain or sector lord was to teach his own disciples on his own planet, the Ganwu Empire wouldn't bother. However, domain lords, sector lords, and even undying beings, they were all restricted from building dojos on many of the planets, accepting disciples in bulk. This Ganwu dojo actually has 3 figures to represent them. Luo Feng was looking at the 3 statues at the door, but they were 3 powerful human fighters. The 3 humans were dressed in dark purple battle robes, and on their sleeves a golden leaf was embroidered. 1 leaf Ganwu warrior. A Ganwu dojo on a planet usually has 3 universe-level teachers. The Ganwu dojos in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire area usually have stronger teachers. If the Ganwu Empire, with its hundreds of millions of dojos were to come together, Luo Feng exclaimed, this Ganwu dojo's power is truly scary. Ganwu dojo. Star Traveler levels were normal students. Star levels were deemed elite students, with the rights to actually apply to be instructors. On a few normal planets, these instructors ran the dojos. The universe level would be deemed as Ganwu warriors, with a rank of 1 leaf. The domain lords, a 2-leaf Ganwu warrior. The sector lords, 3-leaf Ganwu warrior. Hence in the Ganwu dojo, to be able to gain the name of a Ganwu warrior, wearing an embroidered leaf on one's sleeve, that was a huge honor itself. Your teacher's biggest problem back then was he was too solitary. This was something even he admitted before his death. If he had joined a big power, like the Ganwu Empire, he could have mixed with the undying community in the Ganwu Empire. With that, the assassins wouldn't have dared to attack him so directly. Your teacher instructed. Without sufficient power, mixing with the community is still better. 1 warrior would have 3 others to assist. What's more, in the Ganwu Empire's territory, joining the dojo would make a lot of things very convenient in the future. Plus, the dojo doesn't have too many restrictions on its warriors. Sai, your master back then, he was much too solitary, no friends, no community. Babata's voice was forlorn and grieving. Luo Feng sighed. According to Babata's depiction, his teacher was too reclusive. Dragon Star, within the Ganwu dojo, an administrative office. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Feng knocked on the door. Enter. A forceful old voice sounded. The door automatically opened. In the room sat a man with a head full of white, green skin and with eyebrows that stretched all the way down to his waist. The old man looked over. Luo Feng smiled. I'm here to sign up. Sign up? The old man took a look. Beside, the screen immediately displayed a list of information, Luo Feng's name, nationality, power, etc. Your name is Luo Feng? The old man nodded. Star Traveler level 8 spirit reader? Black Dragon Mountain Empire citizen? Okay, registration fee is 800 Black Dragon dollars. In the future, you have to pay an annual fee of 10 Black Dragon dollars to continue receiving our Ganwu dojo's various student services. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. The Ganwu dojo's biggest site was actually within the virtual universe. However, the virtual universe did have its own unavoidable detriments. This is 1,000 Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng took out a big note of currency, 800 for the registration and another 20 years of usage. Okay. The old man nodded, swiftly finishing the documents for Luo Feng. The Ganwu dojo was an important pathway for attracting countless numbers of warriors in the universe. Hence, once you reach the most basic Star Traveler level, registration would go without any hitches. No tests or anything else, of course. If you weren't a citizen from the Ganwu Empire, it would be more troublesome. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled and left. The information was already keyed in. From that moment, Luo Feng had acquired the status of a student of the Ganwu Dojo. Doing certain things in the future naturally became easier and more convenient. Dragon Star's Ganwu Dojo? Luo Feng walked out of the entrance, looking back and smiling. I'm afraid I may not have the chance to ever return here ever again. Glancing at the tens of thousands of students who were engaged in group training, with regards to their techniques and methods, Luo Feng couldn't care less about their teachings. He had the secret techniques from Yun Mo planet. Maybe the Ganwu Dojo's core secret techniques could surpass the Yun Mo planets. However, even the sector lords within the dojo probably wouldn't have access to such valuable information. Oh. Outside the main entrance, a student looked suspiciously at the back silhouette of Luo Feng. What's up, Wei Lin? The other two asked curiously. That man before resembles the punk with 2 spirit weapons we met at the restaurant. Wei Lin squinted a little. Are you sure? The other two said shocked. Yes, definitely. Wei Lin's mouth curled into a smile. Since you're from the Ganwu Dojo. That's good, I'll arrange something down the road. Let's find out more about this little punk. You actually dared to humiliate me in that restaurant. Luo Feng was in the air in Dragon City, flying alongside others. Right. Luo Feng was currently in contact with the slave owner. I'm departing immediately. Right, wait for me, we'll rendezvous and leave together for the planet's docking bay. Luo Feng finished and the communicator on his arm that was controlled by Babata immediately stopped the call. Luo Feng immediately made another call to Gao Shang's number. It's me, Luo Feng. Brother Gao Shang, I'm leaving Dragon Star. No need, you don't have to send me off. I'm leaving the city now. Oh, next time then. The next time I come to Dragon Star, I'll definitely look for you. Alright, we'll meet in the virtual universe next time. After the two conversations were completed, Luo Feng swiftly headed to the northern district of the city to the planned rendezvous point with the slave owner. In a private room of the 6th level of a restaurant 3 kilometers away from the northern city entrance. Mr. Luo Feng, this is our manager, he handles all the business here on Dragon Star. The pointy-nosed person in charge politely introduced. Within the private room, there stood a thin green-haired man with ears that were slightly longer than usual. Behind him were 2 bodyguards dressed in black uniforms, their bodies tall and sturdy. Luo Feng, those 2 bodyguards are Star Level 9 Spirit Readers. The green-haired man is a Star Level 3 Spirit Reader. With Babata's warning, Luo Feng remained calm and collected. As the main manager of the business here on Dragon Star who controlled so many slaves, arranging the 2 strongest slaves to protect himself before the slaves were sold was a very normal thing to do. How are you, Mr. Luo Feng? Let me introduce myself, my name is Wula. The green-haired man smiled. Mr. Wula, very nice to meet you. If there aren't any problems, I would like to leave immediately. Luo Feng said directly. The client's wish is our command. The green-haired man slightly bowed, smiling as he said, the ship is already outside the city waiting. Any ships entering Dragon Star from the universe were to be docked at the docking bay. However, if a resident were to dock his ship in his own landing yard, or such slave owners with tens of thousands of connections, they could bring their many ships and battleships in without any problems. A large ship was stopped right outside the city. Mr. Luo Feng, please. The green-haired man was very polite. Following that, the man entered the spacious guest room of the ship along with Luo Feng. Sitting opposite him, beautiful women immediately filled the table in front of them with delicacies. May I know where Mr. Luo Feng is from? The green-haired man asked curiously. My apologies, I do not wish to divulge. Luo Feng said directly. Oh, I was impulsive, I hope Mr. Luo Feng doesn't mind. The green-haired man expressed his apologies. For him to meet such a client with business reaching 5 billion, it was also a rare and lucky thing. After all, the competition in the slave market was very intense, with many slave owners. Meeting such a straightforward big client, he was definitely highly respectful. The slave owners were cold and brutal towards their slaves. However, to their clients, they were incomparably respectful. The ship has already reached the planet's docking bay. A sound erupted within the ship. Within the guest room, the green-haired man immediately stood up. Mr. Luo Feng, the ship has already arrived. Right now, we can begin the slave transfer. As it is the highest form of master recognition, from now on, we will be unable to ever regain control of these slaves. They will all only be controlled by you, and also, since there are over 1,000 of them, the process could take a little longer. Okay. Luo Feng was anticipating the transfer. 16 star levels under him. 1,000 star traveler level 9 spirit readers, they were all just about to be transferred over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 29, Returning to the Milky Way. Chapter 29, Returning to the Milky Way. All the slaves are in the big hall in the second level below. Mr. Luo Feng, please follow me. The green-haired man led the way. This ship was even bigger than Luo Feng's Black Dragon ship. Of course, the material used was much weaker. This was a B-grade ship. In the second level of the ship below was a very spacious hall with an area of over 100 m. Within it stood either tall and sturdy, or grave and stern, and even beautiful and gorgeous slaves. If one didn't mention anything, no one could tell from the appearances that these were all slaves. After all, the weakest one was still a Star Traveler level 9 spirit reader, stronger than Luo Feng himself. How could their auras be weak? Mr. Luo Feng, please stand in front. The green-haired middle-aged man said, the entire process is going to take a while. No problem. Luo Feng walked in front of the big hall, looking at the slaves that were all standing at attention. 1,000 Star Traveler level 9 slaves all gathered together, and 16 star level slaves were standing the closest to Luo Feng. D. A strange sound resounded. Immediately, all of the eyes of the slaves lost their focus, and within the corner of the big hall, the green-haired man was arranging for his underlings to swiftly manage their apparatuses, with one of them directed straight at Luo Feng, as though it was collecting all of his data. Minutes and seconds passed. Slowly and gradually, the slaves' eyes began to light up once again, regaining their focus. About 12 minutes passed. Master. The group with over 1,000 men and women, coming from different races, all neatly bowed together, respectfully recognizing their owner. Mr. Luo Feng, the green-haired middle-aged man, brought over a silver case, face full of smiles. Everything has been settled. Within here is the 1016 slaves' controls for their microchips. One control for each chip, for each slave. The microchips are connected to the assisting computers and can be ordered and controlled through there. The operation methods have been included in a detailed memory card with explanations within the case. The middle-aged man explained. Luo Feng nodded. With regards to these, Babata had already explained in detail to him long before. Mr. Woola, then I'll immediately transfer the funds. Luo Feng smiled. Transferring the remainder of the funds straight into the slave shop's account, the two had completed their deal. Ha ha. Receiving the confirmation of the funds transfer, the green-haired middle-aged man immediately broke into smiles. Mr. Luo Feng, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. This is my virtual universe contact number. If you ever need or think of buying slaves again, please look for me. Whatever requests you have regarding the slaves, do mention them and I will definitely give you preferential treatment and discounts. Finishing up, he passed over his name card. Definitely. After Luo Feng received it, he turned to look at the 1016 slaves. Follow me. Luo Feng said. Yes, Master. 3-star level 7 Black Mongolian spirit readers followed right behind Luo Feng. Behind them were the other 13 star levels, finally behind them were the 1,000 other slaves. Some of the slaves discussed in hushed voices, recognizing an owner once gives such a headache. Looks like our new master has a big background and status, I hope our lives will be better. While the microchips were low in cost to make, their technology was incredibly advanced. It was said that it was a piece of technology acquired from the human race battling the automaton race. The moment it melded with a living organism, that organism would be totally controlled. He would still have all his past memories, but a deep sense of loyalty towards his new owner would develop. Any smallest sense of disrespect would result in the microchip reacting adversely. Hence, in the vast universe, even after countless years, with the living microchips controlling the slaves, there hasn't been a case of a slave betraying his owner. Unless the slave becomes a domain lord, gaining the ability to resist the microchip, the strongest measure the chip can do is to detonate and blow one's head off. For domain lord warriors, this wouldn't kill them. Dragon Star, the planet's docking bay. Respected sir, we welcome you to visit Dragon Star again. Dressed in a gray uniform, with a height of 2.8 m, 2 horns on his head, green skin, the worker respectfully took Luo Feng's docking card, watching as the majestic 3-star level 7 led the rest of the army into the Black Dragon ship. The Black Dragon ship lifted, leaving the docking bay. Who? This green-skinned young man breathed a sigh of relief as the ship left. A day hasn't passed and he's already leaving with such an army. And there's even 3-star level 7 spirit readers. The green-skinned young man looked at his own mini quantum computer and the power assessor, feeling his blood rushing. 16 star levels. 1,000 star traveler level 9s, this sort of army could easily conquer a normal planet. Dragon Star Space. Black Dragon Ship Control Room. 3-star level 5 and 3-star level 7 slaves were respectfully standing behind Luo Feng, and the other 10-star level 1 slaves were managing the 1,000-star traveler level 9 slaves. The 1,010 of them were staying in the lower and middle level of the Black Dragon ship. The ship has already left Dragon Star. On the control board screen, a small adorable demon head appeared, currently increasing speed. A moment later. There's another 10 seconds before the ship reaches light speed, traveling through the universe. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The ship gently vibrated. It continued for 10 seconds. Travel complete, we've entered the dark space. It was only then that Luo Feng turned to look at the 6 Black Meng star level slaves behind him. Among the 1,016 slaves that he bought, these were the 6 Black Meng race that were the most powerful. The other 1,010 slaves were picked from the 13 races that he specified from. The one similarity from the 13 other races was, their heights and appearances were close to that of Earth's humans. Black Meng race. Luo Feng looked at the 4 men and 2 women. The Black Meng men were very handsome, the women too were very pretty, they looked close to that of Earth humans. The only difference was, within their mouths, they had fangs and their eyes were dark red. What are your names? Luo Feng asked. Master, one of the star level 7 Black Mongolian women smiled. My name translated to universe language is Abelashadini Anidasana. Master, my name is Waishian Saikdunishenshilade. One of the Black Meng men from the star level 7s who was more sturdy said. Master. The 6 reported their names one after another. My God. Luo Feng was speechless. The Black Meng names were really long. From today, whatever you call yourselves among yourselves doesn't concern me. Luo Feng immediately pointed to the sturdy star level 7 man. I call you Meng 1, you'll be called Meng 2 and you Meng 3. With one breath, from Meng 1 to 6, Luo Feng passed his order. Amongst the Meng 3 and 6 were women. Yes, master. The 6 Black Mongolian humans happily complied, only giving a slight sense of helplessness as they looked at each other. You can all return to the cabin to rest. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. The six left. Only Luo Feng was left in the control room, its large doors automatically closed. Babata, connect to the virtual universe network. Luo Feng ordered through his thoughts. Virtual universe world, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Large amounts of human traffic filled the posh and bustling streets. Suddenly one person popped out. Luo Feng too appeared out of nowhere this way. On his shoulder sat a large fist-sized little demon. Mr. Luo Feng, we've discovered your Universe Galaxy bank account. Would you like to bind it here? A voice resounded in his mind, gentle and relaxing. Bind it. Luo Feng said. The Universe Galaxy bank account thus received a soul imprint. This virtual universe linked up consciousness and soul imprints. Babata, act according to the plan. Luo Feng casually strolled to an old wine bar, ordering a glass of fruit juice and sitting in the corner. Luo Feng, I've searched, within 30,000 light-years of Earth, there are many planets that fit your requirements to be our second base. Babata said. Oh? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Earth was the homeland, he would definitely work hard to become its owner, hence Earth was naturally his first base. However, because of the Unimo Planet Master entering the dark space back then, using his space technique to hide Earth and its surrounding 1,000 light-years, the difficulty of finding these hidden markers was extremely high. Even undying beings could hardly do it. Thus, besides Babata who was able to easily locate this hidden markers, other ships had absolutely no way to reach Earth directly. They could only slowly fly. And in the future when Luo Feng purchases more metals, etc., to allow the other party to send them to Earth was impossible. Thus, they needed to find a second base. This second base was the land for Luo Feng to receive the large amounts of metal in the future, an important place for him to meet and communicate with the other people from the universe. As close to Earth as possible. As cheap as possible. As small a population on the planet as possible. As big of a warehouse as possible. Luo Feng said. He required a large warehouse. In the universe, there were many such transport and storage services. Be it unsuitable agriculture, or terrain that was more uninhabitable, these places were usually converted to large warehouses. Luo Feng, I found one on the network, it seems not bad. Bylon Star, a planet in the Milky Way, about 1.180 thousand light-years from Earth. It receives very low temperatures throughout the year, its coldest regions reach 120 degrees below zero. The warmest places too are still about 10 degrees below zero. The entire planet's population is 1 billion, because of its low temperatures, they all mostly live in the cities. In Bylon Star's cold regions, there are about 98 kilometers long, 61 kilometers wide warehouse bases. They are just about to give up and sell their business. This warehouse eternal deed is priced at 800 million silver blue dollars. Babata said, after that, every year just requires 600,000 silver blue dollars to pay the manager. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. 98 kilometers long, 61 kilometers wide, such a big warehouse? It was definitely the place for interstellar shipments, it was huge. This sort of warehouse was mostly made out of ship remains mixed with things like debris. While it may seem big, the costs for building such a warehouse definitely wouldn't exceed 100 million silver blue dollars. Expensive, but only on the land itself. Of course, for such extremely cold regions, there was no point in building places and communities for humans to live. To be sold at this price was not bad. Alright, Babata, contact the people in charge on the Bylon Star. Luo Feng said immediately. From then, the discussions lasted more than 3 hours. Finally, the manager from Bylon Star agreed, with 800,000 Black Dragon dollars, government price, 1 Black Dragon dollar equals 1,000 silver blue dollars. The worth of the Black Dragon dollar was actually even higher, the price for buying the eternal deed for the warehouse base, along with deducting 500 years of management fees. The Black Dragon dollar was worth a lot more than the silver blue dollar, Normal citizens of the planet may not even earn one black dragon dollar in a year. Days passed. 9 days later. We are just about to arrive at Bailon star marker. 320 seconds later we will travel through universes. Within the black dragon ship, Babata shouted from the control board screen. Luo Feng was all smiles. The Bailon star was really close to Earth, only 10,000 light years and a little more. With the black dragon ship's speed, it only took a day for him to fly to and fro from Earth to the Bailon star. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 30, Luo Feng's Future Home. Chapter 30, Luo Feng's Future Home. Milky Way, Bailon Star. As one of the millions of life planets in the Silver Blue Empire with less than satisfactory conditions for life, the managers sent to this planet to manage definitely were people without any background in the Silver Blue Empire. Bailon Star Northern District. An extremely cold region. Buildings of warehouses were scattered all over the ice-frozen land. Every warehouse was built and designed beautifully. And at that time, in front of one of the bigger warehouses, there was a silver-white ship parked there. Bureau Chief, when will that client arrive? We've been waiting here for half a day already. Within the ship, 10 workers were sitting close together. I say, Bureau Chief. Since the contracts have been signed and the money has been paid, there's no real need for all of us to personally come down to welcome this client. Wouldn't letting some of the workers just do it be enough? For our entire department to come out, aren't we giving him too much face? Another middle-aged man said slowly as he lifted his hot drink. For this whole group of people to take a ship and come out together, on Bailon Star, this was an excessive oddity. One could just guess how high their positions were on the planet. And this bureau chief was even one of the planet's biggest bosses. What's the hurry? The bureau chief with big fat ears grunted angrily, saying seriously after, you bunch of idiots, to prevent you all from creating trouble for me later, I'll explain to you all now. Do you know, in the virtual universe network, when I signed the deal with this client and the contract went through, do you know which bank his money is coming from? Which bank? Notre Bank? Beulah Galaxy Bank? The other workers reported several other bigger well-renowned banks. It's the Universe Galaxy Bank. The bureau chief with big fat ears said seriously. Silence. The group of workers who were originally casually sipping on their hot drinks all looked dumbfounded at their chief. Universe Galaxy Bank. That was a bank that was dedicated to serving only the upper echelon of people, powerful warriors in the universe. To be able to open an account with that bank, the conditions were, the storage amount had a minimum of 100 million black dragon dollars. 100 million black dragon dollars, converted to silver blue dollars, was more than $1 trillion silver blue dollars. The richest of the rich of several normal planets was only about that much, and on Bailon Star, the richest was only worth a little over 600 million silver blue dollars. Hence, the Universe Galaxy Bank usually only operated in the higher and middle-level civilizations and empires, places such as the important Dragon Star and several other planets, along with several other branches around in the universe countries. Universe Galaxy Bank? My God! Is it real? The group of workers exchanged looks, dumbfounded. Even the richest on their planet Bailon Star had no rights to reach the bare minimum of the Universe Galaxy Bank. And that richest person already commands enough respect and flattery from the management group's upper levels. The administrative officials, army officials, no matter how much they worked, they couldn't even compare to a planet's richest. So all of you better be careful. The bureau chief ordered. Understood. Relax, chief. We will definitely make the client extremely satisfied. Definitely no problems. The originally casual group seemed to liven up by 100 times. Beep. Chief Bate, the client has arrived. The message has come in. A voice resounded within the ship. All right. The fat-headed big-eared bureau chief immediately stood up, serious and ready. By Lonstar's Chief Bate, how are you? I am Luo Feng, the message's voice resounded. How do you do, Mr. Luo Feng? I am Bate, I'm currently outside the warehouse base that you bought. The chief's face was all smiles, saying, also Mr. Luo Feng, you don't have to stop your ship at the planet's docking bay. As a guest who owns property here on the planet, you can fly your ship here directly to the warehouse base. I'll be there immediately. The message ended. Hurry! The chief looked fiercely at the workers under him. Leave the ship immediately and welcome Mr. Luo. Yes, Chief. Whether they were big-bellied or old and unstable, this group of old men immediately became extremely determined. On the land outside the warehouse, 18 upper-level officials from the planet administration, including the chief bureau, the vice chief and 16 other important members, in the cold weather, dressed in warm thick clothing, stood looking around in anticipation. One must know that such a desolate place had temperatures of -90 degrees. Here he comes. The 18 men's eyes lit up. In the distance, a black ship appeared, almost immediately reaching the warehouse and slowly descending. This ship's logo was that of a black dragon. Could it be a universe ship from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire? As personnel from the lower planet by Lonstar of the Silver Blue Empire, to face such a big person from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they all naturally felt humbled. It's a Black Dragon Mountain X series. Pure black? It's from the Black Dragon Mountain X series luxury series? One of the younger members said shocked, the Black Dragon Mountain X series cheapest is about 600 million Black Dragon dollars for one ship. The more luxurious ships' prices go up to even 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. Pure black. It's an expensive pure black color. This particular ship enthusiast was extremely poor. But that didn't stop his interest in the different series, expensive and different types of ships. 10 billion Black Dragon dollars? This ship is worth 10 billion Black Dragon dollars? The other members said shocked. 10 billion? And in Black Dragon dollars? The fat-headed big-eared chief choked on his own saliva. My God! Even in the Silver Blue Empire's most wealthy, most advanced and most powerful places, the Empire's main planet. To be able to ride a ship worth 10 billion, only the most upper echelons, the biggest business owners in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire could afford something like that. These sort of people could easily remove the lower planet by Lonstar's poor management staff. The cabin door opened. 18 by Lonstar staff stood at attention, putting on their most enthusiastic smiles and watching the entrance of the ship. Who? People flew out neatly one after another. Powerful warriors continuously streamed out of the ship. This. They are all Star Traveler Level 9 Spirit Readers. Lowering their heads and looking at their assisting computer scans, shocked. A majestic total of 1,000 Star Traveler Level 9 Spirit Readers flew out. My God! This could easily level our by Lonstar. The bureau chief and others felt their legs shiver, even their hearts tremble. Their planet's strongest was only a Star Level 1 fighter. However, against 1,000 Star Traveler Level 9 Spirit Readers surrounding and attacking, he would definitely die immediately. Star Level 1, 2, 3 of them. Look, Star Level 5s. Another group of people came out. Over 1,000 of them lined up in 2 rows, like a group of soldiers, awaiting their master. After. Dressed simply, Luo Feng followed out under the close protection of 3 Star Level 7 bodyguards, flying out of the cabin door. 7, Level 7? Star Level 7? And Spirit Readers? The staff all lowered their heads and looked at their scanners, feeling their throats go dry. There were a total of 3 Star Level 7 Spirit Readers and bodyguards. This Star Traveler Level 8 youth, just where did he come from? Luo Feng flew out from the cabin door, looking at the 18 people welcoming him. Which of you is Chief Bate? Luo Feng said. That's me, I am by Lonstar's Business Administrative Bureau Chief Bate. The fat-headed big-eared chief stepped forward with utmost respect. My God! To be able to command such a scary force, with a total of 3-star level 7 spirit readers. Even the Emperor of the Silver Blue Empire didn't have such treatment. The 1000-star Traveler level 9 didn't even shake them as much as the 3-star level 7s. After all, 1-star level 7 spirit readers' price alone far exceeded that of the 1000-star travelers combined. Mr. Luo, let me introduce you to some of the capabilities of the warehouse base. Mr. Luo Feng, please look here, the entire warehouse base is solid and sturdy, they have the defensive capabilities of even an interstellar battleship. Be it earthquakes, etc., they wouldn't even be scratched. Chief Bate enthusiastically introduced, joking, the base was after all built from using a large amounts of battleship remains. It was indeed solid and sturdy, definitely not weak at all. A length of 98 kilometers, width of 61 kilometers, about 6,000 kilometers area, a huge warehouse. It definitely made people tremble. In the center area of the warehouse base, there was a residential area, with an area of about 3 kilometers. This is, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. This is a residential area, should the warehouse base ever need any workers or guards. They can live here. This area is very old, Mr. Luo Feng can demolish it and reconstruct it altogether. The fat-headed big-eared chief threw a glance behind. From behind a fair blonde youth walked up, pressing his wrist computer. A virtual image immediately appeared in mid-air, displaying villas one after another. Mr. Luo Feng, if you need any villas, you can pick any you want. Chief Bate said enthusiastically, these villas are easily dismantled, they are solid and can keep one warm, as long as we send the different parts of the villas from far away here, we can assemble one within a short amount of time. Move, dismantle, and assemble? Luo Feng was interested. On Earth, there were movable residential areas too. However, the technology and advancement was far behind compared to a developed planet. Are there even bigger living areas? Luo Feng said as he looked at the virtual image. Even bigger? The chief was taken aback. Beside him, the fair blonde youth said, the bigger ones are manors, even castles of sorts. However, to send the parts over require things from other planets. They would take more time and are more expensive. This is a manor, it takes up an area of 10,000 to 100,000 squares. These are the main construction dimensions. As for the courtyard, it can be however big you want it to be. These are the castles, they can take up from 500,000 to 5 million squares. Looking at the castles, Luo Feng felt more satisfied. Oh, give me 2 of the castles. This one's which take up 1 million squares and has 9 levels, 2 of them. Luo Feng said. Back on Earth, the little villas were obviously insufficient. After all, he had over 1,000 servants. And the building process on Earth was simply too slow. This sort of movable, dismantling and assembly type castles, even if he brought it back to Earth, he could rely on his over 1,000 servants to swiftly assemble and finish them. This Bylon Star is going to be my future hub for contact with the universe, also my second base. I have to have a castle here. Earth is my root, hence I definitely need a castle there too. Luo Feng pondered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 31, Returning to Earth. Chapter 31, Returning to Earth. 2 castles? The chief and the group of the men cleared their throats. This level of wealth definitely wasn't something they could imagine. The richest on Bylon Star could at most build 1 castle for themselves. To require buying such a lavish and movable castle, his capital must obviously be extremely high. The style of the castle can be picked, the interior design too. And the castle itself, it's priced according to the materials used. The fair blonde youth said. Luo Feng was quickly going through the images and picking. Within a short time, he had picked the style, interior design and the materials for the castle. 2 castles at 1.2 billion silver blue dollars each, a total of 2.4 billion silver blue dollars. If you use Black Dragon dollars to pay, you can get a 8% discount at 1.92 million Black Dragon dollars. The blonde fair youth said, his voice quivering slightly. Such a huge sum. 2.4 billion silver blue dollars, it was more expensive than the entire warehouse base. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. These 2 villas were made from B-grade battleship parts, especially the core master bedroom and some other important rooms. They were built using C-grade alloys and mixed metals. They were all accorded for important and respectable guests. After the business managers all left, Luo Feng returned to the Black Dragon ship. After all, the warehouse base's residential area was cold and old and degraded, far from the comfortable interiors of the ship. Babata, enter the virtual universe. Luo Feng sat within a comfortable resting room in the Black Dragon ship. Virtual universe, Ganwu Empire, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Luo Feng was alone, sitting in the corner of a wine bar, conversing with Babata with his thoughts. Babata, begin buying the metals. Luo Feng ordered. By which combination? Babata asked. I'm currently relying on the jade marrow and Muya crystals to assist me. I believe it'll take the most half a year for my body to reach the Star Traveler level 7. And my spirit reader's side to reach star level 1. I'll be able to access the bank account my teacher left for me. So, by half a year of metals, the price mustn't exceed 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. Luo Feng said in his mind. The metals used for the golden horned beast's consumption was his greatest expense. It was only at the star level now. The most expensive and best metal combinations would take over 60 billion Black Dragon dollars in a year. Training was even more demanding and scary. Luo Feng couldn't even begin to worry about it at the moment. All right. Babata swiftly searched. Luo Feng, I've already determined. There are 2 sets of metal combinations. For half a year of swallowing, one requires 6.28 billion Black Dragon dollars, increasing your evolution speed by 39 times. The other is 10.22 billion Black Dragon dollars. Increasing your speed by 51 times, the second combination exceeds the 10 billion limit, you decide. The second combination. Luo Feng didn't even hesitate. Okay, then I'll place the order. The delivery address will be by Lon Star? Yes, by Lon Star. He swiftly settled all his matters. Back when he sold his level 3 spirit weapon arc cutter knife and received 180 billion Black Dragon dollars, buying slaves used up 5 billion of it, buying the jade marrows used up 200 million, and the castles, warehouse bases didn't even really add up to much compared to the others. Now buying so much metals, his remaining total stood at 2.5 billion Black Dragon dollars. Babata, buy the purple light drink. Luo Feng said. Really? Babata couldn't help but ask. Right. Luo Feng nodded. There were many treasures in the universe that were beneficial to the body. The more beneficial it was, the price too would naturally be more shocking. Just like the jade marrow that Luo Feng bought before, which is beneficial for the Star Traveler level body, 1 gram was $9,000. For the student level fighters, things similar to the spirits of nature, these playthings, these were priced at about 1,000th of the jade marrow. And the purple light drink Luo Feng intended to buy, its price was cheap. It was a common drink in several wealthy families. It was sold in the kilograms. 1 kilogram was worth 10 Black Dragon dollars. Babata, are you sure? 15 milligrams of purple light drink can make a high-level student of Earth to evolve to a student level 1? Luo Feng asked again. Relax, definitely no problem. You are buying something which was meant for high-level students. These are people who aren't even at the student level 1. Too good a treasure, and their bodies won't be able to absorb it. For their type of bodies, 15 milligrams of the purple light drink will definitely have amazing results. Babata said, you haven't even made money relying on Earth and now you are spending so much on them. Just buy 100,000 tons of purple light drink. Luo Feng said. So much? You sure? Sure. Luo Feng nodded. The density of the purple light drink was lower than water. 15 millimeters of it was about 10 g. 1 kilogram of purple light drink could make 100 of the higher level students become fighters. 1 ton would mean 100,000 people. 100,000 tons was enough for 10 billion people to become fighters. Being strong alone won't be enough to make the people of Earth rise up. The only way is to make everybody get strong together. However, what I can do is only push and support from the side. The real hard work would still have to be from the countless people on Earth. Luo Feng thought to himself. The number of fighters on Earth was too little, far too little. An ordinary person compared to the number of fighters was about 10,000:1, hence, the total number of fighters on Earth was just about 1 million. The number of higher-leveled students were many though. Even though in a high school there were only about 3 high-level students, the ratio was still about 1,000 to 1. The dojo higher-level students' majority were all above 20 years old. On Earth, normal people and dojo higher-level students had a ratio of 100 to 1. This was why many give up and feel there's no hope. 100 to 1, I want to make every dojo's higher-level students become fighters. This way, of Earth's 7 billion people, there will be 70 million fighters. With people knowing that reaching a higher-level student would allow them to become fighters, they would definitely work much harder for it. Maybe the ratio would get better too. Out of 50 people, one of them might reach the higher-level student. Luo Feng anticipated. The number of fighters on Earth, the moment it reaches the hundreds of millions. One must know, fighters could absorb energy from the universe. When that happens, they will gradually evolve. With such a big group of humans evolving, it would result in the entire human species on Earth undergoing a huge evolution. Maybe in 20 years' time, the number of fighters would increase even more. In a few hundred years, everyone on Earth may be fighters. Reaching maturity would mean reaching the student level 1 fighter. This was the first step Luo Feng had envisioned for Earth. I've already purchased 100,000 tons of purple light drink. Because of the large quantity, I've found out of the many dealers one with the biggest discount, 8%. The total is 800 million Black Dragon dollars. Babata said. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. 100,000 tons, it could be used for 10 billion higher-level students in the dojos. The total number of people on Earth right now wasn't even 7 billion, this much of the drink could last for a long time. That night, an interstellar transport ship reached by Lone Star, delivering 2 movable castles parts, according to Luo Feng's request. Only one castle was fully assembled, the other was broken down to its parts. After 20 minutes, the 9 levels which took up an area of 1 kilometer was complete. On the second day of Luo Feng's arrival on by Lone Star, the first order's big batch of metals was delivered. Luo Feng's order of metals was ordered from 3 different sources. On the third day of his arrival on by Lone Star, 100,000 tons of purple light drink was delivered. As some metals were more expensive and rare, the delivery came from further in more distant places. On the 6th day, all of the metals were delivered. And in the process, Luo Feng also took the opportunity to sell some of the 92.8 billion tons of black iron he dug out from Mars before to these metal owners, selling about 90 billion tons. 1 ton of black iron was priced at 0.0032 Black Dragon dollars. If they were sold in silver blue dollars, it would fetch about 4 silver blue dollars. The price was in the tens of billions in silver blue dollars. Finally, Luo Feng managed to collect over 20 million Black Dragon dollars. If he hadn't sold the arc cutter knife, his initial earnings from that of Mars would indeed have been a huge reward. After all, 10 star level 1 fighter slaves was worth only 10 million Black Dragon dollars. On the 7th day on by Lone Star. From today on, you'll be stationed here. If anything pops up, you can contact me through the virtual universe network. Luo Feng said. Yes, Master. A star level 1 and 100-star traveler level 9 spirit readers comply to the order. This group would thus become Luo Feng's second base's guards. Luo Feng turned around and ordered, "Let's go." Commanding 15 star levels and the other 900 level 9 star travelers, he swiftly boarded the Black Dragon ship. As for the large amounts of metals and the other movable castle and its large amounts of components, they were all stored in Babata's storage space. The Black Dragon ship left by Lan Star, traveling through universes and headed straight for Earth. 8 hours later. "What's up?" The ship is circling around. In the control room, Luo Feng asked. On the control screen, Babata's head appeared. "We've already reached the dark space where Earth is, however, the marker is currently camouflaged by your teacher's space technique from before. I need to orbit without any errors for about 5 minutes to determine the real universe marker." Luo Feng nodded. Space technique? That was too distant for himself. The secret techniques from Yun-Mo planet that he was studying right now didn't even have any space techniques. Obviously it wasn't something he was capable of studying now. 5 minutes later. In the solar system's vast space, a strange wave rippled in the space. A dark black disc-shaped ship appeared through it just like that. The universe travel was a success. "We are back." Luo Feng looked at the distant green and blue planet in the space, his heart excited. Without leaving Earth, how would he be able to fully comprehend the feeling of missing home? This green and blue planet. That was his real route. "Earth, I've returned," Luo Feng said passionately. "Babata, let's return to Earth," Luo Feng shouted. "Right," Babata shouted back loudly. The black ship increased its speed in the limitless space, heading towards the green and blue planet swiftly. Earth, China headquarters city. It was currently nighttime. A middle-aged man with the rank of general was resting on his house's sofa, accompanying his family as they watched television. Suddenly his phone rang. The general lifted the phone, shocked. It was Luo Feng. He was China's current main contact point for Luo Feng. "How are you, Mr. Luo Feng?" The general answered the call, swiftly heading to the room beside. "General Wang, I'd really like for an area of land that's a more than 1 kilometer in area within Yangzhou City." Luo Feng's voice resounded from the phone. "No problem, I'll let you know within half an hour," the general said without hesitation. "Thanks. Also 3 days from now in the morning at 9 a.m., China's time zone, I would like to gather the upper echelons of every country and headquarters city to Yangzhou to have an important meeting that concerns the evolution of Earth's population," Luo Feng said. The general was shocked. He didn't care much that Luo Feng wanted some land. It was only an area of 1 kilometer. It didn't mean much to the country. A larger company headquarters alone was that size. Even in China, just like Luo Feng's wife's family, the Su family, they own that much land. However, a meeting? Every country, every headquarters city's upper echelon to participate. Why is Luo Feng doing this? Why do we need such a high-leveled important meeting for? While the general was suspicious, he didn't dare to ask too much. In the eyes of the entire world currently, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were constantly together, like 3 good brothers, and they were at the peak of Earth's strength. "Understood, I'll let the senior official know," the general said. "Okay." Luo Feng hung up. At this time, Luo Feng had just entered Earth's atmosphere. Without even reaching home yet, he quickly made that call. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 8, Chapter 32, Setting the Plan. Chapter 32, Setting the Plan. Earth, China, Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou City. Yangzhou City's most posh and bustling little district was without question the West Lake Courtyard. This courtyard took up a vast space, the appearance of the river flowing was also modeled to pre-Great Nirvana period when it was the Show West Lake. On the sides of this remodeled river, the people had grown lots of trees. The entire West Lake courtyard had a total of 12 luxurious villas. After all, even in the headquarters city era, status still existed. These 12 houses, if they didn't have any connections with the military, they would just simply have large amounts of wealth, having power and authority in society. Immediately. Take all the important items and documents and leave swiftly. After 15 minutes, the entire West Lake courtyard shouldn't exist. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Faster. Vehicle after vehicle swiftly transported the family's important items. In mid-air, 3 disc-shaped battleships were floating above, rushing them. The 12 families previously high in authority and position were a sorry figure as they were forced to leave quickly. My God, it's actually the highest senior official giving the order. While the territory we own here at West Lake Courtyard is big, the main district, the Jiangnan Mountain River sector, has a bigger piece of land than ours. Why are they forcing us out? Within the many luxurious cars, the important people from the families were feeling a sense of injustice and dissatisfaction. They, however, didn't dare to rebuke. After all, they must have guessed by now. This order came straight from China's highest authority. When Luo Feng's ship appeared in the air above the West Lake Courtyard sector, the entire district, except for the army personnel welcoming him, was empty. Very high efficiency. My call ended less than half an hour ago. Also, giving me the best place, the West Lake Courtyard. 45 minutes later. 2 cars left Mingyue sector, reaching West Lake Courtyard. Daddy, these 3 words are West Lake Courtyard, right? In the car, Luo Feng was hugging his 2 sons on his lap. Luo Hai, the younger son, pointed out at the district entrance's big 4 words. This year, Ping Ping and Little Hai were 3 years old. Under the tutelage of Su Xian and their grandparents, they had already begun to recognize many Chinese words. They even memorized many Tang poems and song characters. Right, Little Hai is so clever. Luo Feng gave him a peck on the cheek. Daddy, why are we here? Ping Ping asked. Right, Luo Feng, you haven't told us why we have come to West Lake Courtyard. Su Xian, who was sitting beside, asked. You'll find out in a moment. Luo Feng smiled. In the car behind were his parents and little brother and his wife. They too were clueless. Entering West Lake Courtyard, the car followed around the grass patch. Luo Feng and the rest of his family could clearly see the Show West River, along with the willow trees on the riverside swaying in the breeze. The scenery here at West Lake Courtyard was indeed beautiful. And in the distance, in the tallest grass patches, was what was supposed to be 12 luxurious villas. And now, a castle that was up to 60 m tall, taking up an area of 1 kilometer. It was a castle from the fairy tales. The walls were decorated with plants and vines, covering a good half of the walls, as though they had been growing for years. This, his younger brother Luo Hua was shocked. When did Yangzhou have this castle built? His father Luo Hongwei too was very shocked. Such a high castle, we should have noticed it when it was in construction. Right, and the surrounding walls are covered in vines that seem to have been growing for a very, very long time. Luo Hua nodded. And the 12 villas? Su Xian was extremely suspicious. I even made a call this afternoon to a business partner. He was living here in West Lake Courtyard. Luo Feng smiled. 12 villas? They were all directly absorbed into the storage space ring. That was the quickest dismantling option. And this castle? With the help of almost 1,000 servants working together, the assembly time was even faster than what the initial description from the seller mentioned. After all of the servants, the lowest of them was still at least a Star Traveler level 9, their combined force was shocking. They didn't need any machinery, using just their physical strength to move things, carry things, was extremely swift. And the vines on the walls, these were special popular vine decorations from the universe. Open the door. Luo Feng looked at the castle, shouting. Rumble. The big entrance doors of the castle opened, a large number of neatly dressed uniformed servants swiftly ran out. The vast team of servants shocked Gong Xianlan, Luo Honghua, Luo Hua and Jinnan, Su Xian and finally the two children. Hua! Close to 1,000 warriors neatly lined up, all bowing slightly towards Luo Feng, saying in unison, "Master." These slaves didn't know Earth's languages, hence Luo Feng installed a translator in every one of their microchips, translating universe language to Mandarin, English, French, etc., to the various languages of the world. In the universe, these microchips were very normal. These slaves' prices were very high. Naturally, the slave owner prepared them with the best basic microchips. They could even converse through their thoughts through the microchips. Whatever they wanted to say made the chips react and speak in Earth languages with a robotic tone. This, Su Xian and the group of people were stunned. These are servants for our family, and also our family's guards. Luo Feng said, as for details, I'll let you know in a while. Come, let's go in and take a look. This castle is also a part of the rewards from my leaving for a month. This was actually something prepared for the luxurious and extravagant in the universe. Just looking at it, be it the old or young, everyone naturally liked this castle. The second morning, the red burning sun rose from the east, two beams of light flew towards Yangzhou from far away. This is the castle the third brother mentioned in the call? It's like seeing a ghost. In midair, the white-clothed bald thunder god saw the imposing enormous castle in Westlake Courtyard, a little dumbfounded. Dressed in black, Hong surveyed it from above, smiling. Third brother's rewards from this trip must be pretty good. We must definitely give him a good knocking. Thunder god rushed first towards the castle. Ha ha! Hong too followed behind. The entire castle's automated defense system was extremely advanced. However, Luo Feng had long given Thunder God and Hong access as friends, hence the two could rush in without being attacked. Big brother, second brother, quickly come here. Luo Feng shouted from one of the castle's high balconies. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hong and Thunder God landed on the balcony. Third brother, you actually disappeared for a month. You, Thunder God seemed to have eaten an angry pill or something. Dear second brother, if you don't shut up, I won't be telling you the information and news from my hazardous and hard first journey into the universe. Luo Feng mocked. Thunder God's expression froze. Hong too looked shocked. Entered the universe? Third brother, no, dear third brother, I'm in the wrong. Thunder God's eyes lit up. Luo Feng smiled, let's talk inside. Inside the castle. You two have entered the Yun Mo planet. You must know that before, I was the only disciple of the Yun Mo planet. Hence, I naturally acquired my own AI assistant. Luo Feng said. You and Big Brother both have your own AI support, only I don't. Thunder God muttered. Hong said, continue listening to Luo Feng. In archaeological ruin number 12, I discovered a black ship. That black ship's laser pathway was still completely functional. Obviously its power supply was still working, without much damage. Luo Feng emphasized, so, with the help of the AI support, I've repaired it, and can now travel throughout the universe. Thunder God and Hong's eyes lit up. They too had acquired quite a bit of knowledge from the universe. They knew what traveling through the universe meant. After traveling through the universe, I headed for a planet that was 320,000 light-years from Earth, Dragon Star. Luo Feng began to talk about the experience. Except for information regarding the Yun Mo planet's master, the treasures he left behind for him, the bank accounts and other special specific information, Luo Feng didn't hide anything else from the two. With one breath, he finished the story. Thunder God and Hong were dumbfounded by the news. From the wreckages and ruins, the two had found out before about how a star level in the universe was an absolute warrior. That was why Hong and Thunder God worked so hard to try and become star levels, with the power to protect their own planet. However, after hearing what Luo Feng said, in the vast universe, star travelers could barely scrape a meal to eat. Star levels 2 were only higher-leveled exponents. Didn't they just see Luo Feng easily buying so many slaves? So many slaves. Thunder God muttered. 16 star levels? Hong could feel it too, as those 16 mountains were standing right in front of him, and star level 7s. Regarding the purple light drink, I thought about it that way, first and second brother, what do you say? Luo Feng looked at the both of them. Luo Feng, you are doing the right thing. Hong nodded, his forehead filled with beads of perspiration. Hearing you speak like that, I too feel a tremble. Our Earth is indeed nothing but a drop of water in the vast universe, something too small to be noticed. Just relying on the three of us would be hard, very hard, hence we need to rely on strengthening the entire race. Yes. Thunder God nodded profusely. The 100,000 tons of this purple light drink, I'll arrange for them to be distributed to the country's governments once every decade. Luo Feng creased his eyebrows slightly. However, my slave and guard situation, should I let the other countries know now? I'm still wondering. This, Thunder God hesitated. The slave and guard army that Luo Feng owned was simply too overpowering, especially the three strongest star level 7 slaves. They were much stronger than even the swallowing beast before. Just any one of them could easily decimate Earth. This invincible enormous power, whether to let the governments of the other countries know, that was indeed a dilemma. We cannot say anything at the moment. Hong's expression was serious, emphasizing, since you, Luo Feng, have decided to let everybody know the truth of the brutality of the universe and its true face, also giving them the purple light drink, if you let them feel that there's such a powerful force protecting and guarding them, they won't feel the sense of urgency and danger, the efficiency would be greatly diminished. Only if we let them feel the danger, can we work together to find a way to increase the number of fighters, accelerating Earth's humans' evolution speed. I agree. Thunder God nodded. Okay. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng was now completely clear on what to do for the World Summit of Leaders a day from now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 33, The Universe Scout Ship has arrived. Chapter 33, The Universe Scout Ship has arrived. China time, October 29, 8.30. The weather was cool and refreshing this autumn. The Westlake Courtyard had turned into the center of the entire world this day. Armies and soldiers had been standing guard since early in the morning. The security surrounding the entire street was extremely strict. Fighter jets from the various countries and headquarters cities were landing in the courtyard's grass patch. The leaders of the 5 great countries had all gathered in this place. This was all because one of the 3 strongest in the world, Luo Feng, was holding an important meeting here today. Luo Feng's strongest servant and guard team, however, were all waiting in the west wing of the castle, not coming out at all. And the persons in charge of welcoming and taking care of the large number of people were personnel specially arranged by China. The main floor of the castle, first floor grand meeting room. The lights were resplendent. Beside the enormous round table stood many of the world's countries and headquarter cities' leaders enthusiastically engaging in conversations. On Earth, there were a total of 5 great countries plus 23 headquarter cities. These headquarter cities mainly came from Asia, South America, and Africa. Dark-skinned people, light-skinned people were all engaged in conversation. And as the owner, Luo Feng, was standing at the entrance of the meeting room beside Hong and Thunder God, welcoming every guest and leader. 9:00 a.m., the meeting was starting. Rumble. In the air above the center of the round table, many explosions occurred, shocking the leaders. From the explosions that gradually scattered and dispersed, appeared 3 virtual screens, depicting images from the vast space. Attention all! Luo Feng stood up, beside him sat Hong and Thunder God, his gaze sweeping past all the leaders in his surroundings, saying solemnly, today's meeting's importance is no less than the Great Nirvana or even the Swallowing Beast incident. Hua! There was an uproar from the leaders. Everybody look. Luo Feng was pointing at the space image above the round table. This is the universe, the vast universe. I believe everyone knows that out there are other humans in life. And I believe that many of the people sitting here actually know a lot more. Our Earth is a planet within the Milky Way that contains life, one of over 200,000 planets. Luo Feng said directly. Planets swiftly began to appear in the screen, amongst them the Bailan star and some of its images. Following that, the planets all shrank in size. A large image of the entire Milky Way took their place. And the Milky Way, Beta Galaxy, and the other 8 great galaxies formed the Silver Blue Empire. Luo Feng's words shocked everyone in the room. An empire that governs over 8 great galaxies. How powerful it must be. It was something that was infinitely bigger than Earth itself. Luo Feng listened to the leaders who had begun discussing in low voices, emphasizing solemnly, however, the Silver Blue Empire is incredibly weak and small. It belongs to the lowest level of empires, extremely weak and small. How can that be? The lowest level? These are the 8 great galaxies. One galaxy has about 200,000 life planets, such a huge empire. These leaders, especially the leaders from the headquarters city, had very little knowledge about such matters. They were all stunned by the news. Luo Feng continued, ice cold in his expression, introducing the universe. An hour and a half later. There was silence in the meeting room. Let me introduce to everyone a race. Luo Feng pointed towards the changing image above the round table. A huge planet appeared and in it, human silhouettes were flying about. This is called the Black Meng race. They are one of the many human races planets about. A large portion of the Black Meng race's population have reached the star traveler level, numbering in the millions. And among them there are even star levels. Their star level fighters and spirit readers are high in numbers. They're incredibly shocking. There are many star level 5 and 6 among them. Do you know, what do these star level 5 and 6 represent? It means that every one of them is able to deal with the swallowing beast from back then. The Black Meng race is much more powerful than the swallowing beast back then, and much more numerous. Luo Feng's introduction perked the curiosity of many of the leaders. Knowing the universe was vast wasn't enough. Now Luo Feng was even introducing for the first time other races. From the leaders' points of view, this should be one of the stronger races in the universe. How powerful, their powers can match the swallowing beast, and there's so many of them. Beings that surpass the war gods, in the millions? That's crazy. It's too crazy. They reach the star traveler level so easily? The total number on Earth don't even add up to 100. The various countries and headquarters cities' leaders were looking in envy at the virtual images. When will it happen? For Earth to be able to catch up with the Black Meng race? Right now on Earth, there wasn't even one star level, but a star traveler level 1 on Earth would already be a representative of the war gods. A position even bigger than a country's leader. However, the Black Meng race have too many of them to count. Just the image of their planet alone showed countless flying star travelers. The Black Meng race are a race in the universe that have been enslaved. Luo Feng's voice grew more serious. The entire meeting room's leaders were all dumbfounded. A race that was thousands and tens of thousands of times stronger than Earth was a race that was enslaved, but their entire race and its countless citizens have been enslaved. They are slaves. Their later generations of children will remain as slaves. Slaves that have been implanted with the living microchips, sold off just like livestock and goods. Their children and grandchildren, generation after generation, have been unable to rise up. Luo Feng's voice was as chilly as the underworld, causing the leaders to tremble in their seats. Many of them had perspiration beading from their foreheads. Children and grandchildren? That was extremely brutal. They were slaves that were bought and sold. Dare I ask Mr. Luo one question, how do you know all these? Europe's female prime minister stood up. Because I've entered the universe once. Luo Feng said seriously, however, I was scared by the brutality and truth of the universe, so much that I returned. Hua! Entered the vast universe? Luo Feng had been there? Attention all! Luo Feng looked at the leaders. I've invited all of you here to tell you all, I believe everybody understands. As to whether you all believe or not, it's very simple. Luo Feng turned to a door beside, bring it here. Immediately, a worker brought a black helmet up. Consciousness transmitter helmet? Some of the leaders reacted. This isn't the type we use here on Earth, but the original source from the universe. Beside, Hong said, if the specialists from the various countries can come and take a look, they'll be clear that this is something from the universe. Many of the materials cannot be made or even found here on Earth. This is something I brought from another planet in the universe. Luo Feng looked at the leaders. Through this consciousness transmitter helmet, each country can send one representative to use it, and enter the virtual universe network. Before, I've already explained the idea of the virtual universe network. Luo Feng's words caused an uproar once again. Enter the virtual universe network? This was Earth, it was the first time ever truly connecting with the universe. They could clearly understand the news and information of just how vast the universe was. Luo Feng, how many of these helmets do you have? The senior official from China was excited. For the consciousness transmitter helmets, I can provide 6. Luo Feng looked at the crowd, 5 great countries, 23 headquarters cities, every headquarters city would have a 1-day usage period. The details, you can discuss on your own. These were all prepared and planned himself earlier back when Luo Feng was buying the helmets. To spur the evolution speed of the entire Earth's population, he needed to let them gain access to the external universe. And entering the virtual universe network was the best way, especially since these were untraceable accounts, anybody could use them. However, the various countries all didn't have any universe currency, so even after entering the virtual universe, they could only see the normal news and information etc. They couldn't purchase anything or do anything else etc. Mr. Luo, the dark-skinned Prime Minister from America seemed excited. What you are saying is right, the magnitude of this is no lesser than the great nirvana, entering the virtual universe. This is the first step for us Earth humans to make contact with the universe. It is also a very crucial step indeed. I still have more important things I've yet to say. Luo Feng said. Silence. The leaders in the meeting room had their eyes fixed on Luo Feng, awaiting the important news. I have something called purple light drink, a very special liquid. Using just 10g of this, can make a high-level student in the dojo evolve into a fighter. Luo Feng said. Ha? That's it? This can't be a treasure. The leaders, some of them couldn't help but break into discussions, the rest were staring at Luo Feng. On Earth, there were other things that were better than the purple light drink, like the spirits of nature. Back then, Luo Feng only used one portion of the spirits of nature to help his family members immediately become student level 2 and 3. Its effectiveness was indeed powerful. However, as they are extremely rare and small in portions, even war gods hardly had them. The portions were too small, it didn't have any meaning. I have a large amount of it. Luo Feng said. A bunch of the leaders were stunned. How big of a portion? How many people will get to use it? A headquarters city leader from Africa couldn't help but ask. The entire world. Luo Feng said seriously, I can provide for the entire world's dojos hire students, so long as there's any dojo with hire students, using the purple light drink, I can make them become fighters. The entire world? Provide for the entire world? My God. This. Many people understood this theory. Anything that was considered a treasure naturally was small in portions. Indeed, for such an amount of purple light drink, Luo Feng had spent 800 million black dragon dollars. Normal planets, like the Bai Lan star and other planets richest, could never even reach such figures. It was indeed not easy to acquire such a huge amount. The number of average people to the higher students in dojos, the ratio is about 100 to 1. Doesn't that mean that Earth can produce up to 70 million fighters? 70 million? Not just that many people give up after thinking there's no hope of becoming fighters. If they knew that just becoming a higher student would lead to an easy breakthrough to a fighter, many more will definitely work even harder. I believe the ratio has a chance of reaching 50 to 1, then, the number of fighters on Earth would increase by over 100 million, the humans on Earth will begin to swiftly evolve, tens of millions times faster than the initially calculated evolution figure. A bunch of leaders were so excited they seemed to have lost it for a moment. This was something no amount of treasures and wealth could compete with, an excitement far beyond the materialistic gains could ever provide. 10 g for one person, 1 kilogram would be 100 people, a ton of purple light drink can provide for 100,000 people. Later, I'll go according to the population of each country and the ratio of 10 to 1, first providing close to 7,000 tons of purple light drink. Luo Feng said. 7,000 tons of purple light drink? The entire group of leaders seemed to have been envisioning the great evolution of all the humans of Earth. That day, Luo Feng went according to the various countries and headquarters cities and distributed set portions of purple light drink. This was the beginning of Earth's big evolution. Every country could see the dawn of a new era. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God 2 were waiting in anticipation. When all the countries and headquarters cities began testing the use of the purple light drink, celebrating from its effects, it was China time, November 23, 9:30 a.m. The sun was high in the vast sky, a silver-gray disc-shaped ship was closing in on Earth. What a beautiful planet, green and blue, it's a moving color. Within the ship's control room, the tall and handsome, dressed in a silver battle uniform, captain looked happy and joyous, looking at the exterior through his virtual image simulator, the green-blue planet. It's intoxicating, I love it, yes, I love it. Because it can give me status, it can give me money. Beside him, the crew were all shouting in excitement, totally unlike the captain's emotive expressions. Yes. This planet without a leader, to these scout ships from the universe, was such a beautiful and joyous thing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 34, Arrival. Chapter 34, Arrival. Earth, in the sky above the Atlantic Ocean. Hua, hua. The dark and endless ocean rippled. It was China time 9:30 a.m., far in the distance, it was still dark, in the air above the raging sea, a silver-gray ship floated. There was no apparatus on Earth that detected its existence. Within the control room, a group of explorers were extremely excited. Captain! A childlike figure appeared on the control board screen, a clear and crisp voice sounded, according to speculation, this planet has a spherical shape, with a diameter of 6,400 kilometers. Its surface area is about 5 billion square kilometers, dry land takes up 29.2% of it and 70.8% is all water surfaces. Its gravitational pull is at 0.11 of the universe accurate gravity. Its air makeup is nitrogen taking up 78% and oxygen 21%. The ship's AI Atuka swiftly reported the simplest and easiest figures. Very good. The captain's expression was serious, his eyes filled with a sense of madness, turning to look at the 8 other crew members behind who were just as excited as he was. Attention all, it's almost time for our hard work to bear fruit. However, it's most crucial at this time, that all the more we don't get cocky and careless. After all, this was a planet that an undying being once governed, and we have virtually no information about it at all. The 8 crew members held their breaths. Discovering a leaderless planet, we have to be extra cautious and careful. Who knows whether this aboriginal planet has some absolute warriors? The captain said seriously. A ship can capsize even without any waves, after all, this sort of thing had happened before. A few universe scout groups have occasionally discovered several aboriginal planets, but because of their cockiness and carelessness, they were all killed by the aboriginal planet's warriors. They died just when they were about to taste victory and success. Understood, Captain. Captain, you can relax, we won't get careless. How can this ship capsize so easily? We are not people who've been through life and death experiences just once or twice. The crew members guaranteed. The captain nodded satisfied. We'll approach everything with the greatest care, safety comes first. If nobody on this planet is stronger than us, then, we will attain an incredible reward. If there are strong warriors here, then, we will have two routes. One is to inform the slave owners, the other is to inform my family. The captain emphasized, meeting a strong warrior on an aboriginal planet, this sort of thing was common in the history of the universe. The main job of the explorers were to discover the planet. They didn't need to fight it out. The captain looked at the screen. Atuka, begin full detailed analysis of this planet, with the greatest speed, acquire this planet's information. Captain, this planet has a news network. The head figure on the screen seemed excited. I can hack into the network and swiftly acquire the information. Very good. The captain's eyes lit up. It even has its own network? The crew members were shocked as they laughed. Normally in the history of the universe, newly discovered aboriginal planets were usually not advanced at all. Swiftly hack in, from its economics, religion, warriors, armies, science and technology, etc., we can understand this entire planet. The captain ordered, the most important thing is the data of the fighters. Put that as your priority. Yes, Captain. Atuka complied, easily and swiftly hacking into Earth's network. This universe scout ship was incredibly advanced, far exceeding the current technology of Earth, comparable to the Black Dragon ship. Swiftly and silently, Earth's history along with much of its information was gathered, besides several physical stockpiles or secret data that was hidden offline. Everything else that was freely circulated and easily found were all gathered. No one on Earth realized this at all. At that time, China's Jiangnan headquarters city, Luo Feng's castle's balcony. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were sitting around a table. I've long reached the peak of the Star Traveler level 9, why can't I seem to break through? Thunder God rubbed his bald head unsatisfied. With Third Brother's secret manuals, my skills and energy expanse have greatly strengthened. Right now even Brother Hong has reached the Star Traveler level 9, but regarding the physique of the fighter, I've always been stronger than him. Arrogance. Hong glared at him, I just stepped into level 9 and you are already at the peak, No matter what, little Third Brother is still improving the fastest. Thunder God exclaimed loudly. Don't call me little Third Brother. Luo Feng rubbed his nose. The three greatest warriors of Earth were relaxing in their free time, oblivious to the fact that at this time, a scout ship from the universe had already entered Earth, and swiftly gathering data through the online network. The one thing the three had been worried about and afraid of, the thing that they thought would only happen a long time later, was currently happening. In the air above the Atlantic Ocean. Above the dark sea, a silver-gray ship was floating motionlessly. Within the control room, the captain and the 8 crew members were quietly waiting for the ship's AI to collect all the data. Captain, the collection of data about the fighters is complete. Atuka shouted. The eyes of the explorers within the ship all lit up. The fighters' data was what they were most concerned about. If there was a warrior on a planet stronger than them, then their rewards from a planet would greatly diminish. However, if the warriors on the planet were weaker than them, then, that planet would be theirs for the taking, and their rewards would be the greatest. Speak. The captain ordered. Established universe language, systems activated for translating this planet's aboriginal languages. This planet is called Earth by their people. Earth has a total of close to 7 billion people, amongst them the number of student level is close to 1 million. And the number of star travelers, close to 100. There are currently no star levels. Atuka said directly. There was silence in the ship. The captain and the 8 crew members were stunned. Ha! The captain was the first to laugh excitedly. Ah, that's great. The black gorilla-looking explorer was extremely excited. Their star traveler count only nears 100, the fighters of this planet are just too weak. Not even 1 star level. The group of crew members were excited. On the ship, the captain's strength was undoubtedly the strongest, and the other members all had their own skills and techniques, including the captain. There were a total of 3 star levels. The other 6, 4 of them were Star Traveler level 9 and the other 2 were repair and maintenance people of the ship. This amount of strength was sufficient to completely dominate Earth's warriors. This way, they could do whatever they pleased, plundering and acquiring the greatest profits from the planet. Captain, there's more detailed data that you have to see. The ship's AI Atuka reminded. What data? The captain smiled. When he first entered Earth, he was more cautious and careful. However, after hearing the planet didn't even have 1 star level, he was much more relaxed. Regarding Luo Feng's powerful army that he bought on Dragonstar, very few on Earth knew, even the various countries didn't know, hence it was untraceable even on the online network. Captain, Earth's most renowned and 3 greatest fighters, are called Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. The AI Atuka said. This is the footage of Luo Feng battling a monster. The virtual image in mid-air in the control room depicted back when Luo Feng killed the 8-tentacle Grand Emperor. This Earthling's flying speed is pretty fast. What is he stepping on? A green-skinned lady said, shocked. It's a spirit weapon. To be able to move so fast in this planet, with such a huge air resistance, it's definitely a spirit weapon. A Star Traveler punk actually has a spirit weapon. Stupid. This was a planet that was controlled by an invincible warrior. He must have left some treasures behind. The explorers were engaged in discussion. However, in the footage, Luo Feng used the arc cutter blade to kill the 8-tentacle Grand Emperor. Arc cutter blade. A level 3 spirit weapon arc cutter blade. The captain and the black gorilla man were shocked together. The black gorilla man's eyes lit up, roaring, Captain, we've made it big, made it big. This planet definitely has treasures left behind by the invincible warrior from before. There's no other way an aboriginal planet could have produced a level 3 spirit weapon. Yes. The captain's eyes too lit up. He understood well. This Earth wasn't like the average aboriginal planets. Captain, this second footage shows the ones called Hong and Thunder God fighting. The AI Atuka played a second footage from the network that was widely shared. Hong and Thunder God were combining forces and battling the space beast, the golden horned beast. On the screen, Hong and Thunder God had unleashed their domains, soul immolating and fighting to the death. Damn, these are Star Travelers, right? How can they all have domains? Both of them have their own domains? That's sick, Star Travelers with their own domains? And 2 of them at a go? Even in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it's unrealistic for 2 Star Travelers to have their own domains. Really sick. Look, that black-clothed man suddenly made a pile of metal appear before him. It must be a spatial storage item. And the capacity amount seems pretty big too. Spatial storage item, it's really a place that was governed by an invincible warrior before. Look at what they are wearing. That black-dressed man, his armor seems weird. Definitely not your average battle uniforms. The crew members were all shocked. However, the captain's expression was extremely serious, staring dead on at Hong and Thunder God facing the golden horned beast. The data on space beasts was extremely rare and little, and there weren't many who paid special attention to this information. While there were several public pieces of information in the Virtual Universe Network, these were but general introductions to some of the space beasts. As for detailed explanations on the golden horned beasts, there were none. One must know. Even the master of the UNMO planet, this undying being, knew only basic information about the golden horned beast. The other normal explorers, most of them knew nothing. Only few of them had a rough understanding about them. This is. The captain was staring hard at the golden horned beast on the screen. As an heir from the Luo family, with exceptional education, and deemed as an exceptional mercenary in the universe, he once saw an introduction to the most terrifying space beasts. One of them was the brutal and savage space beast, the golden horned beast. Golden horned beast, it actually is the golden horned beast. And from the looks of it, it's only a star level 1 golden horned beast? It's still only an infant golden horned beast. My God! Such a young golden horned beast, if captured alive, it would be worth 10 times that of a planet. The captain went totally breathless, perspiration beading from his forehead, blood boiling from the excitement. This was wealth beyond anyone's dreams. There's definitely an undying being willing to fork out money to buy an infant of the leading bloodline of the space beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 35, Luo Family. Chapter 35, Luo Family. Look, liquid silver guards. The 2 liquid silver guards are working together and holding down that beast. There are actually liquid silver guards on Earth. It's indeed a planet that was governed by an invincible being. The crew members were obviously very excited. From the footage shown earlier, many valuable and expensive treasures were displayed, the message being, after the demise of that invincible warrior, there would still be many treasures left behind on Earth. One must know, this was a warrior that even the Silver Blue Empire and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire didn't dare to interfere with. Atuka! The captain's eyes were flushed red, excited. Is that beast still alive? Of the 8 heroes of Earth, Luo Feng, M.O. Henderson, Eastbourne, Tripathi Singh, Jai, Sokolov, these 6 sacrificed themselves and unleashed a powerful spirit technique that finally killed the swallowing beast, saving humanity on Earth. Atuka swiftly read the report from the network data he had gathered. Bastards! The captain couldn't help but scold. Bastards, bullshit, they should just die. The captain cursed fiercely. The 8 crew members were shocked. Today was a day that was supposed to be joyous and filled with celebration. Why was the captain so angry? How can it die? The captain was extremely furious. The golden horned beast was destined to become a sector lord at its peak. Because of its natural abilities and talents, the moment it reaches the sector lord level 9, it would be just like an undying being, an invincible existence. The golden horned beast at its peak was not one to be trifled with, and even harder to be captured alive. However, there were many ways for these universe explorers to capture a mere star level 1 golden horned beast infant alive. It was only at the star level 1. As long as a powerful spirit reader illusionist was present, he could easily tame the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast was extremely rare, cautious, etc. To be able to even meet a young golden horned beast was something of utmost difficulty. In the universe, probably any undying being, or sector lords would all be willing to spend large amounts of their wealth just to buy a young golden horned beast. Wealth beyond one's wildest dreams. A young golden horned beast's price, I can't even begin to imagine it. The captain was extremely bitter. Why didn't he get here earlier? These Earth humans were simply savages, wasting God-given gifts. They actually killed a young space beast of the highest bloodline, one that if ever acquired by someone, with careful training, would make the person a true upper echelon person of the universe. The price of a young golden horned beast was probably worth more than even his entire Luo family. After all, it represented the peak of all sector lords. Bastards, bastards! The captain was extremely angry. Corpse! Right, the corpse. The captain's eyes lit up. An undying being's body is extremely valuable. The young golden horned beast's body too must be valuable too. Even if it was dead, it would still more valuable than an entire planet. Large powers within the universe, or large corporations would all be willing to pay a hefty price to buy the golden horned beast's body to dissect and research. Atuka, where's that beast's body? The captain shouted. The 8 crew members were very curious. Captain. The ship's AI Atuka replied, after that swallowing beast was killed, humanity once sent a group of Star Traveler fighters underwater, but because of the countless number of sea creatures surrounding, humanity hasn't obtained the body. Till now, the swallowing beast's body is still a mystery. 3 years, the golden horned beast could swallow, so it had an internal world. The captain was deducing. It dying, the process of the internal world crumbling, would disperse energy to support the rest of the body. I believe within 3 years, its body shouldn't have decayed much. The golden horned beast had defensive scales, even after death, it shouldn't have been eaten by normal beasts. The captain was extremely nervous. At least now. This golden horned beast's body was the most eye-catching treasure on Earth for him. The Universe Scout ship was floating above the Atlantic Ocean, continuing its gathering of Earth's data. As time passed, the data collected got more complete. China time afternoon 11:42 a.m. Captain, the data collection is complete. Atuka said. With regards to the planet's technology and army, etc., they still belong to the space civilization initial stages, still very, very far from the universe civilizations. As for strength, this planet doesn't have any resisting capabilities at all against our explorer group. The only thing to take note of is, this planet has Muya crystals, Black God battle armor, cloud contact vines, spirit weapons, spatial storage rings, etc., and many other treasures that are valuable throughout the universe. Atuka swiftly said. Back when the incident on Misty Island occurred, Hong versus the Grand Emperor Beast, he used a cloud contact vine. While the footage was secret, too many people witnessed it, so one was definitely able to search through the secrets online and locate it. And the madness from the collection of the Muya crystals too could be found in pieces here and there online. Things like the Black God set, spirit weapons, space storage rings were even easier to find in scraps. The captain and the 8 crew members were even more excited. Cloud contact vine? The cloud contact vine seed if planted and nurtured into a bud. Every bud is worth billions of black dragon dollars. It's no question why they are so expensive. As long as you spend time and energy to properly nurture the cloud contact vine, it can basically reach the universe level with absolute certainty. Why wouldn't it be expensive? The cloud contact vine seeds weren't considered too expensive. Because the seeds had to be alive and nurturing them into buds was extremely difficult. And for the buds to grow into universe level wasn't too hard. For example, as long as they ate enough Muya crystals, they could reach the universe level. A universe level warrior's price is already unimaginable, but the price for nurturing and training too was extremely high. Hence the price of the cloud contact vine bud was expensive. Muya crystals? Taming wild beasts, nurturing plant life and the extreme goods Muya crystals? These are things even the domain lords, sector lords, and even the undying beings would buy. The uses of the Muya crystals are extremely broad, useful for humans, monsters, plants, etc., many kinds of life. This planet Earth actually has Muya crystals. The entire ship was extremely excited. Captain, I've discovered a special kind of drink on this planet too. It's been called the evolution drink by the people of Earth. Through examination, this should be the universe purple light drink. Atuka said, and according to speculation, the amount of purple light drink on Earth is extremely huge, I estimate in the hundreds of tons. Atuka based his calculations on the current number of higher-level students on Earth, estimating a rough number. Earth even has the purple light drink? The captain was shocked. That invincible warrior really left a lot of goods for Earth. Purple light drink in the hundreds of tons compared to the cloud contact vine, arc cutter knife and golden horned beast's body was simply far behind. Several planets that produce the purple light drink have it in the thousands and tens of thousands of tons. These hundreds of tons didn't shock the captain at all. Within the control room, the captain and the 8 crew members were in discussion, how to obtain the greatest rewards from Earth. There's no question, the most valuable things of Earth would be the treasures left behind by that invincible warrior. The green-skinned lady's eyes lit up. that was a warrior that could physically enter the dark space and cover the universe marker himself. If we could obtain the treasures he left behind, that would be. Keep dreaming. The black gorilla man shook his head. I'm not saying whether that fighter actually met his demise here on this planet, but it's still a little, those level of treasures, if we get our hands on it, it would 99% mean certain death. The discussions among the members carried on. The captain creased his eyebrows and pondered about his next move. Let's move according to the third plan. The captain said suddenly and seriously. Captain? The 8 crew members looked over. Captain. The ship's AI took a shouted out, we've received a call request from the family fleet. Oh? The captain's expression slightly changed. You all stay here, we'll move later. Let me go deal with this group of arrogant bastards. The captain said, immediately leaving the control room, entering his private quarters. Within the captain's resting room, the tall and handsome captain sat on a chair, closing his eyes, connect to the virtual universe network. The AI computers were usually semi-connected to the virtual universe network, however receiving a call from someone else and answering or sending a message would require one's consciousness to enter the network. Virtual universe, Ganwu Empire, Black Dragon Mountain Island. In a simple average living quarters courtyard, the captain suddenly appeared within. On his shoulders sat a little spirit with uneven fists. This living quarters was the captain's property within the virtual universe. Without a property in the virtual universe, one would be like Luo Feng, appearing directly in the streets. Only those with property would appear in their houses. With a property comes many other uses. Within the home, living room. A screen appeared on the living room's wall, on it displayed a call request. Oomph, now you know to come to me? The captain laughed coldly at the screen, saying, answer. The screen gently moved. And on the big screen appeared 8 human silhouettes. Among these 8, 3 of them had pointy ears, their pupils shining bright red, exactly like the captain's. The other 5 looked more unique, obviously they were of a different race from the captain. Oh, it's actually the 8 heirs calling simultaneously to meet me? The captain arched his eyebrow. Luo. A youth leading the 8, with pointy ears and a handsome appearance, said coldly, you should have arrived at the life planet already. So what if I've arrived? The captain laughed coldly, Pula, I've already stated my conditions before. I told you, this planet's discovery, Luo, have the greatest contribution, whether it was discovering the wormhole or reaching the planet, the main thing is I did everything. As for the planet, I can give it to whoever I want to. Oof. Among the 8 standing side by side, a dark-skinned man snorted coldly. What are you snorting at? The captain stared, Keloomi, even if you reach the star level 9, with the status of a blood heir, you are still just an outsider. Me, I'm a true heir of the Newell Shan family. Within the Newell Shan family, there were many outsiders who swore into the family. Only those who reached the star level 9 had the right to become a blood heir, with special privileges. Luo, we called you not to negotiate, but to inform you. After the elder received news of the dark space, he personally delivered an order. As for the planets once governed by that invincible warrior, he's extremely interested, that's why, this planet must go to the family. There must be absolutely no accidents, otherwise my ass, The captain stared, 8 heirs, I heard there were even over 30 Newell guards? Wow, added together that's over 40 star level 9 people, what a fearsome power, killing me would be like killing an ant. Luo, am so scared. The captain feigned a terrified look, following that, he gave a fierce glare and roared, get lost. If you have the ability, come kill me. Come. The captain shouted. The 8 heirs' faces became green from anger. Oomph, a bunch of rubbish. The captain smiled coldly, you all should recognize the situation well, I'm no longer that weak little runt from before, right now, the family has need of me. That's why, you better show me more respect. Alright, looking at how you are all so unhappy, we'll discuss about this planet again in a day. Pa. The call ended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 36, Capturing Luo Feng and the Other Two. Chapter 36, Capturing Luo Feng and the Other Two. Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, a particular residential area. After the captain hung up the call, he casually walked to another side of the room and poured himself a glass of wine. Captain, the family's fleet is requesting a call. The little spirit on the captain's shoulder Atuka shouted. Don't worry. The captain smiled as he held the wineglass, sitting casually on the sofa, gently swirling the wineglass. The transparent golden-colored wine swirled about. We have to ignore them, let them understand that in this whole discussion, just who actually holds the power. A bunch of idiots. Captain, the family fleet is requesting a second call. Third request. Time passed by the minute. The captain lay on the sofa, lifting the wineglass to eye level, listening to the ninth call request from the family fleet, mumbling, "Pull up, this time I'm letting you all know, I bull you of the Newell and Sean family is this generation's most exceptional." You? Nothing but a pretty flower from the greenhouse. Captain, an anonymous number is requesting a call. The caller has revealed his status. It's a universe-level warrior. Atuka shouted from his shoulder. Pooh. Buluo's online technology allowed him to check one's power levels. The virtual universe network, through the use of the AIs and assisting functions, could scan a person's data and deduce one's power. Usually in the virtual universe, people normally didn't display their powers. Only in special times, for example when a special place demands the identity and power level of the person entering, would one be required to display or let us know. Put it through. Buluo, Newell and Sean shouted, before saying, wait. Buluo took a deep breath, checked his face, and calmed himself down before saying, put it through. Yes, Captain. The young boy Atuka shouted. Do. A screen appeared on the wall of the living room. On it was displayed a pointy-eared, red-eyed, incredibly handsome middle-aged man who resembled Buluo in many ways. Old family head. Buluo said, respectfully bowing. Newell and Sean family, as a new dynasty's big powerful family, including the current heads, had a total of 3 heads in the family. The first was the one who started the Newell and Sean family. The 3 heads had all reached the universe level before gaining the rights to be heads. This old head was the second head. When he received the position back then, he was only at the universe level 1. And now after tens of thousands of years had passed, this head had already reached the universe level 6. The head was Buluo's grandfather. And the second head was actually over 10 ranks above Buluo's current position. Buluo. The head smiled as he looked at Buluo. I know very little about the family's later generations. Today should be the first time we are seeing each other and talking, I guess. Yes, head. Buluo's face was flushed red and he was extremely courteous. Excited. From the time he was born to the time he left the family, over 1,000 years, while he had seen from a distance the head, he never actually got the right to speak to the head. This was the first time. Those under the protection of the family usually grow up weak and frail. Someone like you who explores the universe with its dangers, only that can produce a fighter of power and class. The head complimented, this Newell and Sean family has always relied on hard work and power to judge its people. This planet was once governed by an undying being before, hence it has a very special position. A normal planet with life didn't mean much at all to the entire Newell and Sean family. This particular special planet was one that was deemed more valuable. The family will give you 100 billion black dragon dollars as a reward, and also give you the title of Eternal Elder in the family. The head said directly. Eternal Elder? Buluo's eyes opened very wide. The position of elder in the family was extremely high, higher than even the heirs in the family. However, even after becoming an elder, if one makes a mistake, through the heads and elders' judgment, they could still be stripped of their posts. However, with the eternal elder position, even after making a huge mistake, one would at most receive smaller rewards, but their post would remain forever. Only one with an extremely huge contribution had the rights to receive such a position. My Luo Shan family's pride and honor is built upon the hard work of the generations of heirs and disciples. The head said. Head, you can relax. I Luo Luo Shan, as an heir to the Luo Shan family, am willing to go to battle for the pride of the family. Luo stood at attention. You are very exceptional. The head smiled and nodded. This planet's conquering, excavation, you'll be in charge. The family's fleet will reach in 3 months. Understood, head, you can relax. The strongest warrior here is only a Star Traveler level 9. My team of explorers will be enough to conquer the planet. I'll definitely prepare everything to receive the family fleet. Luo puffed his chest out, saying loudly. The head nodded his head with satisfaction. On the day you return, I'll personally present you the title of Eternal Elder. Pa! The call ended. Ha ha! The Captain Luo Luo Shan's red eyes were shining with emotion. The price of Earth is indeed huge, but I'm after all just a star level. Such a big reward, I wouldn't be able to handle it all properly. And now, I've become one of the highest ranks in the family, an Eternal Elder. Earth? Luo's eyes lit up. So? His entire person disappeared from the virtual universe. Earth, in the air above the Atlantic Ocean. The silver-gray ship was floating there. Follow Plan 3 in Act. We'll head directly to capture the 3 strongest on Earth, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. Once their top 3 warriors are captured, Earth will not have any form of resistance or courage to face us. Also, through these 3, we can easily learn more about the secrets of Earth. Within the ship's control room, Luo was high-spirited. Yes, Captain. The 8 crew members behind him shouted loudly in unison. Atuka, give me the location of Luo Feng and the others. Captain Luo said. Hacking into Earth's satellite network and checking complete, Hong and Thunder God are both flying towards Luo Feng's living quarters, Earth's China Jiangnan base, Yangzhou City. The control screen displayed a boy's head shouting. Let's head out, target, Yangzhou City. Luo pointed in the distant direction of Earth's China. So? The silver-gray universe ship immediately became a beam of light, traveling across the ocean and headed directly towards Asia's China continent. China, Jiangnan base, one of the 8 great cities, Yangzhou City. The castle by the West Lake courtyard had already become synonymous with Luo Feng. Hong's ship construct, Thunder God's 7-star district and Luo Feng's castle, these were the living quarters of the top 3 strongest on the planet. On the balcony of the castle, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were sitting cross-legged, calm and at peace. Luo Feng, a universe ship has entered the warning zone. Babata shouted nervously. What? Luo Feng fiercely opened his eyes, his body trembling from the shock, beads of perspiration streaming from his forehead. A universe ship, one Earth besides his own universe ship, who else could operate one? Unless, from the vast universe, finally someone from another planet, a scout ship had discovered Earth? However, the coordinates of where Earth was located in dark space should have been covered by his teacher's spatial techniques. It's a universe ship, and it's a C-grade universe ship. Babata shouted worriedly. How could there be a universe ship? Luo Feng was getting more anxious and angry. I don't know, but it's already reached the air above the castle. Babata said. Beside, Hong and Thunder God obviously felt the originally calm air about getting messier, both opening their eyes at the same time, looking curiously at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's expression was ashen and cold sweat streamed down. Babata's warning area was from his center, a 20,000 m radius. Back underground on Misty Island, Babata relied on this area to scan the surrounding human strengths. Babata usually maintained this warning area. This was what allowed him to discover the universe ship. The universe ship floated about 3,000 m above the castle. This civilization is indeed backwards. Even after our ship stopped right here, they still haven't even noticed anything. The green-skinned lady said proudly. Look, this planet's greatest three are sitting on the balcony of the castle. Greatest three, humph, in the universe they could barely get scraps to eat. The black gorilla man laughed coldly. He was one of the 3 star levels of this explorer group. The Captain Luo Newell and Sean, through the external image simulator, high-spirited, laughed, attention all, after finishing this whole business on Earth, we never have to risk our lives out exploring again. Let's go, let's make contact with these aboriginal strongest 3. Let the aboriginals understand just what exponents from the universe are like. Ha ha ha. Let's properly play with these aboriginals. Ha ha. The crew was extremely pleased with themselves. Against an aboriginal planet that hadn't made contact with the universe, they naturally felt a sense of superiority. They regarded themselves as civilized while what was before them were nothing but aboriginal humans. So, the cabin door opened. With the Captain Luo leading the group of explorers, except for the 2 maintenance crew, all of them dived down directly. They are coming. Luo Feng looked up in the sky suddenly. There were 7 human silhouettes, be it the black gorilla man, or the handsome and suave, or the green-skinned. These 7 were explorers from the universe. They definitely had their differences from Earth's humans. On their faces, wide smiles, their eyes filled with a sense of superiority over the aboriginals. 3 aboriginals. Poor aboriginals. Luo surveyed the 3 expressions filled with fear, feeling exceptionally good about the situation. From his point of view, these Earthlings were adorable. This planet would bring him huge amounts of wealth and an extremely high position. These aboriginals were going to give him everything. On the balcony, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at their wrist scanner screens. One's a star level 6, another a star level 2, another's a star level 1. The other 4 have reached Star Traveler level 9. The 3 looked at each other. This is big trouble. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God had really bad expressions on. These 7 universe explorers didn't really mean much to Luo Feng and the others. However, the fact that they were here also meant one thing: Earth was no longer safe. Earthlings. Luo surveyed below gently saying, the AI system automatically translated his words into Earth language. From now on, you are the slaves of a powerful fighter from the universe, Luo. After the translation, the solemn voice resounded throughout the entire castle, causing the large number of pedestrians on the streets outside the castle to look up in the sky. In mid-air, Luo Newell and Sean stood high up in the sky, slightly raising his chin, obviously looking down condescendingly at the 3 aboriginals on the balcony. On the balcony, Luo Feng and the others had gloomy expressions on. Guards. Luo Feng ordered indifferently. Boom. 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 Beam after beam of lightning-fast human silhouettes flew out from the walkways, the windows, the balconies, and rose up into the sky. Blurred images of silhouettes shot up, almost looking as though they were arrows looking to cover the entire air and land. The blurred images filled the skies, immediately surrounding the explorers from the universe who were so filled with their own sense of superiority. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 37, Big Trouble. Chapter 37, Big Trouble. This, Luo Newell and Sean, the black gorilla man, the green-skinned woman and the other 4 explorers were all completely stunned. What was originally a weak and small aboriginal group in their minds, actually produced so many overpowering fighters in a flash. Star level 7 spirit readers? Level 7? There are 3-star level 7 spirit readers. Luo and the others looked in fear at their mini-computers, the screen displaying the figures for them. My God! The strongest among them was their captain, and he was only a star level 6, and only a fighter at that. A star level 7 spirit reader was more than enough to wipe out their entire team, much less 3 of them. Master! The blurred human silhouettes bowed respectfully towards Luo Feng on the balcony. Master? The 7 explorers looked in fear and shock at the 3 weak little aboriginals on the balcony, and the weak and little Luo Feng just looked coldly back at them. Capture them, anyone who resists, kill them. Yes. The slave guard team respectfully complied. Shwa! 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 Immediately, the entire guard team covered the skies and surrounded the 7 explorers. The green-skinned woman was the first to shout loudly in universe language, the computer swiftly translating and speaking on her behalf. I surrender. I surrender. The black gorilla man said. Surrender. We surrender. Don't kill us. The 7 universe explorers, 6 of them immediately decided to surrender. Even though these explorers risked their lives constantly, they weren't stupid. 3-star level spirit readers leading a close to 1,000 strong army could easily sweep their little team of 10. Resistance would only mean a certain death, hence the 6 decided to surrender. How can it be? Luo Nuolan Shan's handsome face was contorted. How could it have become like this? Luo, his beautiful future. How did it become contorted so quickly? This planet's humans, didn't they almost perish just from facing the star level 1 golden horned beast? How did they suddenly produce so many star level warriors? And the most important point was, among these star levels, he could discern straight away they weren't from Earth. Death, or surrender. The 3 black Meng warriors looked coldly at Luo Nuolan Shan. Luo bit down and said solemnly, surrender. From that, the 7 explorers had all surrendered, without any guts or ability to resist. Luo Feng and the other 2 flew up. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God carefully analyzed these 7, just from appearances. These 7 had several very unique appearances. Back when Luo Feng chose his slaves, he chose according to height and appearances that were very similar to Earth's humans. And these 7 looked very different from Earth's humans. Meng 1, bring a small team and order the universe ship to surrender. Luo Feng ordered. Yes. A small team swiftly rushed towards the sky. The silver gray ship in mid-air was just about to escape after seeing the situation, but at that time, a black ship appeared and intercepted the silver gray ship. This Earthling actually has a ship. At this moment, all of the explorers grimaced in their suffering. This was something they didn't know before. We surrender. Surrender, don't kill us. The silver gray ship swiftly stopped. The 2 ship maintenance personnel were very clear. Using a spirit energy attack, the star level 7 spirit readers could easily kill the 2 little star travelers. And as the ship's AI only responded to the captain, it couldn't leave without the captain himself. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God floated in the air above the castle, surrounded by almost 1,000 slaves. Meng 1 and his team took people into the silver gray universe ship. You are called Luo Nuolan Shan? Luo Feng looked at the extremely handsome universe explorer captain. Yes. The captain stood at attention. Beside him were the escorts Meng 2 and 3, his gaze cold. I never expected that 2 to 3 years ago you all were almost totally annihilated by a star level 1 space beast, and yet now in a short span of 2 to 3 years, you have so many powerful warriors. The captain looked at Luo Feng, his gaze confused. You have a universe ship. Then you've definitely visited other planets. These black Meng warriors, you bought them? Luo wasn't stupid, of course he could guess what happened. Smart. Luo Feng looked at them. It's laughable that we even thought you all were just aboriginals. Luo cursed. If they had known Earth had such strength and power, they wouldn't even have shown themselves, and would have waited patiently in space for the family fleet. The moment the family fleet arrived, Earth wouldn't have any way to resist. However, according to the data and information they had gathered on Earth, they believed Earth didn't have any battle capabilities above the star level. Right, they were very sure. If there was an absolute power or warrior, how could that golden horned beast still cause so much of a disaster? If there was an absolute warrior, why hasn't there been any trace or news at all on the network? Moreover, there was no debate or question about Earth's strongest, they were simply Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng. And looking at these three, none of them were star level. With all this information, they naturally assumed Earth didn't have anything of the star level. However, fate played tricks with their lives. Fate just played us. Luo cursed angrily. How many of you have come to Earth? Luo Feng asked, why have you come to Earth? Hope began to grow a little in Luo's heart. These Earthlings don't even know there's a family fleet behind us. If I just bear with it patiently, when the family fleet arrives and totally destroys them, with any luck there's still hope for survival for me. Luo was filled with hope for survival. We have a total of 9 people. Luo Newell and Shan said solemnly, we unknowingly went through a wormhole and entered the dark space star field. According to the old star maps, we knew there were 2 life planets in this area. We were extremely excited at the time to discover this one. In the universe, this represented immeasurable amount of wealth, hence our little explorer team headed here. Oh, a wormhole? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God glanced at each other. No wonder. Otherwise, even if you travel at light speed from the borders of the area in dark space, it would still require about 1,000 years to get here. Only through a wormhole, these sort of lawless existences, would a universe ship be able to suddenly enter this starfield. Just the 9 of you? Hong asked. Yes. Luo nodded, we wouldn't trust anybody else with the news of discovering this planet, why would we tell anybody else? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God nodded slightly. What Luo said made sense. Meng Tu, spirit hypnotized the 6, carefully interrogate them. Luo Feng was extremely cautious, ordering, and swiftly rushing up into the sky. Hong and Thunder God followed, heading straight for the silver gray ship. Hypnosis? Luo's expression greatly changed, the other 6 explorers too. Having faced life and death situations many times before, they were used to being able to chance on any opportunity to escape. From what the captain said earlier, they were very clear on what to do. Relying on the family fleet behind them, they would have a chance of survival. If even that was revealed, Earth's aboriginals would definitely not spare them. Without them saying anything, the AI system Atuka, which could communicate through Luo's consciousness, with his order, would not divulge this either. It seemed like a good plan. Sadly, the enemy had powerful spirit readers who could easily hypnotize star travelers and star levels 1 and 2. Within the silver gray ship, control room. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God entered the control room. Master. Meng Wan and the other guards bowed respectfully. Beside, they escorted 2 maintenance personnel of the explorers. Luo Feng nodded, flipping his hand and producing a microchip. Xie. Immediately entering it into the control board slot. Beginning the hacking, Luo Feng, leave it to me. Babata began to hack into the ship's AI system. The control screen immediately displayed a boy's head, shouting, "Stop the hack, immediately stop hacking." Wah, it can only be considered an ordinary AI system, its capabilities can't even compare to that Black Dragon Mountain X81 system. Babata's head appeared on the screen, he revealed his fangs, apparently very satisfied, swiftly and unrelenting, he hacked into the system, gaining control over the entire ship. Luo Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket, checking, it was General Wang, his main contact from the country. Mr. Luo Feng, we just received a report saying there's noises from your castle. From now on, you are all the powerful warrior from the universe Luo Newell and Shan's slaves, what's going on? General Wang from the country seemed distressed, and we've discovered a large number of flying warriors, close to 1,000. To be able to float and fly in mid-air, one at least had to be a star traveler. Close to 1,000 star travelers? Which country in the world wouldn't be worried? Relax, we just met a small team of explorers from the universe, they've already been handled by us, no problem. Luo Feng said casually. Hello. Oh, Lady Laurie. Hong and Thunder God 2 picked up their phones. Obviously the scene of close to 1,000 warriors appearing around the castle had reached all the countries. There was no way they wouldn't know. After all, an important place such as Luo Feng's castle would definitely always have large amounts of media and spectators watching. No problem. No problem. Hong and Thunder God said and laughed. Luo Feng smiled as he spoke into his phone, but his expression suddenly changed. This was due to a large amount of Chinese words appearing on the control board screen. Babata was automatically displaying this. This can't be. Luo Feng's face had gone pale white. Hong and Thunder God looked over in fear. After seeing the details of the Chinese words on the screen, their faces too went pale and white. No, Hong and Thunder God's eyes were filled with fear and rage. Master, what the captain said earlier were all lies. Their explorer team is only the first wave, behind them is the enormous Luo and Shan family fleet. Meng Tu, who was in charge of the hypnosis interrogation, rushed into the ship, shouting worriedly. Luo Feng's expression ashen, he had already known. Kill them. Thunder God raged beside. Don't kill them, disable them first and slowly torture and interrogate them. Hong said angrily. Right, interrogate. All information concerning the Luo and Shan family, interrogate everything out of them. Luo Feng's gaze was ice-cold. Earth's 3 strongest warriors were all extremely enraged. What's wrong? What happened? Beloved Hong? What's the matter? Voices resounded from all their phones. General Wang, Earth's humanity is in trouble. Luo Feng's face was pale, his eyes fixed on the control board screen. On it the large amounts of Chinese words were like knives stabbing into his heart. There's big trouble. Thunder God 2 said solemnly. I suggest we immediately gather the leaders of the 5 great countries in 23 headquarters cities. Hold a meeting in the War God Palace. Hong said coldly. Luo Feng nodded. Just the thought of the family fleet behind with its huge amount of power, he couldn't help but feel terrified. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 38, Target, Earth's Treasures. Chapter 38, Target, Earth's Treasures. This simply can't be happening. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel flustered. Hacking into that scout ship's AI system and obtaining the information only to discover the Luo and Shan family's attack on Earth consisted of the small universe ship leading the pack, and the rest of the family fleet and main powers following behind. They had sent 2 main fleets which constituted the main attack force. The main person in charge of the whole operation was an heir from one of the family heads themselves, Pula, along with 7 other heirs to assist him. 8 heirs side by side, along with 30 Nuolan guards. The head's heir, his position and status was high. One had to reach the star level 9 before being deemed worthy of the position. Nuolan guards were the brightest and most elite of the Nuolan family soldiers. Every one of them were extremely valuable. Their strengths were all at the star level 9. Over 40 star level 9 warriors, the rest were at the star level 8 and 7, etc. 2 large fleets of star level warriors. According to Bulyo Nuolan Shan's assisting AI system Atuka's data, there were a total of about 1,000 warriors. And over 10,000 star travelers. Star level 9, just one of them could come conquer Earth. And now over 40 of them are coming. Luo Feng's face was ashen with fear. It's indeed very troubling. Thunder God's eyes were fierce, saying solemnly, over 40 star level 9 warriors, commanding an army of about 1,000 star levels and over 10,000 star travelers. How can we fight back? There's no way at all. Unless we have a universe warrior among us, that'll give us a chance. However, where are we going to get a universe warrior? Luo Feng bit down hard nervously. Universe level? Given a couple of years, his golden horned beast body would be able to reach the universe level. However, the Nuolan Shan family fleet was arriving in 3 months. 3 months, there's only 3 months of time. Luo Feng muttered softly. Hong, who was originally sitting quietly with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Have you found it? Thunder God looked at Hong. Luo Feng too looked at Hong. Yes. Hong nodded, his expression extremely serious. It's easy to search for brief information via the Kaluo Empire's network. Nuolan Shan family, 81,066 years ago, founded by the universe warrior Nuolan Shan. Nuolan Shan was the first head, his name too became the family's name. Nuolan Shan's natural aptitude was very high, his comprehension and wits too were very high. After reaching the universe level, he collected a lot of disciples. Right now, he is currently at the universe level 9, he has a lot of disciples under him that have been willingly teaching many others, amongst them 6 of them are universe level. And of these 6, there are 2 who are also heads in the family. Each of them taking the second head position and the third head. Hong said solemnly. What? Luo Feng felt even more shocked. Even though having a teacher increased one's chances of reaching the universe level by quite a bit, within the Nuolan Shan family including the heads and founders, there were actually a total of 7 universe levels. How do we fight this? Thunder God too was flustered. The Nuolan Shan family is the Kaluo Empire's 3rd biggest family. Hong explained, the Kaluo Empire is a universe low-level civilization, one of the over 500 in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. However, its power is ranked in the top 3 of these 500 empires. Kaluo Empire's number 1 family is the Emperor family Kaluo family. The Kaluo family's strongest is a sector lord. The Kaluo Empire's 2nd greatest family is the Wei Di family. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Wei Di family? The good friend he met on Dragon Star, Gao Shang Wei Di, he even mentioned Kaluo dollars. This Wei Di family is also a part of the Kaluo Empire? However, Gao Shang mentioned before, there wasn't anyone on Dragon Star that he couldn't mess with. To be able to say something like that, this shouldn't come from just a low-level universe empire? Maybe, Gao Shang Wei Di was separate from the Wei Di family? The Wei Di family is a business family, only the elders are in the Kaluo Empire. Hong continued, currently, most of the Wei Di family's power is in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even extending to the Ganwu Empire. Its entire combined power is even more terrifying than the Kaluo Empire. However, within the Kaluo Empire, only the elders remain there, leaving only about 10 universe-level warriors there. The Kaluo Empire's 3rd family is the Nuolan Shan family. To be able to teach and produce 6 universe levels, Nuolan Shan's name and reputation is widespread, causing many to bow before him. Along with tens of thousands of years of business, the entire Nuolan Shan family's own life planets exceed 1,000. The most elite of the Nuolan Guards are called the 8,000 Nuolan Guards, meaning there are at least 8,000 star level 9 warriors. The most terrifying is Nuolan Shan himself. Nuolan Shan is well known within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. His battle prowess is extremely high. Luo Feng felt a sense of helplessness. Against such a huge force such as the Nuolan Mountain family, they had no way to resist at all. 8,000 Nuolan Guards. 7 great universe levels. Just what do we do? Within the short 3 months, my golden horned beast body definitely cannot reach the universe level in time. Luo Feng swiftly pondered, become Earth's leader? Then within these 3 months, my human body must reach the star level and acquire the bank account left behind by my teacher, only then will I be able to buy Earth. Discovering a leaderless planet, there were 3 options. Receive the reward, no other benefits. As for how Earth should be governed, Luo Feng had no way to intervene. Pay to become Earth's leader. However, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire owned the tariffs on entry and exits of Earth. directly buying the planet, owning 100% of it. The first option was definitely something he didn't want. The moment he chose that, he couldn't guarantee the fates of the humans on Earth. I can only work on a way to reach the star level with the greatest speed. Luo Feng bit down the jade marrow along with the Muya crystals. Within 3 months, there's still hope. Hong and third brother, the leaders from the various countries are just about to reach the War God Palace. Let's enter the virtual space. Okay. Let's enter. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God entered the study room beside and into the virtual space War God Palace. After countless years, the humans of Earth had never truly made contact with the universe, and right now there was actually a universe empire, a powerful family looking to conquer the entire Earth? Especially since it was Luo Feng and his brothers speaking about their strengths, this made Earth's leaders in upper echelon even more worried, afraid, flustered and stunned. What was there to do? These upper echelon were Earth's brightest and elites, and they came up with a detailed plan. On the balcony on the castle, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were surveying the land. We have no choice. Hong said softly. Luo Feng, you aren't bluffing, is there really such an account? Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. Yes, but I need to reach the star level before being able to gain access to it. Luo Feng looked far into the streets, the continuous stream of people. The news of him acquiring access to the account only after reaching the star level, this was something he had only told his wife, Hong and Thunder God, no one else. Let's risk it all. We can only do that. Thunder God said. Let's do it. Hong said solemnly. Right, let's do it. Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng said solemnly, within 3 months, if I can reach the star level, everything will be okay. If within these 3 months, I don't reach the star level, then, we can only rely on reporting to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and take the 100 billion Black Dragon dollar reward. All the rights of Earth will belong to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, but at least the Newell and Shan family won't dare steal from them. Luo Feng muttered, and for the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to control Earth, even through the wormhole, it'll still take them 2 or more years to travel here. 2 years is plenty of time. Relying on the spaceships, I'll secretly move all the humans on Earth away. This was the plan. A 2-pronged preparation. Success, he would become Earth's leader. Failure would mean leaving Earth to become nothing but an empty shell, evacuating as much of the humans on Earth within the 2 years. Of course this option would be arduous. Moving close to 7 billion people was an extremely hard and painful thing to do. Until the last moment, Luo Feng would never choose to do so. That afternoon, about 3 p.m. Thunder God's daughter, Hong's son and daughter and Luo Feng's close family all gathered in the castle. Many of Earth's upper echelon also gathered here. Be careful in the other planets in the universe. Earth's countless people's hopes are on you all. All the best. From the group's words and prayers, Luo Feng kissed his wife and children before turning and floating with Hong and Thunder God towards the Black Dragon ship above. Daddy, come home soon. Daddy. The 2 kids held by Su Xin shouted loudly. Okay. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God entered the cabin of the Black Dragon ship at the same time. The cabin door closed and the Black Dragon ship began to swiftly rise, delivering Earth's humanity's hope and leaving Earth. And the entire population of close to 7 billion, many of them didn't even know, they lived in peace, unknowing to the fact that 3 people had left Earth towards the vast universe to fight for a thread of hope for everybody. Within the Black Dragon ship control room, external virtual image simulator was at 100%. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God turned to look at the beautiful green and blue planet. Babata. Luo Feng's voice was cold. Accelerate, prepare for universe travel, the first destination is by Lan Star. The Black Dragon ship carried Earth's strongest 3, beginning its universe travel. Previously, only Luo Feng left alone to visit and gain insights, also buying medals for himself. And this time, there were 3, all fighting for some hope for Earth. Not too far from Earth, within a vast starfield. Two extremely long and flat gray battleships, one behind the other, similar in appearances, and their lengths were a shocking over 6,000 meters. At the time, these two were currently two blurred beams of light, swiftly flying in space. The battleship in front. Control room. Similar in appearances to Luo, a handsome youth sat. Beside him sat three other men. What's wrong? The handsome youth creased his eyebrows. We can't contact them? Yes. The black-skinned man nodded. The handsome youth's eyes glinted demonically. This Luo, the head, promised him the position of eternal elder after this incident is done. He still really thinks he can stand high above and step on my head. As for the report on the planet, he actually hasn't even told us anything. How vicious. We've requested communication, he doesn't answer. Another handsome youth cursed as he bit down. Pulla, I think we should just. He waved his hand. The other two were shocked too. The handsome youth Pulla shook his head. Don't do anything foolish, the family's matters are the most important. After all, there's still 3 months before we reach this planet. According to the head, there might be huge amounts of treasure on this planet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 39, Survival Bases. Chapter 39, Survival Bases. Sitting in the Black Dragon ship, through the universe travel, they reached the Bylon star, which was 11.8 thousand light-years away from Earth on the day itself. Bylon star, the extreme cold area. Huge warehouses within the base were scattered about the area. A black universe ship slowly descended on a particular warehouse residential area, right in front of a castle. So. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God swiftly jumped off the ship. Behind them followed 4 black Mongolian bodyguards. Master. The 101 slave guards stationed on Bylon Star stood outside the castle, respectfully receiving Luo Feng. Big brother, second brother, follow me. Luo Feng walked towards the castle. Walking along the winding stairs of the castle. Third brother, you really have it good. Thunder God looked through the windows by the stairs, gazing far out into the snow-covered land. This was his first time leaving Earth and heading to another planet with life in the universe. This is the first time in my life leaving Earth, and I've actually come to, how many light years are we from Earth again? 11.8 thousand light years. Luo Feng was somewhat speechless. Due to the pressing matter of the Newell and Shan family, the pressure on himself was enormous, and while this second brother of his was initially nervous himself, it seemed he had totally relaxed now. 11.8 thousand light years, what a far place. Thunder God complimented. This is a good place to stay for a while. Hong nodded. Big brother, second brother, aren't you guys worried at all? Luo Feng opened the door and entered the living room. The three sat separately on the sofa. Worried? Against danger, your worry has no use at all. Hong's gaze was calm. Be those proficient in the ancient meditation ways of yoga, or in the ancient Chinese traditions of meditation, they all have beneficial effects to a person's state of mind. State of mind? Luo Feng was curious. However, from the manuals of the Yun-Mo planet, or the other forms of training he's done, most of them were all about skills and techniques, etc., and requirements. This whole realm of training was completely different from state of mind. With a poor state of mind, evil and mad person can still become a powerful being. Don't tell me, within the AI space, Babata's blood-red eyes lit up. This is the reason behind Hong and Thunder God achieving their domains in the Star Traveler level? On Earth, most of the strongest come from China or India. And many of them are at the conception level, much higher than the average of the universe. The realms were mostly separated into basic, conception, domain and world, the 4 main levels. Above that lies the undying level. Let's not talk about this now. Within the living room, Luo Feng's expression was heavy. Brothers, while the ship was swiftly rushing to Bylon Star, I've been thinking, there are some risks with the plan before. Risks? Hong and Thunder God pondered and nodded their heads. If we don't take these risks, what else can we do? Thunder God said helplessly. We can't be precise to every minute and second. The moment the Newell and Shan family fleet reaches Earth, I'm afraid they'll immediately capture and control the important people. Luo Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. No matter what, I will definitely not let my family take these risks. I'm sure the same goes for my two brothers. Hong nodded. Didn't we leave the other ship on Earth? The Universe C-grade scout ship from the explorers was currently parked behind Luo Feng's castle. It was left there as an escape route for Luo Feng's, Hong's, Thunder God's families and several other important people to take should the time arise. No. That ship is too small, only so many people can enter. 1,000? 3,000 if we squeeze them? What about resources and food? The food and drinks? Luo Feng shook his head. In the worst-case scenario, we can only save the maximum 1,000 people. It'll be hard for the many races to reproduce. So you are thinking. Hong and Thunder God looked at Luo Feng. We'll buy survival bases. Luo Feng said. Survival bases? Hong and Thunder God were suspicious, not exactly clear on what those were. Normally, developing planets, or even mineral planets will all build a survival base. Luo Feng explained, a survival base, the small ones can hold up to 10 million people, the big ones can hold billions within. They can ensure air is sufficient, water resources, food, etc. Hong and Thunder God's eyes lit up. We can go to the Virtual Universe Network and look for a seller of these bases. Luo Feng smiled. Even though it was another supposed 3 months before the Newell and Shan family fleet would arrive on Earth, it wasn't. It could be 88 days, or 89 days later, or, whatever the case, the time wasn't specific enough. To prevent any accidents, it was better to build a strong and solid survival base. This way, it would be much safer. Virtual Universe, Ganwu Empire, Black Dragon Mountain Island. The Black Dragon Mountain Island, even though it was called an island, it was still about 1 billion times bigger than the surface area of all of Earth's surface land put together. In a particular private room of a restaurant. Even though this is the virtual universe, the dishes and food, etc., are all exactly like reality. Thunder God complimented, and the prices are all very cheap. Don't eat anymore. In a bit, the manager of the Tai Luo company will be here. Hong said. Luo Feng still had a sense of being troubled from his expression. The price of a survival base Babata had gathered from checking spoiled his originally good mood from before. Knock, knock, knock. Knocks on the door resounded. Thunder God automatically got up and opened the door. The person who walked in was built huge, close to 2.6 m, his skin was brown, there were also 3 scars on his left cheek. This man was from the big Tai Luo company from the universe, a second-level manager from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire division. He smiled, slightly bowing. I'm called Luo D, very nice to meet you three. You three requested to purchase survival bases. The amount of money involved is too large, hence it's better for us to meet and discuss. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. The manager placed a black drawing book onto the table. In it, images of survival bases started to appear. Look, there are big and small bases, the prices too are definitely different. This is the cheapest a grade, it only requires a 100,000 Black Dragon dollars to build one with length and width 10 kilometers, height of 100 m. The survival base is separated into 30 levels, it's enough to house up to 300 million people, and there are even bigger ones. My 3 respected customers, if you need stronger defenses, this is the B6 grade, it's much more expensive, its size can be large or small just like the one before, it requires 90 million Black Dragon dollars. The manager smiled, filled with assurance and confidence as he spoke. Hong and Thunder God looked at the various bases and their prices. I need a survival base that's able to withstand a Universe Level 1 warrior's attack. Luo Feng said directly. The force of over 40 star level 9 fighters combined match up to just about 1 Universe Level 1. Oh? That's going to be expensive. Luo's eyes lit up. This is the C5 grade, able to house 300 million people, requires 98 billion black dragon dollars. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. Back when he first sold the arc cutter knife, he had a 180 million remaining. After that, he bought the jade marrow, slave guards, and the precious and expensive metals required for the golden horned beast, purple light drink. Now he had only 1.7 billion black dragon dollars left. On a normal planet, this was definitely a top-level wealthy person. However, to purchase a large survival base able to withstand a Universe Level 1 attack, it was far from enough. I need a C3 grade. Luo Feng said directly. C3 grades are cheap, able to house 300 million, they only require about 51 billion. Luo said. Smaller. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. This one is able to house 30 million people, only 8.9 billion. Luo continued and smiled. No smaller ones? Luo Feng asked. No more. Luo's expression was somewhat dissatisfied. He cursed to himself. Did these three people purposely call him here just to waste his time? Luo Feng pondered to himself. The living standards and capacity of these bases was leaving about 10 square meters for each person. And in Earth's times of distress, if they crammed together, the 30 million standard capacity should be able to house up to 100 million people. We've checked the information. Your company can make custom survival bases, right? Luo Feng said. Custom? Manager Luo shot Luo Feng a glance. To make a custom one according to your requests is too troublesome. That's why, custom-made are privileges only for orders exceeding the 10 billion black dragon dollars big orders. Sai, you three, are you going to buy or not? If you can't afford a C grade, then just buy a B grade. Don't look down on the B grades, while not being able to afford the C grades. Do you even know how to speak? Thunder God was pissed and a bunch of Mandarin left his mouth. To no avail. Luo obviously didn't understand. Oh, angry? Luo rubbed his big nose, scoffing as he laughed. Being in charge of the virtual universe side of things, I often meet these sort of lousy customers. They can't even afford anything, and still ask so many questions, such a waste of my precious time. Is it because you thought in the virtual universe, there's no way to punish you, that you thought you could waste my precious time? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were stunned. In what way was this manager anything close to a business person? What? Not satisfied? So what if I scold you? In the real world, your majesty would definitely severely punish you all. Three poor misers. Luo stood up, poof, vanishing into nothing, obviously leaving the virtual universe network. Within the private room, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were enraged. Poor misers? They were called poor misers. If I understood and spoke universe language, I would have definitely scolded him well. Thunder God couldn't help but say. Scolding him wouldn't have meant anything. The little spirit Babata on Luo Feng's shoulder simply laughed. Very simple, you all just have to immediately become a large client of the Tai Lo company and directly complain about the service of this Luo being extremely poor. These sort of department manager, or second-level manager punk, will immediately be fired. He'll definitely regret it later. Large client? Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were shocked. But we don't have so much money. Thunder God said. That's simple. Babata said casually, Luo Feng, don't you have a Black Dragon Mountain X81 ship? These sort of ancient luxury goods are definitely one of the favorites among the ship enthusiasts. There's definitely a whole lot of them willing to buy it if you take it out. Sell the ship? Luo Feng was shocked. Just performance-wise, the little scout ship you captured from the Universe Explorers isn't lousier than this current ship. After all, it's also a C-grade ship. The only thing is its material is alloys. The scout ship is worth a few $100 million Black Dragon dollars and your Black Dragon ship is worth more than a $10 billion. Other than that, there's not much difference. After selling the Black Dragon ship, you'll still have the other one to use, but what's more, once you acquire the account your teacher left behind for you, you'd be able to buy a ship even better than the Black Dragon mountain ship. Why bother so much? Luo Feng immediately laughed. Right. After he reached the star level, he could naturally buy a new ship. How do I sell the Black Dragon ship? Luo Feng asked. Simple, you just have to directly contact Gao Shang, he's a ship enthusiast. Someone like him, besides his status and position, definitely knows a community of other enthusiasts, people with money and status. They can definitely give you a high price. Babata said, after selling the Black Dragon ship, you can build a few survival bases for the people of Earth. That'll be something of great contribution for the people of Earth. Also, you can use your status as a big client to teach a good lesson to that condescending bastard. Luo Feng nodded. He immediately made Babata contact Gao Shang. While connecting, Luo Feng and the other two sat to eat. Hello, Luo Feng, it's been a while since you actually contacted me. Luo Feng and the others stared at the screen that appeared before them. On it appeared the fat and chubby kid from before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 40, 3 months. Chapter 40, 3 months. The two beside you are of your race? Gao Shang laughed. Right. Luo Feng nodded. I've been rather short on cash recently, but lack of money, as long as the figure isn't too huge, within 1 billion Black Dragon dollars, I can help you settle it. Not a single cent of interest. Gao Shang said candidly. Borrowing money should definitely come with interest. Gao Shang's straightforwardness proved he was indeed a good friend. No, I actually want to sell my Black Dragon Mountain X-81 Ancient Universe ship. Luo Feng said. Damn. Gao Shang's eyes almost popped out. You can actually bear to sell it? That's an ancient, over 1 million years old artifact. To be able to preserve it that well, it's really rare. It's definitely a treasure that every ship enthusiast would want. I advise you to never sell it. It'll probably be almost impossible to buy it back after selling it. Luo Feng was helpless. Universe ship enthusiasts? The truth was he didn't share this interest at all. I'm really selling it. Do you have any channels? Luo Feng asked. Selling it is simple. Gao Shang's expression grew serious. You just have to let the news out and it'll easily be sold. However, to sell it at a high price, I'm in a few ship enthusiasts communities. I'll help you spread the news and tell them about this. When I mentioned to them about your ship before, there were many that were extremely excited and wanted to buy it. Then thanks. Luo Feng was excited within. Wait a while, give me a little bit of time, I'll look for you again when I've discussed the matter. I'll definitely look for the best price for you. Gao Shang said confidently. The call ended. Within the private room, Thunder God couldn't help but be suspicious. Luo Feng, you letting this person help you, will he try and get a commission in between? What's the point of worrying, I have no better channels. Luo Feng revealed a smile, and as long as the price isn't too far from what I have in mind, I'll take it. I believe this Gao Shang isn't that sort of person. About 25 minutes later. Luo Feng, Gao Shang requests a call. Babata shouted. Connect. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Do. The screen floated and appeared before them. Gao Shang's image appeared. Everything is settled. I've talked to a brother from the Black Dragon Mountain Star. He's willing to pay the highest price of 12.8 billion Black Dragon dollars. This is the best price I've gotten from all my other good friends. Gao Shang said directly, these people are not stupid at all. They won't be willing to go any higher. Alright, we'll sell it at this price. Luo Feng said easily. This is his virtual universe contact number. you can settle the contract with him along with the date and time of the exchange. Gao Shang immediately told Luo Feng the number. After the conversation ended, Luo Feng and the other two returned to Earth. They brought the Silver Gray Universe ship to buy Lone Star. For the upcoming trips, they would have to use that ship in the meantime. 12 days later. Lone Star, the planet's docking bay. This planet is too cold. A ship with a decorative design of 3 swords landed, its cabin door opening. A youth dressed in expensive luxurious clothing stepped out, followed by 2-star level 8 bodyguards. This youth's mouth especially was fat and chubby, his hair long and dreaded, there was even a special unique marking on his forehead. "Sir." The main person in charge of the docking bay respectfully received him. The fat-lipped youth glanced over at the person in charge, surveying his surroundings nonchalantly, spotting Luo Feng and the other two, shouting loudly, "Dear brother Luo Feng, I'm really glad to be able to meet you." He ran over to give Luo Feng a bear hug. "Very nice to see you, brother Korue." Luo Feng too hugged him back. "Where's my baby?" The youth's eyes lit up. "Look, Dot." Luo Feng pointed in the distance. The youth immediately flew over to the pure black dragon ship's side, extending his arm to caress the body. Looking at its grain and scars, he couldn't help but compliment, "Wow, pure black yttrium, what a lavish black color." Also the old X marking of the black dragon, it's rarely seen now. It's been maintained very perfectly. He. The youth was so excited his eyes were gleaming. Under Luo Feng's leadership, the youth surveyed the black dragon ship's internal cabins, rooms, etc. From Gao Sheng's information, Luo Feng knew this youth came from the main planet of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, an extremely huge background, and the family he was from was much bigger and stronger than the Newell and Shan family. However, these sort of direct descendants of big families couldn't go about antagonizing Universe Level 9 warriors just after meeting them. 12.8 billion, we'll exchange the goods and money in one go. The youth walked out of the cabin door and smiled, "I've just transferred the funds, 12.8 billion Black Dragon dollars have entered into your account." The deal was successful. This ship enthusiast youth brought his new baby, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 ship, and left by Lone Star. And Luo Feng, he immediately began custom making the survival bases. 5 million people capacity, SC2 grade little survival base, 4 of them. The price of 1.6 billion Black Dragon dollars, a total of 6.4 billion. 10 million people capacity C2 grade survival base, 1 of it. Price 2.6 billion Black Dragon dollars. 10 million people capacity C3 grade survival base, 1. Price 4.2 billion Black Dragon dollars. A total of 13.2 billion Black Dragon dollars. Your Tai Luo company in the virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Empire Division, there's a second level manager called Luo D. His virtual universe number is XXXXXXXX. His attitude is really bad. Amidst the discussions about the survival bases in business, Luo Feng lodged a complaint. This was something that his second brother Thunder God strongly requested he added on, but the pitiful little manager Luo D, ever since he entered the Tai Lo company, such a big company in the universe, he became arrogant. These sort of big companies had high salaries, high commissions, causing him to start looking down on the average masses. While he was only a star traveler, his pay was still higher than some star-level bodyguards. How could he not be arrogant? Unfortunately, needing a big client in the tens of billions complaint, the second-level manager ultimately lost his job. He forgot that he was still running a business. He shouldn't look down on people so easily. Even if he hadn't met Luo Feng and his party, he would eventually have met someone else of the same caliber that would cost him his rice bowl. Time passed. Luo Feng had immersed himself deeply in his training the past few days. With Babata's instruction, his evolution speed was raised to its highest efficiency. He would only occasionally leave just to receive goods. Within the blink of an eye, it was already year 2062, December 24th in China's time zone. On this calm night, It had been a month since the little explorer team had landed on Earth. Luo Feng and his two brothers were currently returning to Earth again. In the following day, I'll build a survival base in America. This survival base has a 5 million people capacity. Of course, in desperate times, we can definitely squeeze more in. In India, we'll build a similar 5 million people capacity base. In Russia and the neighboring European countries, we'll build a combined 10 million people capacity survival base. Asia's population is bigger. In the other Asian bases, they'll share one 5 million people capacity survival base. Africa and South America bases will share a 5 million people capacity survival base. China will use a 10 million people capacity survival base. Within the War God Palace, Luo Feng announced to Earth's upper echelon. In terms of population, China definitely had a better deal. After all, Europe and Russia's population combined together far exceeded China's. However, the two only used one 10 million capacity survival base. However, the leaders of the countries didn't have any right or authority to say anything. After all, these were bases that Luo Feng was giving to them. Giving them these bases was an act of benevolence. Even if Luo Feng didn't give them anything, no one could blame Luo Feng. In truth, they didn't even know. China's survival base was a C3 grade, the rest were only C2. While the C2 grade could still barely withstand a Universe Level 1 warrior's attack, it paled in comparison to the C3's sturdiness. Earth, China. The survival base Hope was built in the north area of the Jiangnan headquarters city. The entire base was just like an enormous pillbox. This survival base's entire structure was bronze. Its height was close to 90 m, with 28 levels in total. Its precise space allocation was for 10 square meters for each person. The survival base had an underground 16 levels. In the 6 m wide walkways, China's upper echelon was surveying the place. Senior official, wouldn't these be too tight? A middle-aged man couldn't help but ask. Tight? With a full head of silver hair, the old man shook his head. All we are doing now is adding upper and lower decks along with side decks to our original living spaces, allowing 4 people to live in one room. Those activity areas, etc., we don't even use them. How can this be considered tight? This survival base currently can house 40 million people, and we can totally increase that number. Increasing anymore and we won't even have the activity areas. The middle-aged man said. Right now within the survival base, there were still activity areas, etc. People living in there wouldn't find it too tight. A crowded area beats having them dead. The silver-haired old man sighed, looking at the inlaid mirror along the walkway, discovering that his hair had gone all white. The universe is a place full of mystery for us humans of Earth. Luo Feng, everything depends on the 3 of you. Earth's various countries placed all their fighters, science elites, and brightest in the survival bases. As the fighters were mostly from a little district, their big movement wasn't too much of a deal. Time passed. Earth's average humans continued living their normal lives as before. Earth's elites, however, had all moved into the survival bases. Luo Feng had already reached a planet not too far from the Milky Way, a government station of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the Jade Rock Star. It was the center of several countries around. It was in fact more central than several low-level empires. The Jade Rock Star was even closer to Earth. With the universe travel, it only took about 5 days. On Jade Rock Star, Luo Feng didn't dare relax for even a moment, using the highest efficiency to constantly evolve his body. The moment he reached the star level, he would be able to access his teacher's account on Jade Rockstar, and immediately apply to be Earth's leader. In space. Around that star, 8 other planets constantly orbited around. This was the solar system. There was one particular life planet, Earth. 2 enormous interstellar battleships, one leading the other, were flying at shocking speed towards it. Senior Pulla, just another 2 hours 26 minutes and we'll reach that life planet. It's already in sight, that blue-green planet. It's beautiful. How beautiful. The Luo Feng family fleet, after traveling in space for over 2 years, had finally reached the solar system. On that day, it was currently year 2063, February 21st in China's time zone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 41, Time of Urgency. Chapter 41, Time of Urgency. Solar System, a gray, enormous apparatus was currently set up on a moon orbiting Neptune. One of its lenses was currently aimed at the 2 enormous battleships flying past the distant Jupiter. The huge apparatus immediately flashed several warning lights and a signal right after. Ever since the Universe scout ship from before sneaked in without a trace on Earth, after Luo Feng left Earth and came to Bai Lan Star, he immediately ordered a few space-detecting apparatus, separately installing them on several moons within the solar system. This allowed him to know the moment the Luo Feng fleet had arrived. China, Hope Survival Base. Ring, 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 dot. An ear-piercing warning alarm immediately resounded across the entire 28 floors of the survival base. The solar panels originally placed at the top floor of the base were immediately kept, all of the large windows automatically shut themselves, the initial important pathways and exits too were shut, and everyone went into a state of nervousness. Survival Base Underground 12th level. Luo Feng's family, Thunder God's family and Hong's family were living within this spacious living quarters. However, while they were special and privileged because of their relationships to Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God, their personal space was still a grand total of 10-meter area each. Master Meng 2 and Meng 4, the 2 powerful warriors Luo Feng had left behind, swiftly rushed in. The Universe fleet is arriving Earth soon. Su Xian looked at her wrist communicator. This was something Luo Feng had given her. The apparatus's signal transmitter works at light speed, even faster than the speed of the 2 battleships. However, it'll probably be about an hour. The enemy's interstellar battleships will arrive on Earth. Everyone within the room fell silent. I'll inform Luo Feng and the others. Su Xian immediately went to the room beside. Within it lay an untraceable account consciousness transmitting helmet. At the same time, Earth's 5 great countries and 23 bases were informed of the news. They had already known much earlier that the Luo Feng family fleet would be arriving in 3 months, hence they had measures prepared for it. After receiving the report, each country began to swiftly put things into motion. The only thing was, the upper echelon of Earth, the leaders, were still very worried about the situation. No one knew what would become of their fates. Against a powerful Universe family's fleet from the universe, Earth had no power to resist. Everything could only lie on the hopes of Luo Feng on Jade Rockstar. Jade Rockstar was an important hub surrounded by 6 other huge empires. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's government station on this planet's main motive was to rely on this planet's location to deter the other surrounding countries and the Silver Blue Empire. It was modern and bustling beyond compare on Jade Rockstar. In a particular oceanside bar, Luo Feng and the other 2 had rented a little building. Today is already February 21st. That Luo Mountain family fleet's arrival on Earth should be today. Thunder God stood outside the villa, looking at the vast sea outside, creasing his eyebrows. Brother Hong, right now third brother hasn't even broken through. Will we really not make it in time? Then all we can do is bear with it. There's still hope. Hong said solemnly. If Luo Feng truly didn't break through in time, then they could only submit Earth's properties, population, etc. to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and receive the reward. That way, Earth would belong to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The moment it belonged to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, then Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God would absolutely have no say in Earth's government. Endure, endure, endure. Thunder God's disposition may be very good, but as the days passed one after another, along with the thought of the ever-closing Luo Feng family fleet reaching Earth, this sort of pressure, if it were a normal person, he would have lost it much earlier. Even I've broken through to the star level, but third brother still hasn't. Thunder God was originally at the peak of the Star Traveler 9 level. Relying on the UNMO planet's training secrets, along with being on Jade Rockstar, Luo Feng bought them several assisting treasures. Thunder God became the first to break through to the Star Level 1, while Hong remained in the Star Traveler 9 level. And we don't even know when he might break through. Hong turned around. Through the special translucent wooden paneled window, he saw Luo Feng sitting cross-legged on the bed. Hong and Thunder God realized. Luo Feng's eyes opened from within the room. Has he broken through? Hong and Thunder God rushed into the room. Luo Feng opened his eyes. It's a call request from Earth? Babata was currently semi-connected to the virtual universe, just to be able to receive messages. To be able to send out messages, however, required one's full consciousness to enter the virtual universe. When he saw the two seniors rushing into the room with faces of anticipation, Luo Feng shook his head. No, I haven't broken through. It's only that I've received a message request from Earth. From Earth? Hong and Thunder God were shocked. The countries on Earth these past few days wouldn't have deliberately disturbed them. Don't tell me. Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng's expressions became ugly. Let me check. Luo Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness entering the virtual universe. The blue-green planet. Two large objects had just entered the atmosphere. Ha ha. Within one of the battleship's control room, Pulla and 4 other heirs, via the external image simulator, looked at the clouds covering the beautiful Earth, laughing excitedly. We've finally reached this life planet. After traveling in space for 2 years, it's too long. These 4 heirs had extremely high positions, never actually going through such hardships before. The arduous journey through space that took a total of 2 years. Discovered the online network. Already hacked into the planet's network. The control room's AI swiftly hacked into Earth's network, acquiring large amounts of information. That AI didn't know, however, that early 3 months ago, the entire Earth had revamped and cleaned up the entire online network after the incident with the Little Explorer team. There was a mass clearing of the more important information, footage from the net. The person orchestrating the whole cleanup was the AI in charge of maintaining the War God Palace. This planet's name is Earth, radius of about 6,400 kilometers, surface mass is 5.100 million square kilometer. Of which 29.2% is land while 70.8% is water bodies. The planet's gravitational pull is 0.11 of the universal gravitation unit. This planet's population is close to 7 billion. This planet's fighter numbers. The battleship's AI was swiftly reporting large amounts of data. I'll pass on the good news to teacher. The handsome youth Beulah said and immediately left the control room, entering his private room. Within his room, Beulah swiftly connected his consciousness and entered the virtual universe. Within a 3-story luxurious villa, its walls covered in a beautiful array of flowers. Within a quiet room. Pulla stood within the room, quietly waiting. Beside him a screen appeared. It was blank. Schwa. The screen suddenly displayed an imposing strong-looking man, his ears pointed, obviously of the same race as Beulah. Teacher. Beulah respectfully bowed. This was his teacher, and also Pulla Newell Shan's grandfather, currently the head of the Newell mountain family, Yuka Newell Shan, one of the newer and more unconventional heads. Unlike the other heads who liked art and spoke of etiquette, this was a brash and wild head, one who displayed more power than the previous generation of heads. Yuka Newell Shan nodded, his eyes fixed on Pulla. You've reached that planet? Yes, teacher. Pulla said respectfully, this planet's aboriginals call it Earth. Earth? Yuka repeated the word a couple of times. Beulah. Yuka Newell Shan said seriously, the planet you've just reached, you have to be extremely careful. Buluo from before has already been out of contact for a total of 3 months. Even the old head has been unable to contact him. He's, most likely already dead. That's why, don't get careless. Understood. Pulla nodded. When Luo, Newell and Sean began not answering to calls, the family didn't think too much of it initially. However, as time passed, and when even the two other heads couldn't contact him, the Newell and Sean family began to suspect that Luo could have died. Everything will go according to plan. Yuka, Newell and Sean said seriously, with the greatest speed, collect as much of Earth's data as you can and begin sampling. With the interstellar space marker, the data and goods, we can swiftly apply to buy the planet from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and place our family name on it. When that time comes, whatever we want to check or investigate on Earth, we can do it slowly and leisurely. Yes, teacher. Pulla said respectfully. Go on. Yuka said. The call ended. Pulla's eyes slight squinted. Data, sampling. So, Pulla's consciousness left the virtual universe and returned to reality. More than 10 billion people lived on Jade Rockstar. A posh and luxurious city. Within one of its oceanside bars, one could hear the swishing of waves rushing against the beach. Hong and Thunder God sat cross-legged on the beach, quietly waiting. Behind them, in a quiet house, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on a bed, his entire being immersed in silence, yet within, he was boiling with anxiety and pressure. His body's training, usually level 1 to 3 is the easiest, 4 to 6 is a little harder and 7 to 9 is even harder. For person at level 9 to breakthrough, that was the hardest part. As Luo Feng's core was his original core, hence his soul couldn't break through, limited by his human body. His physical body had early on reached the Star Traveler level 6, however to break into level 7 was extremely difficult. Luo Feng had been stuck at this crucial pass for a bit. Whenever he felt like it was about to break through, he didn't seem to be able to. The Newell and Sean family has already reached Earth. We don't have much time, not much at all. Don't tell me that we really have to resort to the second route, engaging in a mass evacuation of Earth's humans? Close to 7 billion all evacuating, and most of them aren't even at the Star Traveler level. They cannot receive protection from the Empire. When they meet slave traders, if they get kidnapped, we can't even do anything. I can't accept this, I won't accept this. Hurry! 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 It was an emotion unlike never before. That glimmer of hope. Rumble. Luo Feng's consciousness tremored. Silence. All was silent. His ears could hear the distant waves rushing against the shore, it could hear Hong and Thunder God's uneasy breathing, and also mechanical noises of the clock hung on the wall. With his powerful spirit reading feel, it seemed like the world had been reborn. It's not the same anymore. Luo Feng opened his eyes, smiling as he looked around. I'm not the same anymore. Luo Feng said softly, Earth isn't the same anymore. Outside the house, Hong and Thunder God turned at the same time and looked within the house. Big brother, second brother. Luo Feng smiled, follow me to the Universe Galaxy Bank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 42, Universe Mercenaries. Chapter 42, Universe Mercenaries. Jade Rockstar, a mid-level civilization country planet directly controlled by the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. It was an important hub for the 6 big countries surrounding it. Its level of importance was higher than even the low-level civilizations. Naturally, they had a branch of the Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe First Bank, the 2 giants in the banking industry. At the core of the modern city, land was extremely expensive. A stunning and breathtaking tower was constructed right here. Also, surrounding it was over 3 square kilometers area of grass. In a place where every inch is very expensive, a 3 square kilometers area of no constructs, just plain grass and plant life for decor, this was an extreme luxury and waste of space. Admiration could be seen in the eyes of the humans from other planets walking on the street when they looked towards this building. Just simply because, This was the Universe Galaxy Bank. It's so huge. So pretty. Luo Feng and Thunder God raised their heads to look at this art piece-like building, their gaze filled with awe. Definitely has an aura about it. How was it built? Hong's eyes too were gleaming. The three brothers from Earth were almost like little countryside people, shocked at the enormous construct. This skyscraper for the Universe Galaxy Bank had completely created the Universe River's stereoscopic effect. Just looking at it, it was like facing space head-on, a visual experience that went beyond extraordinary. Last time on Dragonstar, I visited it once before. But seeing it again, it is breathtaking. Luo Feng couldn't help but compliment. Look, even walking towards the main doors of the bank, the air is different. Thunder God pushed his lips out and pouted, hinting at the distant customers. Luo Feng looked over. Indeed, the occasional customer heading into the Universe Galaxy Bank had an obvious different air about them. After all, the lowest account here was 100 million black dragon dollars. A normal planet's wealthiest would probably only have that much. Let's go, let's enter. Luo Feng said. Yes. Hong and Thunder God were filled with anticipation. The three walked side by side towards the big bank entrance. The distant traffic of people on the streets, noticing these three walking towards the bank, were naturally filled with envy. When would it be before they themselves would be able to enter the doors of the Universe Galaxy Bank? The Universe Galaxy Bank's doors were enormous beyond compare, almost like a huge waterfall, like Earth's legends of waterfalls with caves behind them. The only difference was, what seemed like a waterfall here, was actually just a result of light reflecting off the door itself. If one who wasn't an old customer of the bank wants to open an account, they have to go that way. Luo Feng said comfortably, however, I am an old customer, you two can follow me and we head directly through the main entrance. Entering through the water entrance. The interior was extremely spacious. It was a big hall that warmed the hearts and delighted the eyes of whoever that entered. How are you, sir? Please rest over here for a bit. There are many customers today, my apologies. A beautiful young lady dressed in the bank's corset with its logo smiled as she bowed. Understood. Luo Feng noticed that on the sofas, there were already about 12 groups of other customers. Luo Feng and the other two followed the instructions and waited on the 13th sofa. Beside the sofa, a screen automatically appeared. On it displayed various types of menus and pages. Whatever you want to drink, it's all free. Luo Feng said. Oh? Hong and Thunder God browsed with interest. Silently waiting. Groups of customers entered into the offices, more customers formed up behind and queued. When Luo Feng reached third in the line, the hall had 16 groups of people. Luo Feng suddenly felt the originally silent hall rise in commotion. This was a commotion where people kept their voices down. One had to know, to be able to enter the Universe Galaxy Bank, everybody had some sort of status or personal status. No matter how rampant and arrogant one was outside, one still had to work hard to prove one was civilized here, hence a commotion was a rare occurrence. Luo Feng turned to look. 3 people walked into the hall. The one leading them was dressed in a black military uniform. His entire body was fit and sturdy, with a height of 2.1 m, his skin green. In the middle of his forehead there was even a third eye. Beside him, there was an obviously weaker and smaller but of the same race person, and the last was a person completely covered in a black robe. The one similarity of the three was, on their left chest, there was a medal, and the picture of the medal was a blood-red wave with a planet on it. This is Luo Feng's pupils strained. In the virtual universe network, I've seen those pictures. Thunder God said with a hushed voice. Beside him, Hong's eyes too were gleaming, burning with intensity. The other customers who were conscious of their status were all anxious and held their breaths. Some were looking crazy with respect towards the three, the others were engaged in hushed discussions. Universe mercenaries. Real universe mercenaries. We actually got to see universe mercenaries. And they are the one-star mercenaries. 3 universe mercenaries, to be able to see them on Jade Rockstar, this sort of planet, it's too. Excitement. Incomparable excitement. Including Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God, everyone within the Jade Rockstar branch of the Universe Galaxy Bank was completely filled with excitement. That was because these 3 were within the universe, the most respected, strongest and most valiant organization, the Universe Mercenaries. The universe's #1 power, the Universe Mercenaries Alliance. Over 99% of the powerful fighters, spirit readers would all join the Universe Mercenaries Alliance. Even though the alliance was more lax and dispersed, in the vast universe, no empire would dare to mess with the Universe Mercenaries Alliance. Back then, Luo Feng's teacher, the master of the Yun-Mo planet Hu Yen Bo, was one of them. A star traveler would be considered an explorer. Star level, they had the rights to enter the examinations and earn the title of probationary Universe Mercenary. Universe levels had the rights to enter the Universe 1-Star Mercenaries examination. Domain Lords had the rights to enter the Universe 3-Star Mercenaries examinations. One had to actually earn the rights to take part in the examinations. Whether one actually earned the titles depended on the results of the examinations. The tests themselves were incredibly difficult and tough. That was why the authentic Universe 1-Star Mercenaries were all universe levels that had gone through a tedious selection process. So much so that even Domain Lords who hadn't passed the 2-star examinations remained as 1-star. This meant the 3 Universe Mercenaries before everybody were at least 3 universe levels. They might even be Domain Lords. Universe Mercenaries. This was something that instilled and commanded a sense of respect and even worship. They lived in tumultuous situations and experienced dangerous life or death situations time after time. They had an invincible amount of power. This was an alliance within the vast universe that countless human races respected and worshipped. Some others may be universe levels, but they don't have the guts to join and be mercenaries, or have no power at all to pass the examinations. The Universe Mercenaries examinations were called the toughest and strictest of all tests. Its death rate percentage was extremely high. 3 Universe Mercenaries. Luo Feng felt his heartbeat speed up. Fighters able to battle it out on a white dwarf. Hong looked at these 3 Universe Mercenaries, memories surfacing in his mind. As the strongest warrior on Earth for a long time, Hong anticipated as he saw the Universe Mercenaries who were so much higher up than he was, one day, I too will become a Universe Mercenary. The Universe Mercenaries, this was a gold-plated medal, much stronger than any Universe warrior's ability alone. As they were mercenaries, almost all of them had partners, their partners too wouldn't be too much weaker, and they would all have experienced life or death situations countless times. Even the Newland Mountain family wouldn't dare mess with the 3 Universe Mercenaries before them, unless they were prepared for the destruction of their family. 3 respected guests. A rather plump, small-eyed fatty with purplish-red skin and 2 golden horns on his head and was dressed in a dark green uniform sat on the elevator and appeared in the hall. He ran over and said humbly and respectfully, I am the Universe Galaxy Bank Jade Rockstar's branch president, Pettery, my 3 respected guests, please follow me. Okay. The leading Universe Mercenary creased his eyebrows slightly, his third eye briefly scanning the fat branch president, nodding. After that, the 3 Universe Mercenaries followed the branch president and immediately sat in the elevator and went up the tower. At once, the bubble burst within the hall and a huge commotion erupted. It was actually 3 Universe Mercenaries. Universe Mercenaries. And 2 of them are pishy race people, the other one was wrapped from head to toe so it was hard to discern. Second uncle, why did they go up? Doesn't this Universe Galaxy Bank work on its operations on the 1st floor? Normal customers are handled here, the star customers are all above. What determines a star customer? No idea. Anyway, even our company's main person in charge, with properties and wealth in the trillions, still is only a regular customer in the Universe Galaxy Bank, not even reaching the 1-star customer grade requirements. Within the bank's big hall, many groups of people were actively discussing. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God 2 couldn't help but discuss in hushed voices. From what I see, these 3 mercenaries are probably 1-star clients. Thunder God said. Maybe, after all the star clients' requirements are absurd. Luo Feng said. During their discussion, the personnel in charge of the queue had already reached Luo Feng. Sir, it's your turn. The bank's service personnel was incredibly respectful. First and second brother, I'll be back shortly. Luo Feng said. Under the instructions of the service personnel, he entered the reception room within. I would like to make a transfer. Luo Feng told the personnel within the reception room. May I know the number of your account? Within the reception room, the beautiful personnel said with a smile. Babada had told Luo Feng the account number earlier on. At this time, Luo Feng was extremely excited. This was one of the 3 accounts left behind by his teacher for him. The 3 accounts were separately for the star level, universe level, domain lord level to acquire. This first account's amount of money was probably the smallest, however, for someone as big as the master of the Yun-Mo planet. Even just a strand of hair itself would be extremely thick. 8,492, 8,593, walks 8,528, 5,285, 032. Luo Feng held his breath, reporting the account number. Please wait a moment. The personnel worked swiftly within the reception room, before quietly waiting for the universe network to transfer the details. This is. The personnel, who originally had big enough eyes, stared so hard they almost looked the size of fists, pupils filled with shock. After, she turned to look at Luo Feng with shock, trembling as she said, Respected guest, please wait a moment, I have to inform the branch president. Finishing, she turned and ran out. Just after leaving, she ran back in, extremely nervous as she looked at Luo Feng. Respected customer, there will be someone else taking care of your needs, please wait a moment. Finishing, she left swiftly. The Universe Galaxy Bank, Jade Rockstar Branch, 9th level. The branch president Pettery was smiling and respectfully talking to the 3 universe mercenaries, working on their documents. Even though it's troublesome, but it'll be finished really quickly, please wait a moment. On such a place like Jade Rockstar, even he would only occasionally have to deal with 1-star clients. After all, the requirements to reach the 1-star level is extremely high. At this time, Hua! The door was immediately yanked open. The 3 universe mercenaries turned to look, their faces revealing signs of dissatisfaction. The leader of the group, the pishy 3-eyed race human's gaze was ice-cold towards the person barging in. What's the matter? The branch president was extremely dissatisfied. How could one barge in while he was receiving important guests? A lady along with a similar fat man with 2 horns entered, both gazing straight with distress at the branch president. Pettery was slightly alarmed. These 2, one of them was the vice president while the other was a service personnel. Pettery got the hint and told the 3 people with a bow, please wait a moment. As he finished, he swiftly left and closed the door. What's the matter? The president creased his eyebrows and looked at the 2 of them. Little brother, don't you know I'm currently entertaining 3 1-star customers? This is a big deal. I know. The fat vice president, who looked similar to the president's forehead, was filled with perspiration. However, this is even bigger. What's the matter? The president Pettery seemed shocked. Let's talk in the private room, the other personnel said. The president squinted his eyes. The reception room for the 3 universe mercenaries was a special room made for such special guests. Even spirit energy couldn't pass through, absolutely soundproof. It even blocked many different kinds of signals. And the private room was the Universe Galaxy Bank's even more prestigious room for important matters. Even undying beings would have trouble eavesdropping. Very quickly, the 3 reached the private room. Within the private room, the president looked at the personnel and said, Speak, what's the matter? Big matter. The vice president choked and cleared his throat. President. The personnel's face was flushed from excitement. She said softly, "There's a client downstairs looking to withdraw money and transfer accounts. His account is a 5-star account." "What?" The president's face immediately went pale. My God. Many planets, universe, galaxy bank branch presidents would occasionally meet a 1-star client. They were incredibly rare, even to the point where it took decades to meet a single 2-star client, and one may not even meet a 3-star client in one's lifetime, much less the legendary 5-star client. One had to know, even universe-level warriors, to be a 1-star client was pretty decent already. V-star account, what does that signify? A client with a 5-star account can buy planets like they were candy. A place like the Silver Blue Empire's low-level civilizations, in front of this client, was like ants. Even in the vast universe, even in the universe high-level civilizations, empires, he would still be a person of high status. One breath, and he could order hundreds of millions of people to become slaves, hundreds of millions of people to rise up below him, such a terrifying force and presence. 5-star account? The president was completely dumbfounded. Right, brother, if you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Right now the entire bank's control settings have been completely transferred and controlled by AIs. Our every word and movement is being monitored. Before, if we actually dared to mention anything about the 5-star client outside the private room, the bank's AI would have immediately killed us. The vice president's head was covered in cold sweat. The president too decided to wipe his own head. The Universe Galaxy Bank, such a powerful and enormous bank, definitely placed its clients before everything else. Especially the 5-star clients. These sort of clients placed their wealth within the bank and the bank used that money to circulate and invest. The revenue generated every day had huge amounts of profits. These sort of clients, if their secrecy were ever to be divulged, even if it meant destroying one whole planet, the Universe Galaxy Bank would do whatever it took to protect the client's secrecy and not leak out any information. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 4. Volume 8, Chapter 43, Huge Amounts of Wealth. Chapter 43, Huge Amounts of Wealth. Within the reception room. Babata, what's the matter? Why do I feel a sense of uneasiness? Luo Feng rubbed his chin, questioning Babata through his thoughts. Is there something wrong? The little demon feigned ignorance. The look and expression of that personnel before seemed like Earth's Western religious groups finally meeting their god, or angel, or something like that. Before, even when they saw the universe mercenaries, their expressions didn't even go that far. Luo Feng asked, Babata, tell me, just what's going on? Don't lie or trick me. I say. Babata mocked, the account you reported before is actually a 5-star account. 5-star account? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. In the enormous hall before, everyone had heard that even wealth in amounts up to the trillions were only normal customers, not even reaching the 1-star account requirements. Compared to the 1-star account, who knew how many times larger the 5-star account had to be? What was the meaning in this? The teacher couldn't possibly give me that much money just from the first account, right? Luo Feng creased his eyebrows. Star level, universe level, domain lord level, he could acquire a total of 3 large amounts whenever he broke through, 1 for each level. This first amount, should the least of the 3. That's a given. This first amount of money is definitely the smallest. It's like only a drop of water in the vast ocean of your teacher's wealth. As for this account, actually, your universe level account is also 8,492, 8,593, walks 8,528, 5,285, 032 foot. The domain lord level account is also this one. Incidentally, it's also the same account that your teacher used back then. A 5-star account. Babata said. The account my teacher used to use? Luo Feng was stunned. The master of the Yun Mo planet. This was the ultimate warrior with 9 undying beings as slaves under him, a powerful being even amongst the undying. In the Ganwu Empire, he was also quite a powerful being. This person, with that much power, having a 5-star account wasn't strange at all. The 3 accounts your teacher arranged for you, in truth, are all in this account. Babata said. What does that mean? Luo Feng was somewhat unclear. The same account, with different passwords and opening mechanisms, hence the amount of money you will receive will be different. Babata said. Luo Feng realized immediately. Even the bank cards on Earth had the same mechanism, entering a password and discovering a balance of $10,000. Entering another password and the balance becomes $10 million. Enter a third password and maybe the balance becomes $1 billion. If anybody were to ever be robbed or kidnapped and blackmailed into revealing their bank account password, the robbers retrieving the money would only be able to retrieve $10,000 only. This account is the main account. All 3 parts of the inheritance your teacher left you is all here in this account. However, there's 3 different ways to acquire the inheritance in this account. Through these different methods, the inheritance you acquire will be different. Babata explained. So I see. Luo Feng realized. At this point in time, the fat and chubby branch president rushed in through the doors, very enthusiastically and respectfully. Respected guest, please follow me. They rode in the elevator and arrived at the tower's 13th floor. Do. Respected guest. A clear, crisp voice resounded from a metal robot. Universe Galaxy Bank welcomes you. Luo Feng left the elevator suspiciously. The branch president bowed respectfully and left in the elevator. Please follow me. The metal robot said to Luo Feng. Eh? A robot is serving me? Luo Feng said suspiciously. He didn't know that the position of the Jade Rockstar's Universe Galaxy Bank's president was too low. Even he wasn't deemed worthy enough to serve Luo Feng. Within a luxurious and comfortable reception room. 8,492, 8,593, walks 8,528, 5,285, 032. Luo Feng sat down, clearly repeating in universe language, "This is the account I would like to withdraw money from. Please wait a moment." The metal robot smiled. At this point in time, it said, "Please scan across this board on my arm with your spiritual force." Suddenly, a peculiar black and gold board extended from the robot's arm. Spiritual force? Luo Feng smiled. Babata had mentioned, one of the requirements of withdrawing the money was, his spiritual force had to be at least a star level, and it had to be spiritual force from the Yun-Mo planet sect to be able to pass. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, his spiritual force brushed past the board. D. The requirements match. The metal robot looked at Luo Feng. Please enter the 3-fold 4-dimensional wave band password. Respected guest, you can choose to enter it with your spiritual force, voice, or manually with your hands. The 3-fold 4-dimensional wave band password was extremely complex, and it went according to the time and space marker, etc. to generate the account. According the original password, and the time and space marker, the spiritual force level, etc., a new password would be generated right that moment. Also, the method of calculation and determining was set by the Yun-Mo planet master back then. Moreover, this password was 3-fold. What a long password. Luo Feng used the quantum computer to connect to the Universe Galaxy Bank system, before using his spiritual force to enter the password. Check the balance. Luo Feng felt nervous as he gave the order. Nervousness. Anxiety. His teacher was a person whose wealth could even match the wealth of an entire empire in the universe. However, his wealth was split into 3 portions, and the star-level amount he was receiving was also the least. Just how much would this smallest portion be? Luo Feng didn't have too much faith or guarantee it, but who knew just what his teacher thought? I hope I can afford Earth, I hope I can afford Earth. Luo Feng secretly prayed. Do. The screen on Luo Feng's arm lit up, numbers appeared on the screen, the long number of zeros in the figure dumbfounded Luo Feng. 10 billion. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 100 million, 10 billion? Luo Feng stared at the currency symbol behind, Ganwu dollars? 10 billion Ganwu dollars. Luo Feng's eyes lit up completely, his expression filled with joy. What a gift, dot. He was a kind teacher indeed. 10 billion Ganwu dollars, even the government's reward itself was a total of 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. Through the Black Dragon dollar exchange route, one could totally exchange for tens of trillions of Black Dragon dollars. Even universe-level warriors had to probably sell off a few planets to be able to acquire a fortune this huge. Your teacher back then thought, when you reach the star level, you'd probably just begin messing around in the universe. 10 billion Ganwu dollars should be enough. After all, it would be good for those heirs to the large families to be able to acquire just 100 million Ganwu dollars. Babata said. Luo Feng nodded his head and agreed. Even Gao Shangwei only acquired a life planet after 10 years, and he wouldn't dare sell it off. Babata, my universe and domain lord level accounts, just how much would I get in those levels? Luo Feng asked. Babata back then was the teacher's AI, the 3 accounts the teacher set up in the virtual universe network. He would definitely be the clearest of the amounts. I can't say. Babata insisted on not divulging the information. I just can't say, and that's final. 10 billion, and it's in Ganwu dollars. Luo Feng looked at the balance, finally feeling a sense of wealth and security. This wasn't Black Dragon dollars, but the much more valuable Ganwu dollars. Amongst the star levels, even the heirs of big families, the later generations with huge powers, Luo Feng would still be considered one of the richest, wealthiest of the lot. One had to know that the wealthiest person on normal planets usually only had about 100 million Black Dragon dollars. Just Luo Feng alone was akin to tens of thousands of these wealthiest put together. Transfer. Luo Feng looked at the metal robot and said, transfer it to the account that's linked to my spiritual force imprint. This teacher's account was linked and bound to his teacher's spirit imprint. Even though he had ways to open it, it was too troublesome to open it time and again. The spiritual force imprint was the safest and most convenient method. Outside the entrance of the Universe Galaxy Bank, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God walked out. Luo Feng, is the money enough? Thunder God asked. Is it sufficient? Hong too asked nervously. To request to buy Earth, astronomical amounts of money was required. No problem at all. Luo Feng smiled. Come, let's head to the Empire government and buy Earth. Milky Way, Earth. The entire population of ordinary citizens still went about their lives as per normal, completely oblivious to the fleet from the universe arriving on Earth. And Earth's fighters, scientists, etc., the families of the elites, all waited within the survival bases. They too didn't know of the dangers that had arrived, only the upper echelon knew. But in the air above the Pacific Ocean, 2 enormous battleships floated side by side. Within one of the battleships, the Newell-Shan family's 8 great heirs stood in a row, looking at the huge screen above the control board. These 8 star-level 9 youths looked serious and determined, not one of them smiling. Scan complete. Earth's population is close to 7 billion, amongst them 1.8 billion of them are living in 6 survival bases. This planet's student-level, Star Traveler-level fighters, over 99% of them are in the survival bases. And outside those, there are almost none that have even reached the student-level one. The battleship's AI swiftly calculated and reported. As an interstellar battleship, its scanning capabilities and radius was extremely huge. Earth's radius was only about 6,400 kilometers, scanning through its entirety was simple. Survival bases. There are survival bases. Among the 8 heirs, one black-skinned youth raged, who said this was a backward planet with no leader. They even have survival bases. I don't believe that a small little planet like this has the ability to manufacture the parts required to build survival bases. It's definitely impossible. Right. A Newell-Shan family direct descendant nodded. I agree too, this planet definitely has had communication with the universe. But what should we do now? Luo definitely must have been killed by an aboriginal of this planet. Don't call them aboriginals, this planet definitely isn't an aboriginal planet, to be able to build 6 survival bases, and they are all C-grade, just these 6 bases alone, even in the universe, normal planets wouldn't be able to build them. There was a ruckus within the control room. They had originally thought it would be simple to deal with Earth, but looking at the situation now, this planet's upper echelon had all hidden within the survival bases. The ordinary folk outside that had not even reached the student level 1, to have done this step itself, obviously they had prepared for this invasion much earlier. Even the information gathered from the network probably isn't reliable. Naturally, the 8 heirs weren't too happy. Silence. A serious voice resounded. The other 7 heirs turned. Pula was the one speaking. He was the one amongst them with the highest authority and position. Earth's upper echelon are all hiding within the survival bases. These bases, we can't do anything about them. Pula's gaze was ice cold. He scanned the 7 in the room. Right now, one group will act according to the plan and swiftly gather Earth's various mineral ores, etc., begin sampling and collecting data. As for the rest, I'm going to see the teacher. Since a young age, Luo was always the brightest within the Newell-Shan family. At the star level 9, he had his own domain and was the family's biggest hope to be the next universe-level heir. He was indeed a genius. Of course there was no comparison to the freaks of nature Hong and Thunder God who had their own domains at the Star Traveler level. Geniuses had their own privileges. Pula could easily meet up with the heads and elders. Compared to the tragic Luo from before, he was much stronger. Virtual Universe, Ganwu Empire, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Do. 2 human silhouettes appeared on the screen, ears pointy and pupils red. One of the 2 was more imposing and intimidating while the other seemed more comfortable to be around. Teacher, Elder. Pula bowed respectfully, his heart within stunned, their 2 heads before him. I have urgent news to report. Speak. The intimidating presence of the current head Yuko Newell-Shan said. This planet has made ample preparation for our invasion. Their planet's upper echelon and elites are all hiding well within survival bases, and these bases are all C-grade. We have no way to break through them. Pula said solemnly, I can deduce that the valuable information, etc. on this planet has been collected or destroyed. We have no way to check it out. Also, the building of a survival base is extremely complex. One planet alone definitely cannot do it. The survival bases are most definitely bought from the universe. On the screen, the head and elder dot. As long as one wasn't dim, anyone could have guessed that this planet has had contact with the universe. I checked, this planet is still currently without a leader. The elder said. Teacher, Elder, what should be the next step for our fleet on Earth? Pula questioned respectfully. The 2 heads discussed quietly. Pula didn't dare interrupt. Pula. Yuko Newell-Shan's gaze was piercing. With the greatest speed, collect data and record the planet's coordinates. After that, with the greatest speed possible, send this data to the closest Black Dragon Mountain government branch station at Jade Rockstar. Since Earth doesn't have a leader, we have to as quickly as possible buy it under our name. 2. Yuko Newell-Shan's voice resounded firmly, begin searching on the planet, whether there are any treasures left behind by that undying being back then. 3. Remember, the strongest and sturdiest fort usually crumbles from within. Since you have no way to forcefully break into the survival bases, be it hypnotism, or bewitching or confusing the human hearts within, whatever the case, finding a way to control the human race will greatly benefit our excavation of Earth's treasures. For, I remember you said that there were large numbers of beasts on this planet? Begin taming and communicate with them, they too are the life forms of this Earth, maybe they know of places within Earth. Understood. Pula complied. Go on, immediately begin. Yuko gave the order. Yes, sir. Pulla complied. When Pulla began to act on all four fronts, giving out the orders, ordering over 1,000 star levels and tens of thousands of star travelers, Luo Feng was at Jade Rockstar's government branch. The Empire Government Branch. This is this planet's coordinates. This is our travel log and record of us reaching this planet. As for this planet's samples and data, etc., everything is already in here. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God sat in the chairs. Hong and Thunder God didn't speak universe language, all they could do was rely on the quantum computers and AIs to translate through their thoughts. Luo Feng sat at the side and spoke. The government branch personnel were working on the case. One of the personnel said, if the space marker and travel log, etc. pass without any problems, you will acquire 100 billion Black Dragon dollars as a reward. No, I don't want the reward. Luo Feng looked at this personnel, discovering a leaderless planet. I have the right and authority to purchase it. I want to buy it. The group of government officials within who were originally locked in discussion immediately went silent, turning to look at Luo Feng. Buy a life planet? The personnel couldn't help but repeat the question. This wasn't simply purchasing a weapon, treasure, or something of the sort. A life planet was something much more expensive. Yes, I want to buy it. Luo Feng said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 44, this is. Chapter 44, this is. Jade Rockstar Empire Government Branch, of the huge expanse of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it was considered an out-of-the-way place. Buying a planet? It was something they hadn't heard of in years. 3 guests, please follow me upstairs. A skinny government official said. Okay. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God followed him and very quickly reached the government branch's 34th floor. Mr. Luo Feng, is it? The official looked at Luo Feng. Are you sure you want to purchase this, according to your information, the planet called Earth? Absolutely. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. We should be able to buy it, right? Mr. Luo Feng, as the first person to discover the leaderless planet and delivering the news to us, you definitely have all the rights to purchase it. The official emphasized, however, I do have to remind Mr. Luo Feng, when we sent the numbers of this planet to the Empire headquarters, the answer we got from them was, once everything was cleared, they would give you a reward of 100 billion Black Dragon dollars. Do you know the implications behind that reward? The implications behind the reward? Luo Feng was stunned. Suddenly, Luo Feng thought of something Babata had once mentioned to him before. Discovering a leaderless planet, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will act accordingly on the different planets. The lowest reward is 10 billion Black Dragon dollars and the highest is 100 billion Black Dragon dollars. This is the highest reward? Luo Feng understood finally. Yes. The official nodded. Even though the numbers and large amounts of data you provided are still in process of being confirmed, however, just from that planet's coordinates, caused the Empire headquarters to determine that this planet is of the highest degree of life planets. The person who discovered it would be given the highest level of reward. If you want to buy this planet, then you'd also have to pay the highest price. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God glanced at each other. How much would they have to spend just to buy Earth? Luo Feng was discussing with his 2 senior brothers earlier. According to the laws of the Empire, to immediately purchase a planet, the lowest price is 300 billion, the highest is 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars. This was the privilege given to the person who discovers a leaderless planet. If it was a planet auction, then there'd be no limit on the price. You mean, Earth belongs to the highest price level of life planets? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. Yes. That's what the headquarters replied to us. The official nodded. As expected. Thunder God twitched his mouth. Luo Feng and Hong were helpless. Before, Babata had already guessed, a life planet that an undying being had once governed, would most probably be regarded as one of the highest level. Requires 3 trillion black dragon dollars, right? Luo Feng looked at him. Yes. The official nodded. I'll take it. Luo Feng said without hesitation. The earth was priceless within Luo Feng's heart. No matter how much he'd have to spend, he would still do it. My apologies. The official said apologetically, if Mr. Luo Feng intends to buy Earth, he would first have to submit an application. Next, with regards to the large amount of numbers and data you provided, they would have to be passed through the Empire headquarters' individual departments for audit, verifying their authenticity, before finally completing the deal. Damn, it's just like on Earth, doing anything requires going through an entire process. Thunder God muttered in Mandarin. How long would it take? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. I am but a distant planet's small little official. I cannot guarantee the headquarters and its department's audit would require how long. I can only inform you, Mr. Luo Feng. According to the Empire's law's limits, the slowest is 30 days. I'm not sure of the fastest. If you are a person from a big family within the Empire, maybe just the amount of time for a cup of tea and it would be done. The official revealed a smile. Luo Feng's expression changed. Hong and Thunder God's expressions also became ugly. 30 days? Luo Feng was panicking. The Newell Shan family had already arrived on Earth. They would definitely be collecting data, samples, and the space coordinates. They could immediately enter the universe travel and reach Jade Rockstar. With regards to speed, with the huge background and connections of the Newell Shan family, the efficiency of the Empire working for them would probably be much higher. Before the purchase is completed, he cannot relax. Who knew what could go awry? It definitely cannot take 30 days. Thunder God said seriously, I can see, the way they work is exactly like on Earth. If it gets dragged out by them, things could go seriously wrong. We have to settle this in the greatest speed possible. And even if nothing goes wrong, 30 days? Who knows what Earth would even look like after 30 days? Hong's eyebrows creased. Luo Feng nodded. Suddenly he raised his head and looked at the official in front of him, standing straight up, and walked towards him. Mr. Luo Feng, what are you doing? The skinny official seemed flustered. Pa! Luo Feng slammed both palms on the desk before him, leaning over and staring straight at the skinny official. I need to settle this with the greatest speed possible. My apologies. The official shook his head apologetically. I am but a little official on a distant little planet, but if you can settle it in 7 days, I'll give you 10 million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng stared at the official, his voice serious, raising one finger. If you can settle it in 3 days, I'll give you 100 million black dragon dollars. The official's eyes looked like they were about to pop out, his entire body in a mess. An official of the Empire had a very high salary. But even after working for a whole lifetime, he wouldn't be able to have 100 million black dragon dollars. That was the price of status of a normal planet's wealthiest. 100 million black dragon dollars was enough for him to get a star-level bodyguard by a large group of beautiful slaves, make all his close relatives and friends along with his fellow similar race people have to suck up to him, and lead a wealthy, luxurious, and comfortable life. Huff, huff. The official's breathing was in disarray. If you can settle it in a day, I'll give you 500 million black dragon dollars. Luo Feng's gaze was piercing, with 5 fingers raised. Settle it in an hour and I'll give you 1 billion black dragon dollars. The official's eyes opened wide, he choked. My God! Even biscuits from the heavens weren't this big. Mr. Luo Feng. The official's breathing was heavy, his eyes red. He said seriously, I mentioned before about the time it takes to drink a tea. That's something only the big families and elders in the Empire can say. Only the Empire's highest level giving the order will enable that speed. As this involves too many departments, I have no guarantee to complete it within an hour. However, I definitely have a 100% guarantee of finishing this in a day." The official's neck thickened. Luo Feng smiled. "A 100% guarantee of finishing in a day?" He said before that the slowest was 30 days and he had no way of guaranteeing anything, that he was only a small little official without any methods. The power of money was apparent within the universe. "However, I require the money immediately to pave the road." The official's eyes were lit, speaking rapidly, "As the audit of buying a planet etc. involves 12 departments, I have to call through to every department. According to normal procedure, this would normally take over 15 days. I do know people within those departments. No worries. Even if you personally bring out some big shot in order from the higher levels, they probably would still be slower than me, because I'm well connected from within. Would Mr. Luo Feng first pass me 100 million, I'll begin immediately." The official said, "If a big person like Mr. Luo Feng wanted to kill me, it would be akin to stepping on an ant, simple and easy, hence I definitely wouldn't take Mr. Luo Feng's money and not do the work, but..." "Very well." Luo Feng smiled and nodded, "I'll first pass you 200 million Black Dragon dollars, after everything is completed, I'll pass you another 300 million. He was already willing to spend 3 trillion to buy the planet, why bother about another 500 million Black Dragon dollars? It was just scrap compared to it. Luo Feng was clear, mice had their own little pathways, to allow this well-connected from within official to deal with matters would probably be faster than asking Gao Sheng to help out. Also, Gao Sheng was only an heir from a large family, the officials from the different departments within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire may not even recognize him. Gao Sheng too would need to ask someone else for help, etc. Luo Feng didn't want to owe favors too much for no good reason. These sort of favors weren't easy to return. Milky Way, Earth. China, Hope Survival Base. I say, my little sister, when will your husband return? Also, when will those outer space fleets leave? Su Gang sat in a chair, smoking on cigarette after cigarette, obviously feeling anxious and flustered. There was no way to not feel panicked. Big brother, you are panicking, but you are still much better off than all the ordinary people living outside. Su Xian reprimanded him angrily, right now it's not just you, the entire world's upper echelon are all waiting for Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God to send some news over. We cannot do anything but patiently wait, slowly wait. Su Gang took a deep breath. They could only wait. It wasn't just him, everyone on Earth was anticipating. Against this universe interstellar fleet, the entire Earth's human population was like a child without even a single trace of resistance. Earth's countless people were all silently anticipating, hoping, that Earth's pride, the 3 warriors at the peak of Earth's strength, who were in the distant depths of the universe would be able to get them a chance of survival. Yes, Luo Feng and the other 2, in the distant Jade Rockstar, were working hard for Earth. So, On Earth, Asia, Europe, North America, across all the large continents or sea bodies, human silhouettes were seen flying past in the skies. Within a short half a day of the universe outer space fleet arriving on Earth, the news couldn't even be hidden at all, majority of the population had already found out. Look! That man with the height of 3 m, green-skinned, eyes big as bowls, that obviously isn't someone from Earth. Countless strange humans flew from the cities in the air. The ordinary folk of Earth were all dumbfounded. The Nuolanshan family fleet was currently engaging their plan from 4 fronts. Sir Pulla, we've communicated with the native beasts of Earth, we've discovered a few strange sea bodies. Over there, in that region, also known on Earth through various books and studies as the renowned Bermuda Sea. 3-star level 8 spirit readers respectfully led the way, the handsome Pulla followed them and flew over. Bermuda, its name and reputation was too huge on Earth. There were many books on Earth introducing it, the Nuolanshan family fleet too had scanned every bit of data and book on Earth, hence coming to know of Bermuda. Rumble. The four rushed straight into the sea. Swiftly descending. Lord Pulla, look, over there. The 3-star level 8 spirit readers were somewhat excited. Pulla looked and scanned carefully. In the distance, there was a blurry enormous white silhouette. With them gradually getting closer, the white blur image began to get clearer. This was an incredibly huge, bigger than every of Earth's skyscrapers, an enormous pyramid. This pyramid itself was without a single scathe or trace of degradation. There wasn't even any weeds or water plants. It was fresh as though it was brand new. Lord Pulla, this white pyramid is 1200 m tall, its entire structure is floating in the sea. A slightly fat black-skinned spirit reader amongst them explained. Pyramid. Pulla's eyes lit up, flying closer, trembling slightly as he extended his hand to carefully touch the surface of the pyramid. The strange thing was, the entire pyramid's body was a silver-white color. There wasn't even a trace of any alloy connectors, almost as though this 1200 m high silver pyramid was completely irrigated to form the shape this way. This, Pulla's eyes grew brighter and brighter, his entire body trembling. This is a big treasure, a big treasure. Pulla's eyes flushed red, excited to the max. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 45, Extreme Excitement. Chapter 45, Extreme Excitement. Floating within the Bermuda Ocean was an enormous silver-white pyramid at a height of 1200 m tall. Even though it's been there for tens of thousands of years, time hadn't left even a trace or scar on its surface. This is an automaton universe ship. Pulla was extremely excited. The automaton race. Even though the human race had always been known as one of the leading races within vast universe, however, there were still other races that were able to go toe-to-toe with the human race. The automaton race was one of them. Accurately speaking, every one of the automaton race were living AIs. The technology of the entire race had advanced to an unbelievable level. Also, every one of the automatons were absolutely powerful fighters. As they are different from humans and did not require going through the slow process of training, the living AIs only required a powerful body. With enough powerful battle skills and techniques within their memories, they would immediately become powerful fighters. Theoretically speaking, no matter how strong the automatons were, they had no way to become undying beings. However, the automatons actually broke this curse, with several undying being within their race. Just like the one that died on the Yun-Mo planet ship. The automaton race, the race with highly advanced technology. Pulla's eyes lit up. Our entire human race within the universe, a lot of its technology was taken from the automaton race themselves. But an automaton universe ship, usually even the lowest grades are C grade. The way I see it, this is probably a D grade, or even higher. Pulla couldn't tell specifically, unlike the humans who used the metals and alloys in a more distinct way, which was easier to tell what sort of metals were used. What alloy? The universe ship, etc., constructs from the automaton race, humans had no way at all to tell just what they were made of. The feeling of it, it might be a new material altogether. Hence, a D-grade ship from the automatons would usually be regarded immediately by humans as a D9 grade. It was the best in the grade. One automaton ship's price was extremely expensive, much more expensive than a ship of the same grade built by humans. Entrance, where's the entrance? Pulla shouted. Lord Pulla, the entrance is on that side. However, the entrance is extremely dangerous. We threw some broken weapons in and they were all immediately vaporized into nothing. That's a good thing. Pulla excitedly flew over. The entrance of the pyramid was close to its bottom. It was a beautiful mysterious triangular-like pathway. The cabin door was opened much earlier, but no one was capable of entering it. Analyze the strength of the attacks. Pulla flipped his hand. A reserved weapon that he used before appeared. It was a very long sword. He casually threw it over. The sword flew into the triangular pathway. The mysterious three-colored light beam shot out from the three sides of the pathway walls, brushing past the sword. The sharp and incredibly sturdy sword produced a slight rustle of noise before being vaporized into powder and subsequently nothing at all. Good. Pulla shouted excitedly, even a C2 grade weapon was easily destroyed. What did it mean? It meant that normal Universe Level 2 fighters couldn't even withstand the attack. The stronger the better. Pulla's eyes lit up, throwing out a second reserve weapon, an exact copy of the weapon before. These reserve weapons weren't worth much. Before, it was a strength weapon, now it was a spirit weapon. This time, the sword received the three-colored light wave, slightly trembling before breaking apart a little. However, the speed this time was much slower. It's having a harder time breaking the C5 grade? Pulla nodded, his smile growing wider. Very good, extremely good. An universe ship, strongest attack would definitely not be at just the entrance of the ship, because these sort of entrances had to maintain their defenses for an extremely long time. Moreover, it's simply just the entrance, hence it couldn't be the strongest weapon on the ship. Like the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, the entrance's attack could only kill normal Star Traveler level 2 or 3 warriors. Yet its laser cannon was of AB6 grade. The entrance pathway alone is that powerful. This ship, its lowest grade would probably be a D grade. It could very well be an E grade ship. Pulla's eyes lit up. If it's a D grade automaton ship, it's equivalent to a human race D9 grade ship. Pulla was extremely excited. This ship's every detail and power was extremely exaggerated. With a diameter of 100 m, a ship just like the Black Dragon ship, C5 grade. A cheap C5 grade. With a diameter of 100 m, would be priced at several hundred million. And the C9 grade, even if it was purely made of alloys, would be close to 10 billion Black Dragon dollars. After all, the C9 grade's defensive capabilities were tens of times stronger than the C5 grade. As for the D grade, a universe-level warrior and a domain lord usually rode in this level of ship. The Newell Shan family's first head Newell Shan himself sat in a D5 grade ship, spending 20 billion Ganwu dollars for it. D1, that alone was about 100 billion Black Dragon dollars. D9 grade, even if it was all alloys, was at least 1,000 times more than the D1 grade. One could say, one had to sell 10 to 100 life planets before being able to afford a D9. Hence, to a domain lord, even this was expensive. Of course, the prices mentioned were all referring only to the ships with 100 m diameters. As for those with a height of 1200 m like the Pyramid, at the D9 grade, with a huge body, the material used would be even more. The price naturally would be absurd. One could say, most domain lords couldn't even afford it. D9 grade, diameter 100 m, if we sold off the entire Newell Shan's family fortune, we could still afford it. However, for something at 1200 tall, the entire family fortune wouldn't even come close to being enough. Pulla's eyes were gleaming. If this pyramid is E grade. 5 minutes later. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Within a large hall. The 8 heirs stood side by side. A screen appeared before them. On it was the head Newell Shan. Teacher. Pulla said determinedly, extremely excited, we've discovered on Earth an automaton race universe ship within the sea. Automaton race? The head's expression on the screen seemed stunned too. Yes, teacher, also, that automaton ship's height is 1200 m, its lowest possible grade is also D grade. Beulah said. D grade, it was the common ship of most of the domain lords. Its price was definitely absurd. Also, it was a D grade, the most popular and expensive of the automaton race, and it was even 1200 m tall. This, Newell Shan's eyes lit up too. Teacher. Another handsome youth said loudly, not just that, we've also discovered here on Earth, that Earth was attacked by a swallowing beast not long ago. This swallowing beast, in actual fact, was a space beast of the best and elite bloodline, the brutal and savage golden horned beast. Of course, this golden horned beast back then was only a star level 1, it was only an infant. Golden horned beast infant? Yuka, Newell and Sean became even more shocked. A golden horned beast infant, if it was alive, its price would be many times that of the automaton universe ship. Maybe, the E-grade automaton ship's price could compare to the golden horned beast infant. However, to the Newell and Sean family, this too was an enormous treasure. However, the golden horned beast infant was said to have been killed. We are currently looking for its corpse. The handsome youth said. Killed? Yuka's eyes stared wide, taking a deep breath. He knew too that he had lost his composure, immediately staring at Pulla. Pulla, how's the data gathering and sampling? I was just about to report, we've completed gathering and sampling. Beulah said. Very good. Yuka's eyes gleamed. Immediately send a little ship with these data and samples, along with the space coordinates. Reach Jade Rockstar and request to buy this planet. This planet belongs to our Newell and Sean family. We definitely cannot let anyone else take it away. Also, with regards to this Earth, we have to keep it all secret, with the highest degree of security. Yes, sir. The 8 heirs resounded together. Earth probably still has other treasures, the ones who understand it the best would be its native humans. Hurry up, with the quickest methods, control Earth's humans. Use both gentleness along with force. Yuka said. Understood. The 8 heirs replied loudly. Very good, extremely good. Yuka was obviously very excited. A ship that even the domain lords would find luxurious, this is only if it's still a D grade, along with a space beast infant that would reach the pinnacle of sector lords just by maturing. To the Newell and Sean family whose strongest power was only at the universe level 9. These two treasures indeed would make them feel dizzy. Shin, Kyoto headquarters city, Tianjin City. Even though the universe outer space fleet had arrived, the ordinary folk still led their lives normally. Greetings humans of Earth, how do you do? We are from the universe, the Newell and Sean family, we come in peace looking for friendship. Do not be suspicious of our strength and power. Households, televisions, computers etc. Immediate depicted the scene, a handsome pointy-eared, akin to the legendary spirits male youth said in a peculiar language, beside him a screen automatically translating his words to English and Mandarin. Look, this is your Earth's Australia continent. All it needs is one punch, and the entire mountain range will be destroyed. All it needs is one punch, and this entire island will be gone. The screen flickered between scenes constantly, changing between the 9-star level 9 warriors' performances. Watching the star level 9 leveling a mountain with just one punch, the force of that powerful attack creating a devastating shockwave 100 kilometers past the scene. Earth's humans were all dumbfounded, this, compared to the pinnacle of battles from before. This was even more terrifying than Hong and Thunder God against the swallowing beast. The effect of a single punch spread out over 100 kilometers. This was simply akin to a large amounts of nuclear weapons. Of course. As handsome as the spirits, the man Pulla smiled, speaking to the humans of Earth, we come here in peace, hence we will not attack any of the cities. Your Earth's 5 great countries and 23 headquarters cities, after 1 hour, your so-called emperor-level monsters, we will throw 10 of their bodies in all the headquarters cities. If we wanted. In 1 hour, we can destroy the Earth. Pulla smiled, however we come here in peace, but your Earth's upper echelon, the so-called elites are all hidden in those iron castles. This displeases us. I hope, your Earth's upper echelon can come communicate with our Newell and Sean family, giving us, who are from the universe, and your so-called aliens some proper respect, If your Earth's upper echelon can't even give us any respect, and rejects our goodwill, then, we won't mind using force and brutality to conquer you all. Pulla smiled, I'm giving you 12 Earth hours, discuss well. If after 12 hours, we still don't see any of Earth's upper echelon, and don't receive any little form of respect, then we'll use the brute force every hour. We'll destroy one of your so-called headquarters cities. Rumble. Pulla talking on the television, internet, was like a trillion-ton nuclear bomb exploding, leaving all of humanity on Earth dumbfounded. 12 hours. The humans of Earth only had 12 hours to discuss and prepare, and after, every hour would result in a destroyed headquarters city. One headquarters city usually had up to 100 million people. When they saw the frequent aliens flying about in the air, the aliens occasionally displayed their overwhelming power. Seeing the emperor-level beasts' bodies being thrown about like ants in the pathways of the headquarters cities and plazas, humanity was thrown into chaos. Even the Earth's upper echelon within the survival bases were all in a mess. You are all traitors. You are all betraying the human race. Over 6 billion people, can you bear to watch them all die? For the sake of being one of the so-called elites, you forsake 6 billion over lives? Luo Feng? Hong? Thunder God? Who knows when they'll reply or return? I object. The aliens aren't necessarily brutal or savages. Relax, don't be deceived by this Newell and Sean family's kind appearance. It's all an act, it's fake. The moment we open the survival base, they'll rush in here and it'll be too late for us to regret. They are incomparably powerful. Destroying Earth would be too easy for them. For what do they have to resort to pretending to be kind to us? We, the elites of Earth, just what meaning would we have to them? You see, they said it themselves, when the time comes and we don't go out and communicate with them, they'll destroy one headquarters city every hour. We'll lose hundreds of millions of lives. Can everybody please seriously consider and think about it? The moment the majority reaches 2/3 of us, we'll act. I advise everybody here to make their decisions cautiously. Your every vote will determine the lives of the 6 billion people outside. Yes, 6 over billion. Please just wait a little while, just wait. Luo Feng and the other two are on a distant planet fighting hard for us. This survival base was brought over by them, please believe in them. The moment we give up, if we make a mistake, then the entire human population on Earth will fall into an endless abyss of darkness. I simply cannot watch as 6 over billion people get massacred. 6 over billion. This number alone is crushing me. During the time the people's hearts were chaotic in the survival base, chaos was breaking out everywhere outside. Madness. Silent protests. Pickets. All these plus a few madmen who had begun robbing and breaking into shops, etc. Millions and even tens of millions of people kneeling and begging the upper echelon leaders to save them, to negotiate with the aliens. There were even people shouting loudly that this was all a ploy from the aliens. Anyway, chaos had consumed everybody. Luo Feng, hurry and receive the call. Su Xian sent a call request to Luo Feng. At that time, surrounding her were Luo Feng's parents and family, along with some of the country's upper echelon. Many people were waiting. On the distant planet in space, Luo Feng and the other two, all waiting for their good news. Jade Rockstar, Empire Government Branch. 3 hours 29 minutes, everything has been settled. I didn't let Mr. Luo Feng down. The official smiled as he stood up, his face covered in sweat from the anxiousness and worry from before as he rushed. Congratulations, Mr. Luo Feng, from now on, you are this planet, Earth's leader. Oh, I should change my greeting to call you leader. Congratulations, leader. Thank you. Luo Feng smiled as he said. Within, his heart was racing with excitement. Beside him, Hong and Thunder God too were fighting hard to contain their excitement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 46, The Projection in the Sky. Chapter 46, The Projection in the Sky. After the procedures were all done, within the citizen database of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Luo Feng's status was officially changed to Planet Leader. Let's hurry and leave Jade Rockstar. Let's return immediately. Right, immediately contact Earth. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God rushed with their greatest speed towards the planet's docking bay, taking their silver-gray universe ship and leaving Jade Rockstar, beginning the universe travel. Within the dark space, the ship continued to advance. Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong were each in their own cabins, entering into the virtual universe network. Within the virtual universe network, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God appeared out of thin air amidst a crowded spacious alley. The others glanced at the three with a sense of disdain. This was because, in the virtual universe, only people without property would appear in the middle of the alleys. People with their own property would appear at their own place. Third brother, we are rich people, let's buy a house in the virtual universe next time. Thunder God couldn't help but to say quietly. One could imagine, Thunder God on Earth was so much above everybody. In the virtual universe, he was actually looked down on. Before, we had little money, we couldn't spend much. However, it's possible now. Let's buy a big house. Luo Feng nodded. Within the virtual universe, the moment one purchases a house, he could place his own and his close friends, etc. virtual universe numbers to the house. The moment they were all linked, everybody would appear within that house. Otherwise, for example, Luo Feng and Su Xian, as one of them is on Earth while the other is in a distant space, the two entering the virtual universe simultaneously would never appear on the same alley. Unless Hong, Thunder God and Luo Feng were together in reality, thus they would appear at the same place. We'll talk about this later, let's hurry and contact Earth. Hong said. Yes. Luo Feng nodded. The three swiftly found a restaurant and entered a private room, immediately contacting Earth. A screen appeared in mid-air. On the screen, Su Xian appeared. Luo Feng. Su Xian let out a face of happiness. Su Xian, what's going on Earth now? Luo Feng, Thunder God and Hong looked at the screen. It's really bad. Su Xian said anxiously, look at this footage. Normal people entering the virtual universe network usually used the assisting quantum computers or AI quantum computers. Even though Su Xian was using the conscious transmitter helmets, its efficiency was still much stronger than Earth's regular computers. Su Xian uploaded the footage of Earth into the virtual universe and played it. This was from the broadcast. Su Xian explained. Do. The footage began to play. Humans of Earth, how do you do? We are the Newell Shan family from the universe, we come here in peace. But don't suspect our power, the same footage that was played in every household of Earth, was replayed for Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God. These three were Earth's elites, none of them were stupid or gullible. Finishing the footage, they knew that matters were worse than they thought. Luo Feng. Su Xian said, it's extremely chaotic now, within each of the 6 survival bases, the upper echelon are all having opposing opinions. And the 6 over billion people outside are even more chaotic. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God creased their eyebrows. They obviously knew what would result from the footage and the backlash from it. Sister-in-law. Hong said solemnly, that footage said it gave the humans of Earth 12 hours. How much time has passed already? It's already been 4 hours and 8 minutes. Su Xian immediately replied. Good, we'll contact you all again in half an hour. Hong said. Do. The call was ended. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. Right now third brother is Earth's leader, using the law to intimidate the Newell Shan family should be useful. Thunder God said. Yes, they are only one big family from the Kaluo Empire, against something like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Hong nodded, they definitely wouldn't dare go against them. I understand. Luo Feng agreed too, however, I was thinking, just relying on the law angle, probably isn't enough. The best way is for our own strength to significantly increase. That's why I was thinking, let's see if we can buy a Universe Level 1 slave. Universe-level slave? Hong and Thunder God stared. I'm just considering, I haven't exactly made the decision. Luo Feng pondered, if the price of the Universe Level 1 slave is reasonable, it'd be a good thing. After all, his power would definitely be sufficient, with strength to spare. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Even though there was the law within the universe, it was still relative to who it was against. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's laws had a great intimidating effect on the Newland Shan family because the Newland Shan family was much weaker than the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. If it was Luo Feng's teacher, the master of the Yun Mo planet, who was to come snatch a planet, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire wouldn't even be able to touch him. One's own power had to be strong enough. Luo Feng made a call request to the slave owner he bought from back on Dragonstar. He was indeed a businessman. It only took a few seconds before they were connected. On the screen, a skinny green-haired man with a wide smile and full of enthusiasm appeared. Mr. Luo Feng, very nice of you to look for me, it really makes me happy. The green-haired man was extremely enthusiastic. Voila! Luo Feng smiled as he asked, this time, I would like to ask you, is your boss able to get a universe-level slave? Universe-level slave? The green-haired man stared. The highest a slave can ever get is only the universe level. To be able to turn a universe-level warrior into a slave, the first condition was to capture him alive, rendering incapable of resisting and implanting the microchip. To be able to do something of this degree, one not only had to stronger than the opponent, he still required many other factors to work together. If you are serious, we can definitely get one. There's stock. The green-haired man looked at Luo Feng. It all just depends on whether Mr. Luo Feng has enough money. A universe level 1 slave, how much would it be? Luo Feng asked. That's $1 trillion figure, so much so that the actual deal would usually be settled in Ganwu dollars. The green-haired man warned Luo Feng. Give me a figure. Luo Feng pushed. The green-haired man looked at Luo Feng with surprise. The first time he met Luo Feng, he had already felt that Luo Feng was definitely one who had received the best education and upbringing. His whole aura was different. He never expected for Luo Feng to return and question about a universe-level slave. This was definitely something not any normal person could afford. 10 trillion Black Dragon dollars, about 10 billion Ganwu dollars. The green-haired man said, and this is the lowest. Damn. Luo Feng cursed inside. Take it that I never asked. Luo Feng was direct. Woola, we'll chat again later, I still have matters to attend to. What I've got is time, call me whenever, Mr. Luo Feng. The green-haired man was still extremely enthusiastic. As a businessman, he had to be this way. He was very clear, a customer like Luo Feng, with frequent good service and care, making him happy, who knew when the customer might return with a big order. One large order alone would let them earn plenty. The call ended. Within the private room, Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. The price is so absurd, I still thought about 2 or 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars would settle it. Luo Feng mumbled. The first batch of money his teacher left him was 10 billion Ganwu dollars. Buying the earth required 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars. If he paid using Ganwu dollars, he only required 2.1 billion Ganwu dollars. Obviously, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was more willing to accept more Ganwu dollars. And right now, Luo Feng's capital was only 7.9 billion Ganwu dollars plus a few hundred million Black Dragon dollars. It's quite shocking. Hong and Thunder God nodded. Luo Feng, you've gone stupid. Wanting to buy a universe-level slave? A sharp, piercing, evil voice resounded. It was Babata on Luo Feng's shoulder. You have to know, when a universe-level warrior joins any empire, he would receive over 10 planets immediately. Even though they are normal life planets, put them together and they'd be worth close to 10 trillion Black Dragon dollars. Even though the universe level 1 is the weakest among the universe levels, but 10 trillion Black Dragon dollars and up is definite. And this is only at universe level 1, if it was the higher levels like 2 or 3, or even 6 or 7, damn, it'd be even more shocking. Luo Feng was stunned, replying curtly, "Why didn't you say so earlier? I was playing a virtual game, much more fun than talking to you all." Babata said contently. Virtual game? Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God were speechless. That requires money. Luo Feng couldn't help but say. Playing a virtual game only costs so much, playing for 1,000,000 years would only require 100 million black dragon dollars. Babata couldn't care less, his attitude left Luo Feng speechless. The other assisting quantum computers and AI computers, no matter how intelligent, would never go against the master's orders and do whatever it wanted. And Babata, having already evolved into a living AI, with the capability to feel pain and happiness, and awareness, making his own decisions etc., was no different from a normal person. That's why he liked playing games, and he happened to be Luo Feng's virtual assistant. Everyone entering the virtual universe had a virtual assistant. Many of the procedures within the virtual universe was done via the virtual assistant. That's why, when Babata withdrew the money, within the virtual universe's system, it determined that it was Luo Feng who ordered Babata to withdraw the money. Hence it would definitely allow it. After all, no one asked Luo Feng to actually use a living AI as his mini quantum computer, AI computer. Alright. Luo Feng, you've now become a planet leader. Immediately order the Empire to send you the ownership rights as proof, and through the virtual universe network, send it to Earth. Then, let all the countries of Earth broadcast it all publicly. Also, broadcast the Black Dragon Mountain Empire Constitution concerning territory ownership once. The Newell Shan family is after all only a small family within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they wouldn't dare go against it. Babata said directly. Of course, you first have to record the footage of them on Earth. If they were to go against the Empire laws, they'd be courting death. Babata said confidently. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God looked at each other. They were indeed ready to use this method, but they hadn't thought out carefully their plan of action. We do it this way. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Little guy, why are you so clear about the Empire laws? Thunder God looked stunned as he rubbed Babata's head. Don't touch me. And don't call me little bastard. You have to call me Demon Lord, do you understand? The demon Babata stared at Thunder God before closing his eyes and ignoring him, continuing with his virtual game. Stuck in emptiness for 50,000 years, to be able to enter the virtual universe, how could the demon Babata not play to his heart's content? As for the safety of Earth, what did it matter to him? To the demon Babata, it didn't mean much, mostly it was only because of Luo Feng that he came up with some plans for them. According to Babata, Luo Feng swiftly recorded the footage along with some of the data and proof he received from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Just like this. Luo Feng looked at Hong and Thunder God. Yes, no problem. Thunder God pondered a little, it'll definitely work. Almost. Hong nodded. Then I'll first send all these over, after that, I'll leave it to those on Earth to act. Luo Feng took a deep breath and began to request the call from Su-Xin. Milky Way, Earth. The Newell Shan family's warriors were swiftly scouring Earth's every corner, especially with over 1,000 star levels. In terms of speed, there were many that were much faster than the swallowing beast from before. A life planet with a radius of 6,400 kilometers, to them, covering one whole round was easy. Earth, China, Shenlong District. It's unbelievable. My God. What is this? Including Pula, the 8 heirs of the family along with many star-level 9s of the Newell Guard were shocked at the depths of Shenlong. That enormous 800 m diameter round ball was constantly emitting poisonous gas around it. Just what was this round ball? It was like a round ball mountain, and the poisonous gas it was emitting had already affected the 2 careless searchers from before. One was a star level 3 while the other a star level 5. They both immediately rotted from the gas. It's definitely a treasure. A group of people stared at the poisonous round ball. To emit a gas that could kill star levels, it definitely wasn't a simple toy. Do. 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 In an instant, the 8Air's quantum computer resounded. Lord, above China's survival base in mid-air, a large screen has appeared. Look. The 8Air's quantum computers all lit up, displaying the scene. At the time, every one of Earth's household televisions, internet networks all immediately switched to the same scene. At the same time in China, India, and the 6 great survival bases, through these bases, 3D images were projected above in mid-air. The large image shone across the sky. 3D projection, it was enormous. Even from 100 m away, one could still easily see it with the naked eye. Luo Empire Newell Shan family, how do you do? I am Luo Feng. Not long ago, the planet of which you are on, Earth, has become my territory. A large voice resounded through every household's televisions, computers, even across every country's broadcast, resounding through the air. This is the Black Dragon Mountain Empire proof of ownership. On Earth. The originally unbridled, excited and proud Newell Shan family members were all stunned, be it those watching their own screens or the other watching the huge projection up high that seemed like a god. In the image, Luo Feng was speaking with confidence. Beside him the proof of ownership appeared. Luo Feng was using universe language. At the bottom of the projections, Mandarin and English subtitles were displayed. Is this real? It's indeed proof from the Empire. On Earth, all the members of the Newell Shan family were shocked. The big projection. Luo Feng held in his hand a virtual book, that was the Black Dragon Mountain Empires. Luo Feng's expression was serious as he flipped the pages and read, according to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's Constitution Chapter 12, Sections 61, 62, and 63. Without the permission of the planet leader, barging and invading a planet will result in the invaders being deemed as space pirates. Your Newell Shan family didn't know before that this planet had a leader. It's not considered a crime. But right now I've told you all, this is my territory. As the leader of Earth, I request for you all to, Within the huge projection, Luo Feng raged and scolded, leave my territory immediately. Otherwise, your Newell Shan family will gain the status of space pirates and incur the wrath of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's army. Wrath. 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 Billions of household television, computers and other forms of broadcast resounded. Luo Feng's voice echoed almost like the tsunami throughout every corner of Earth. On Earth, whether it was those hiding in their houses, or outside, or engaging in robbery, everybody went silent. Whether they were watching from home or on the streets, they could recognize, the man talking confidently on the screen, was Earth's humanity's pride. Luo Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 8, Chapter 47, Should we retreat? Chapter 47, Should we retreat? Silence. Within all the headquarters cities of Earth, countless people were all totally silent. Within Europe, Paris headquarters city. A whole group of people who were protesting were all lifting their heads in anticipation as they watched the screen. Yes, they were protesting being abandoned by the leaders of their countries. They were requesting for Earth's upper echelon to come out and work together with the Newell Shan family. However, that was only because Earth had no defensive capabilities against the Newell Shan family. Nobody wanted to end up a slave, unless they were twisted in their minds. This group of people didn't want to become slaves. If there was a way to not submit to the Newell Shan family while gaining their freedom and lives, they would definitely be willing. Luo Feng. It's actually Luo Feng. Look at the screen. It seems this group of aliens are probably also from that Black Dragon Mountain Empire. This Black Dragon Mountain Empire is a country within the universe? Luo Feng is from Earth. How did he become a planet leader on the universe scale? And also Earth, our leader? Who knows? In terms of knowledge, Earth's humans weren't stupid. From the speech Luo Feng broadcasted all over, they easily deducted the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was powerful on the empire level, much stronger than this seemingly huge and vast Nuolan Shan family. And their Earth's pride Luo Feng had become the planet leader within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Elation. If Earth wanted to ever mix with the universe, and for anybody to ever become their leader, the humans of Earth would definitely hope it'd be one of their natives. Even more so, since Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God had already reached God status on Earth, for any of them to become Earth's leader, there would hardly be any rejections on Earth by anyone. Who knows if Luo Feng's words will do anything? This Nuolan Shan family doesn't even know whether to retreat or not. Everybody was worried. Earth's 6 great survival bases. Luo Feng, this planet leader status, will it help us? An empire in the universe, it cannot be exactly the same as how we do it on Earth, it may not be accurate. Just watch, there's going to be an outcome soon. On Earth, whether it was the billions of ordinary folk or the upper echelon, they were all waiting to see the reaction of the Nuolan Shan family. Luo Feng and the other 2 sat within the ship, proceeding back through the dark space. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Within the restaurant private room, Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God watched the screen floating before them, maintaining contact with Su Xin. Su Xin, what's happening? Luo Feng asked, what's the reaction of the Nuolan Shan family, are they retreating? The satellite scan indicates that the 2 battleships are still parked above the Pacific Ocean, no movement. Su Xin was very worried. Maybe the people from the Nuolan Shan family are discussing things. No movement? Luo Feng's eyebrows creased. They have the guts not to leave. Beside, Thunder God's eyes gleamed. If they don't leave, we'll record their actions and send it over to the Empire headquarters, naming them as space pirates. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire is a very strong middle-level civilization within the universe. They definitely won't allow this family to do as it pleases. If it was an extremely huge family, that'd be hard to say, But the Nuolan Shan family, against the Silver Blue Empire or that level or empire, would be a hard pill to swallow. However, against the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, they are nothing but ants. Thunder God said confidently. These words made both Hong and Luo Feng nod. It doesn't matter what we say. Luo Feng's eyebrows creased, we can only see what they decide to do. Luo Feng and the other 2 maintained contact with Earth, silently waiting for news from that side. Earth, in the air above the Pacific Ocean. 2 huge interstellar battleships were floating in mid-air. In one of their control rooms, the 8 heirs were standing, raging and pissed off. The extreme joy and excitement from finding the strange huge round ball before was all gone from their minds. Now all was left was frustration. Earth's leader? This Earth actually has a leader? What do we do now? They couldn't stifle their rage. Anybody would know, the moment the Nuolan Shan family chose not to retreat from Earth, they would have serious consequences. Earth's leader, meaning everybody on Earth were all his property and territory. Invading one's territory plus engaging in wanton looting, this sort of behavior was definitely not allowed by the Empire. They would immediately be deemed as space pirates. Space pirates, or also known as space bandits. They were hated by every huge empire, they were immediately killed. Follow me to meet the head. Pulla said solemnly. Yes. The other 7 complied. This sort of news, they could only let the head decide their course of action. A whole half a minute later. Virtual universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island. Within a luxurious villa's living room, the 8 heirs stood at attention. Before them a screen floated and the screen displayed 2. One was the current head Yuka Nuolan Shan and the elder head Duan Nuolan Shan. Teacher, elder, this is the public broadcast footage on Earth before. Pulla said respectfully. Immediately, the footage was played. When they say the proof of ownership from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the 2 heads' expressions became ugly. Especially during the footage, Luo Feng even took out the Constitution and read from it. This enraged them even further. Leave my territory immediately. Otherwise, your Nuolan Shan family will gain the status of space pirates and incur the wrath of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's army. The footage's last sentence left the two heads at a loss for words. There was a huge treasure on Earth before, and now suddenly it has become someone else's territory. Earth, is this Luo Feng's territory? Yuka couldn't believe it. Yes, teacher. I just checked. There is indeed a record within the Empire. Luo Feng must have just become its leader today. Beulah added. Bastard. Yuka Nuolan Shan bit down angrily. Just who is this Luo Feng? Which family? The elder beside creased his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. He is one of the top 3 warriors on Earth. His current level should be a Star Traveler level 9, I estimate it to be so. Beulah said respectfully. What, an Earthling? The head stared wide-eyed. Earthling? An aboriginal from an aboriginal planet suddenly became the planet's leader? One must know that to buy a planet, even the person who discovers it getting a discounted price, for a planet like Earth, which was a life planet with the highest level of pricing, would require at least 3 trillion Black Dragon dollars. It was something that was impossible for normal people. That's why he asked which family he was from. Yes, an Earthling. Pola nodded. It's probably that Earth had several treasures which he sold and earned enough. Earth's treasures? The two heads thought of the automaton universe ship, feeling the pinch of the loss. That was an automaton ship. The lowest level was a D grade. Much more valuable than their entire Nuolan Shan family fortune. This sort of ship's operation, or even to conquer it, with its entrance defense, would at least require a universe level 5 or 6 to have a hope of breaking in. Teacher, what should we do? Should we retreat? Beulah said nervously. Elder, should we retreat? The other heirs were all extremely worried too. We don't have a lot of time to hesitate. The longer we stay on Earth, the more likely we'll be deemed as space pirates. Pola said anxiously. The head Yuka Nuolan Shan bit down angrily. Bastard. That Luo Feng, I want to kill him. Retreat. The elder's expression was malevolent. He cursed softly. The 8 heirs were stunned. Elder. Yuka Nuolan Shan looked shocked as he stared at the elder. Are we going to just give up like this? The elder said angrily, Yuka, have you gone senile in your head? If we don't give up like this, no matter how valuable that automaton ship is, what's the point? The moment we become space pirates, the Empire's army will destroy our entire family without any problem at all. Don't tell me, just because of Earth's treasures, you are willing to sacrifice the entire family? Yuka Nuolan Shan hesitated. Yes, we can escape. But the entire Nuolan Shan family was built from our ancestors' hard work for many, many years. Don't tell me you want all of this to go in vain? The elder scolded. Yuka Nuolan Shan went silent. That was right. The ancestor back then, also known as Nuolan Shan, the founder of the family, independently created the Nuolan Shan family. With his family last name, strengthening it through tens of thousands of years before actually being able to make it progress to such a level today. Retreat. The elder gave the order. Yuka Nuolan Shan sighed softly. Pola and the other heirs looked at the two heads before complying. Yes. On Earth, following Pola and the other heirs' orders. The Nuolan Shan family members who were originally scattered across the globe swiftly headed straight back towards the battleships to gather. As for the entire retreating process, since they were already retreating, the Nuolan Shan family definitely wouldn't be secretive about it. In fact, they did it openly in public, letting the Earth's leader know and not have any reason to report back to the Universe Empire's court. The 6 great survival bases. Through the satellite, the Earth's upper echelon all clearly saw the Nuolan Shan family with its huge number of people and troops swiftly gather at the battleships. Ha! They are retreating. They are really retreating. They'd begun to collect everybody and everything.